underway right now as again loser goes home, winner will have themselves
Let's go
a
boys.
break.
Live
We'll
kita
have a
ya.
break on the broadcast and
Halo,
then come back and
kembali
have
lagi
to
ya.
play Bleed. What a
Kita nonton ONIC nih
prize
lawan
for them
tim
as we
Secret.
get into it. Bind
Yang
and
menang
split
nanti
removed, Fracture,
ketemu Bleed
Haven
ya.
selected, Icebox is sent out. Our final map then of course is Breeze.
Yeah, this one has me a little bit worried because I think we could see Bind and Split being banned right off the bat. Neither of these teams really prefer that, except for maybe Team Secret and Bind. But when it comes down to it, Fracture is something that we don't see that much of on Team Secret. Dubstep might be relegated to like playing Neon, which we don't see that often. He's always on the Jet, and that's where I think they're going to be out of their comfort zone. So moving on to that, like it comes down to Haven, where they really need to perform. We might actually see all three maps here.
Personally, I think that ONIC might just take Fracture. Just because of their aggressive playstyle, their very fast movement, they have really good rotations as well compared to Team Secret who like playing slow. And we know in Fracture, what's really important is speed, speed, and speed.
Exactly. It's a chaos map. You really perform a lot
Lurk
better.
heavy.
Right? And then you got those
Let's go.
players on ONIC who really perform and capitalize off of that. Team Secret, on the other hand, we haven't seen that much of it yet. Maybe they left it open for a reason. Maybe they actually have something up their sleeves. But, you know, we're just going to have to wait and see if they actually can do that.
All right, well, we'll see how this match shakes on up, and of course, who the starting roster for Team Secret will be after we take this short break. It's elimination time, Team Secret and ONIC G after this.
Okay, let's go. Wait a minute. Okay. 1,5 menit. Bentar, aku setting dulu juga. Telat aku ini, hampir telat ini tadi anjir. Nanti Bleed ketemu yang menang ini sih antara Team Secret dan ONIC ya. Aku berharap ONIC sih tetap maju anjir. ONIC maju, Bleed ngelawan ONIC maju lagi, udah Indonesia semua. Jadi Indonesia punya perwakilan lah paling enggak cuy di champion. Seru banget coy. Soalnya Singapura, Malaysia udah ada satu kan Paper X. Aku sih berharapnya Indonesia. Kemudian Thailand udah ada satu ya kan. Thailand udah satu, Sersia kemarin disikat kan sama ONIC. MI Thailand disikat, jadi cuma ada satu. Ya udah. Aku berharap sih yang menang Indonesia cuy, biar Indonesia e-sports makin maju lagi.
Play initiator for Team Secret. Favorite round or highlight ko this year, yung pag may na-knife ako na kalaban. Uy!
Oh no! Not the time! Jesse Bash! Mace to the face! Oh no!
Tinawag na siya ng mga supporters na Tondo Team. So, yun, sobrang trending lagi siya pagka may nananipe kami or ako. Especially ako madalas kasi nakaka-knife. So, yun. Pinaka-goal namin, pinapangarap namin magkaroon ng world title na all Filipino players champion in the world.
Ya, Filipin belum ada juga ya.
Hindi lang kasi para sa akin for the Philippines.
Tapi karena aku Indonesia ya, aku dukung orang Indonesia cuy. Filipin nggak ada di champion juga. Kalau nggak salah sih nggak ada.
After LCQ champions talaga.
Soalnya yang dari Asia cuma Xerxia sama Peprex doang. Tim apa itu namanya? Thailand sama
Everyone has their eyes on champions, but out of the 4 teams remaining after the series, there will only be 3. It's Team Secret versus ONIC to get us started off in this day. My name is Pavlos, joined by Kremer on the desk to deliver this action in this best of 3. And my goodness, we are in for a treat.
You're absolutely right. These teams do look indistinguishable at times. Both ONIC, you have this very aggressive Indonesian side that have had some extremely effective standout games. And when these guys are on fire, they are unstoppable.
Okay, let's see.
Into the LCQ, they have looked a little bit shaky. Team Secret, complete opposite side of the spectrum. They've been playing out of their minds. We know them as one of the favorites. But we have seen some lackluster performances from them.
Yeah, both of them have kind of left some room to be desired from them. Both of them have got some sort of performances that we are waiting from them to kind of see if they are worthy of that champion spot, right? We've seen Bleed also bleed themselves yesterday, so no longer does it seem like it's one team to win it all. It's 4 teams now in contention of that spot, and the fact that these 2 teams have to play up against each other to get to that next stage, it's going to be a bloodbath. But getting things started off first, it has to be Fracture. ONIC, this is going to be tough for Team Secret.
I mean, to be honest,
harus
Secret, they have a
standing.
very big map pool. They're a very established team.
Pakai ini kah dubstep? Pakai race kah? Nggak pakai ini neon.
Best for them, but it's something they can make work. And I think Team Secret and Bleed are probably the 2 teams in this tournament that have the most the easiest time when it comes to going through.
Masih mirror pick ya? Oh, beda duelist doang. Beda duelist. Neon sama ini.
It seems that ONIC has gone back to their KO pick actually, because last time we saw it with a Fade. Why do you like KO more than the Fade?
For me, I think KO is a little bit faster paced than a Fade is.
Right.
The null command is very good at preventing your opponents from doing stuff, whereas a Fade
is
defending
dulu ya.
To be able to execute. So KO for me, as long with the flash guys, does have a little bit more effectiveness when it comes to retakes as well. So big fan of it.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure if this is the case, but I believe Team Secret haven't played Fracture this tournament so far.
They haven't.
And the composition is definitely different from what we've seen last time around, right? We kind of had an Astra Viper sort of composition last time around.
Yeah.
I suppose that probably was the previous meta, so we're now diving deep, fairly similar matchups. Actually a mirror comp coming into this, but attack side here for Team Secret as they do enter the A site. It's freely handed over as they get the spike plant. We'll be looking at a 5v5 retake.
Team Secret.
A 5v5 retake seems to be actually the normal Fracture. We saw it a lot of times yesterday, but that means that for ONIC, they need these first kills, they need them quickly. Team Secret don't really have the option for a flank here, so they need to brace themselves for the full frontal assault of our Indonesian Titans.
Let's see if the adaptation of Team Secret
Waktu
pays
nih,
off here.
perang sama waktu nih.
Seems they've done their
Tinggal
homework so far, but
delay
it
nih.
seems ONIC also
Ngedelay
at the same
doang.
time entering main, 3 players strong.
Kanannya
Down to the
cek.
side, but Bulko
Nice.
on the sideline will get caught
Nice.
off. Shiro
Diligent.
putting his
Nice.
stance
Let's go.
into Witz's head. Jeremy and JC Vash, the only 2 players remaining. ONIC have done a splendid job not trading back themselves, right? 4 points of health for every single one of them. The Incendiary might be all they need. Aftershock could delay a little bit, but at least it is diffused halfway. Jeremy is dying to the flames. The panic.
Gak ada
The
waktu.
sheer chaos, but the diffusal will be coming in on time with a second to spare. It's ONIC with
Apa
first
tuh?
An
blood.
absolutely perfect
Keturunan
retake
apa
from
tuh?
ONIC there, and that was spearheaded by Munyets on that Neon. Actually,
Paham
not even
je.
using the additional pace there. That was just a complete move in and kill everyone as they come. ONIC also doing a very good job at isolating the 1v1s. Really, really strong play from the Brimstone to identify that the remaining
Nice
members
lah.
are probably going to be over.
Nice.
By Dish, that Molotov single-handedly won.
Telat dikit tadi
was
ini
already
ya.
a one round,
Aftershotnya telat
guaranteed
dikit.
it.
Kalau aftershotnya di cast di awal sebelum dia dapat setengah tuh, kemungkinan nggak mungkin bisa di defuse.
For me, Team Secret though, they're going into a map, they can be a little bit shaky. What their strength is being able to adapt when they're behind, which is absolutely crucial. And it was crucial in their game to get here against.
Oh, mereka dubstep
Really
Jeremy,
that now,
Boku,
as Team Secret look to explode onto this B site.
Yang nggak main berarti
to
siapa
challenge
nih?
Severin.
They probably want to do
Diganti,
it quickly
ya?
as well,
Satu.
because if they do check their back line, it may
Dispenser
be
ya?
infiltrated in a very quick fashion. Two
Yeah,
players
Dispenser
coming
diganti
upon it. It's
sama
Monier to show his ground,
Jeremy.
getting the two. Dubstep does throw some paint shells
Nice.
towards the upper
Nice.
skies, but still,
Let me
it's
more.
just a single kill to be falling in favor.
Harusnya mereka udah tahu sih satu udah masuk
are
bisa.
one-sidedly in the arms of ONIC.
Itu udah
Borkum,
diliatin tuh sama
unsure,
NC
finds
Smasher.
himself a better weapon to work with.
Nah, tuh.
But apart from that,
Nice.
it felt like it could have gotten a second there, right? But
Yep.
it's all it is, just the one, and it's ONIC with a second round.
Elmi Moore's a bit of a speed demon,
Okay,
apparently.
tiga-
Really nice martial kills
tiga
from him
Spectre.
there to be able to just turn 180 for that final kill. I also want to highlight how Munyet is now very close to getting a very quick overdrive. Now,
Ya,
we
overdrive
have
habis
seen
ini
ONIC
Monyet
really
udah
like
dapat
these
overdrive.
early dual list ults. You know, we've seen very, very early tour de forces when they're on Elmi Moore. I'd like to see the same from the overdrive. Bear in mind, you don't have very good weapons when you're on your bonus, and getting that overdrive sort of levels the playing field a bit.
And now it's Team Secret's chance to enter. It kind of seems familiar what they're trying to attempt here. That A-site push, which they have executed on the pistols, but it's a bottom-sided crunch for ONIC, which by process of elimination does show that they're probably entering either from Dish or Arcade, but as they do enter to the A-site, the call is given over from Elmi Moore. He doesn't even need to see his opponents and still ends up getting a kill, an all-important one, giving ONIC a chance.
That's certainly going to sting here, but look at the flank of Jeremy. He is attempting to catch out Severin, but little does he know, Severin's already pushing down by Dish.
Ooh, the dink. And we're
Udah low
unable
banget
to
Severin.
actually get the kill there. Maybe in trouble. Ooh, Elmi Moore with another. This could be a pistol win. And they're blocked out from the smokes. Aggression from Elmi Moore. And there could be a kill for unknown. JC Vash says a big note to that aftershock available to be used. But it's taking a while, therefore the diffuser may come through. It has come through halfway though. But Team Secret still have plenty of players to try and disrupt this. But they can't.
Nice.
Not in time. Jerry might be getting a couple there, but it's ONIC to come out top with a victory.
An absolutely
Nice.
beautiful retake there. Retake
Dapat
from
upgrade
ONIC
juga.
there. And what I love
Dua
is the
senjata
fact that once they
lumayan.
identified that Elmi Moore was going to be challenged by Jeremy on the flank, rather than actually trying to kill the player on the flank, they just started committing the flashes. They started deploying the utility from the Neons to just disrupt them, followed by the flash drives on Severin, and it meant that Jeremy couldn't justify swinging from spawn, meaning ONIC were able to just focus on Dish, take the 1v1s as they come, and stick that defuse. An absolutely incredible start from them. And for Team Secret, the buy is going to have a Vandal to it, so you can't underestimate what Jeremy can do here. But for me, Dubstep needs to get that showstopper online as quick as humanly possible. If he can pop off on this race, he can mitigate the effectiveness Munyet is having so far, because right now he is ready for a lights-out game.
Coming into this Team Secret, I think they've already kind of they've already been feeling a bit shaky. Yeah, we can see they put some practice into this new composition, but in regards to playing officials, it's a new mountain to climb for them, while ONIC are tried and tested on this, and probably one of the strongest teams in the tournament in regards to this map. So coming into this one, we know that Team Secret are really going to struggle, but with a hero Vandal on Jeremy, a lot lies on his shoulders. A-site taken over, Elmi Moore at the bottom side, double blast back enabling the push, but suddenly Team Secret come out on top, equalize the scoreline in regards to the players.
3v3, dan ada upgrade senjata.
Go down in a very aggressive position.
What this means is that for Team Secret, regardless of how they leave the site, they're going to be able to defend this spike. Be bold to plant it there, but it's going to really reap some rewards.
It definitely helps that Borkum has his orbital strike as well.
You see how passive he's being now as well.
Oh, the incendiary has been dropped already though. Will that mean that they'll be in trouble? Onto the site they go. Orbital strike enabled. ONIC get off it, but it buys some time. Sky Smoke can be enabled. Aftershock followed up, Incendiary, that is very good timing for it. The next thing that they can do is spray upon them. They lose out on the trade.
Nice.
It's all down to Borkum. He finds an alternative angle, sprays down across, doesn't quite connect, brings out a Phantom, 10 bullets, but it's already diffused halfway. Can he interrupt it? Runs out of more. Oh,
Nice.
it's
Stick
Sonic
diffuse
that way
nya,
yet
anjir.
again.
Nice.
Team Secret with nothing.
Our Team Secret being cursed. There is no accuracy via quantity of fire, and with that, ONIC go 4-0 in a round they frankly robbed from Team Secret. Bear in mind, Team Secret went into a very, very weak buy. So the fact they were able to do that much damage, despite only going into the round with one Vandal, does really restore faith in the
itu sih
knowledge that Team Secret
posisinya
will be able
sih.
to adapt, and they've shown it here by going for such an open plant, allowing the orbital strike to be used. This may come and haunt them though without
I'm
that
out.
orbital strike. They have to rely on that null command and that
Itu
sort of
tadi
force.
harusnya bisa
Going
menang
into
sih
this
emang.
round,
Tim Secret
we
bisa
probably
menang
won't see
itu
the sort
tadi.
of force, however,
Cuma
Jeremy
nggak di-spray
has been
lagi.
impartial to bringing out
Spraynya
sort of
ini
while having a Vandal
kurang beruntung aja.
for a timeout. I'm interested to see what comes of this.
How heartbreaking is it for Team Secret attempting something in multiple variations that they've practiced? It seemed all of these are set pieces, all of these are things that they had prepared, and none of them
Elmima
working.
punya Tour de Force nih, bahaya nih.
How does that have to stack up in their feelings?
I feel like last
Kalau
round
aku
it
jadi
kind of
Elmima,
did
senjata aku
work,
kasih ke
because
Severin.
the only reason they lost is because they
Kemudian
have
pakai
ammo.
Tour de Force.
And that is something you can remedy. It's something you can remedy very quickly. And if Team Secret end up
Atau
losing
mungkin nanti
another
di-save
round
buat
because
pakai di
of
Eco.
ammo
Itu aja,
conservation,
pilihannya
feels
di
weird
sana.
to say. It's not a problem you have in Valorant. So I'm really, really hoping this isn't something that repeats itself. But what is going to be interesting is whether or not ONIC choose to go aggressive, because right now they've had a some very good retakes. Maybe this is where they try and change that and make sure that the retakes don't even have to happen if they can get these kind of 1-2 man advantages before Team Secret can descend onto a site. Out comes that sort of force.
Oh, upset. The double
Oh,
side
no.
peak here from ONIC pays dividends, although still equally traded. Jeremy with a tour de force. On the opposite side, enters with JC Vash, and now look to put caution to their win. Severin might be trapped here. There could be two individual different fights as Wits finds some space, but Elmimo elevated. Good opportunity for one. Severin as well. Wits finds the pick, but does he turn around?
Nice.
Severin doing so much.
Posisinya Severin bagus banget.
The spike will be going down, but it's a tall order for both Jeremy and Borkum to defend this.
Borkum gets the hell out of there as well. He realizes that the
Yeah,
upfront
Tudor
utility
Fossé
is going to be key for Secret here.
Oh no. His abilities get disabled. He can't rendezvous out of there. Oh, he's in a really tough spot.
Oh,
Flash drive.
posisinya.
Severin with a wonderful
Oh,
peek. Borkum
no.
with everything to do. Oh,
Nice.
into his face, as blind as a bat. And
Nice.
Shiro will be taking
Kena
him
blind.
Pavlos, that is why I like the KO over the fade. That flash accompaniment with the flashes from Breach means that retakes become that bit easier. ONIC have demonstrated that now with, I believe, all 5 of their rounds being a retake, being an afterplant. For Team Secret, the silver lining in that is they are getting to these sites. They are getting into positions that could be won, whether it be different positioning, whether it be different weapons. Or different
5-0
abilities.
anjir.
That part
Statement.
can be changed.
Let's go.
Actually getting
Yep.
to the site is usually the harder part. So I'm very happy with them so far because it's only going to take a few minor
technical
adjustments.
pause.
We do have a brief tech pause, but going into round 7, look at ONIC's ult management. 3 of their players are about to have their ults available. Munyet's about to get the overdrive as a 4th, and I believe it's going to be NC Slasher who we're sort of waiting on for that aggressive orbital strike.
It's unfortunate, I think, for ONIC to have a tech pause like this because it can break momentum, can't it?
Yeah, it really can. It really can. And I think for Team Secret as well, it does give them a chance to potentially sigh for a moment, realize, okay, you know, ONIC are a very different beast. Well, a hedgehog, but, you know, in this case, an even scarier beast. And potentially we can use that to work against them. I think for ONIC, right now they're down.
Tech pause ada masalah tuh. Nggak tahu Tim Secret mungkin.
A little bit one-dimensionally.
Okay.
So if they do walk into the crossfires, they may be in some serious trouble.
Okay, so maybe room for
Oke,
Team
udah
Secret
jalan.
to adapt and punish.
Oh, ONIC nih.
But
Diam
I think
semua
this
tuh.
is a great opportunity to remind the viewers what the stakes are here, right?
There are some pretty high stakes.
There's some pretty high stakes, not the stakes that we know of, medium well.
Cuma
and
NC
stuff
Slasher
like
doang
that.
yang kena.
No, this is where one of these teams will be going home, and the other will be entering the top 3 of APAC LCQ.
Yeah, and with the APAC LCQ, Pavlos, there can only be one winner.
There can only be one winner, and that winner will be representing the region as one of the 3 in the Champions tournament over in Istanbul. So quite a lot of stakes. No fillets, no ribeyes, just one spot to be taken up over in Champions. But yeah, quite a game so far. ONIC very dominating, right? I believe it's 4-0 right now for them, if not 5. You know, it's looking pretty strong. It's looking pretty strong. How do you see Secret coming back from this? You mentioned some things that ONIC are doing one-dimensionally. How do you see Secret punishing those and trying to bring their way back?
I think the issue Secret are facing at the moment is they're definitely going for Plant goes down, and then a lot of them just get off the site, and they try to use their utility to just delay enough to win the round.
Right.
I think I'd like to see them be a little bit more aggressive, take a little bit more map control, not via lurks, but via actually fighting ONIC. So ONIC aren't in a position to set up their retakes, to set up their flashes, which, as we saw last round on that B site, those flashes just destroyed Secret.
Yeah, and it seemed like a lot of those fights with Team Secret have been working, right? Because most of the time, they have been getting themselves into the site. It's not the initial stages of the round that they're suffering from, it's those post-plants. Right, is them being unable to stop those defenders getting those retakes. So props for ONIC for having such strong retakes, but at the same time, you know, you want to see Secret being a little bit more solid over here. So you guys might be wondering what is happening right now. There is a small tech pause waiting for everybody to connect again. I believe one of the players has disconnected. They'll be here shortly. Don't worry, we'll be back in.
That's all right. We paused the game for this camera segment. Actually.
Yeah, we just want to be on camera.
Yeah, I know. Wow.
Masih ada tech pause. Kayaknya dari ONIC deh. ONIC tadi playernya diam semua soalnya.
Something else I quite like as well is, as you mentioned, ONIC going into retakes, it's not really because they've been allowing this to happen. We are still seeing these retakes consist of kind of 3v3s, 4v4s, and a lot of the time, actually, even though you can get to a site, sometimes they're a man up. So we are seeing kind of 3-on-2s, third player falls in, so he goes to 2-on-2, in which ONIC are able to just convert.
I'd like to draw things to perspective here, right? Because we're looking at some top 4 teams so far that have made it here. Let's focus on the 2 teams that we have at hand right now, and from their journeys in the LCQ so far, how much of a chance would you give them in regards to running away with the whole LCQ, right, and getting that spot? Because if you look at Secret's journey, a tough one against Bleed, but a bit of a redemption story against Order the other day.
And that was Order playing the best we've seen for a while. For me, I think these last 4 teams are all so closely matched. Veto becomes a huge matter. Your timeouts become a huge matter, and your ability to adapt on the fly become absolutely monumental to whether or not you're going to be able to win these series. On paper, these teams can make it. These teams absolutely can. Bleed looked shaky yesterday. Boom had a rough start to the tournament. This is by all means punishable. However, of course, we're in the lower bracket here. Unfortunately, we can't see ONIC and Team Secret progress as much as I would love for that to be the case. We are going to be going into round 6 now. As mentioned before, ONIC, huge ult advantage here. And for Team Secret, yes, they have that null command to mitigate the effectiveness. Dubstep and Jesse Bash are also very close to bringing out their showstopper and that rolling thunder. Dubstep's a highlight as well on the race. For me, I'm expecting something a little bit more fast-paced, actually, from Team Secret.
Well,
nice placement, trademark
anjir. By being spotted out by a trademark. Doesn't really cause any rotations for ONIC. They don't really mind. They've got their setups in mind as well, right? You've got the far push out from Elmi Moore in A main, so not really challenged by it. Instead, Team Secrets, they're the ones that pivot early and double back from their initial position.
Elmi Moore sih posisinya agresif
setting up for some aggression in A main here.
Ketemu nih.
Jeremy being alone, this could be a very big almost round.
Tertek 2.
He does get away, sure, but I think him
kagak mati anjir.
Follow-up utility
Tinggal 2
is
HP.
actually going to cue ONIC into the fact that Jeremy's just a lurker. ONIC right now don't know where Team Secret are, but they can certainly extrapolate it. With the KO dagger coming out, I think ONIC are going to prepare themselves for a B defense. You see the Breach already making his rotation.
Yeah, they don't garner too much information though out of that one. And opposite to that, 2 players spotted.
3 bukan 2.
From the ONIC dagger. And now they know. And now we see rotations. 3 now dedicated towards this B site, and there's not much time remaining. Elmi Moore wanting to go for a push, and
masih
from Jeremy's straight peek earlier
Jeremy
on,
masih hidup,
very low. Balkan with the entry though, that's important. Now they can start entering the site, but there's still more players in that fight, and they yet have garnered all of that space.
Oh no, dengan 2 HP loh.
With only 2 points of health, but into Slasher wants to deny that spike plant, and he's still alive. 8 seconds, Rolling Thunder looking to concuss, and it might be on time. What an execute by Team Secret, barely getting the spike down. Shura's got to do it though, right? He's gotten 1 kill and now he's up against a 3. Oh no, 23 points of health. Is this really what we're seeing?
Kalau Wits
Is this a Shiro
dapat
clutch?
kill ke Wits.
There's one to the right-hand side, and I'm not quite sure if he's wary of it. I don't think he is.
No.
Jeremy might be missing out a couple of
Posisinya
those
ini off angle.
counter shots, but it's Team Secret to come out on top either way.
For a moment, it looked like Shiro was going to be the hero of that round, but no, it's actually Jeremy.
Monyet,
Those two
itu tadi
headshot kills.
breathing
2
langsung.
HP is
2
able to
HP
shut down
loh.
any rotate, any lurk, any flank from ONIC, and this is what I was saying earlier. When ONIC have a one-dimensional hits, when they're all pushing from the same angle, the crossfires can really come back to haunt them. And for a moment, Shiro did make it look like it was winnable, didn't he? He did do a very good job of isolating those first 2 kills. Unfortunately, the HP just was not there. And he was
Posisinya off
outflanked
angle
by
sih.
Jeremy.
Itu tadi
Flash
nggak
want
bisa
to score
kita
like Team
nyalain
Secret. If they
ini.
can continue this success, they could be in a great position. However, they've got a tour de force to contest with, as all of them once again set up
Not
for
to the
another
force.
hit to the success of the sites they had last round on B.
And even though it's a 5-round lead for ONIC in consecutive rounds, by the way, not too big of an economy has been built. It's gotta suffer a little bit.
They do, and
Wah, ini ketemu nih.
pushing through tunnel here. The brimstone's someone to watch out for. If you look as well, ONIC having aggressed through dish, this could be a collapse.
Ooh, no commands. That's very quick to be used out. Monyet does take down Wits, but in a position that can be resurrected. Do they expect NC Slash to be there? I think they do have an idea just from above. And that's someone trampled on. The Team Secret still with the advantage, but not for long. Spike might be going down. Scratch that thought, severing.
Nice.
Still alive. Shiro wants to join on that fight, and we've dwindled down to a simple duel.
Udah mundur dia. Spike-nya di situ soalnya.
Crazy.
There's a bit of utility for Shiro to use here. Just a single fault line. Over on JC Vash, there is that flash, there is that aftershock, which may definitely help in the after plant. But getting that plant down is going to be key here, not just for JC Vash, but for Team Secret.
It's a bit of a mind game, that's for sure. And it seems like JC Vash may be ready for it.
Oh no, dikit lagi.
Misses a shot, a very crucial one. A shot that allows Team Secret to get a second round.
That
Wah,
shot
dikit
also
lagi,
through
anjir.
the bullet hole. Team Secret right now are just tearing it open, making it bigger and bigger, and they're climbing through and bringing themselves back into this game. Remember, Team Secret are the team that know how to adapt. They're the team
dapat
that
headshot
are
dia.
gods at coming back from being behind. ONIC, yes, they did the early damage. Now they need to make sure they can continue the pressure. Otherwise, we will be seeing a comeback. And Team Secret, when they're on the up, is when they're most deadly.
Yeah, even though we're seeing players at the highest level, you can see nerves kick in. That's definitely one of the reasons why those shots could have been missed. Severin,
Severin sih.
very close here. And they know he's nearby, but how close do they think he is?
Oh.
No, this shot. Unfortunate for him. But for Dubstep, that
Dikit
is
lagi
a
tuh
good
dapat ini.
step in the right direction.
Even though Severin falls, he's able to get quite a bit of info off the back of it. He was flashed by the, he heard the flash from the breach, he was hit by the KO dagger, and he was killed by the raise. So with the knowledge of 3 players, that's where NC Slasher aggresses. Him falling now means that Team Secret have the option to go back around to be the unguarded, undefended site of ONIC.
They are taking their time. They're not playing around here. They want to make sure that no ONIC haven't put themselves in a weird cranny and are kind of hiding out. Maybe with a judge in
Udah
some
tahu
corner
sih,
to
harusnya.
shut a couple
Pemain
players
ONIC
down.
juga
No,
udah
they
tahu.
don't want to lose the advantage
Kalau
they've
mereka
garnered.
bakalan
They don't want to
pergi.
lose the weapons they've accumulated. With the spike going down, it seems like a lot of faith is put into Elmimore's Guardian. And the sheriffs of the rest.
no.
Monyet has a very
Udah,
short-lived
susah.
life himself.
Udah
The
susah
rest will
anjir.
fall fairly quickly. Shiro as well. No players fall for Team Secret.
3 rounds on the bounce now, and if I'm ONIC, honestly I wouldn't
Wah,
mind seeing
itu
a timeout
tadi.
from ONIC here.
Kesempatan mau menang tadi di round
Monyet
7
held
tadi
on to
juga.
this
Aduh,
overdrive
round
for a
6
good 4
juga.
rounds now. I want to see it get used in some form of aggression. Otherwise, we are going to be seeing Team Secret
timeout
really
akhirnya.
start to gain momentum. By the time the overdrive is used, it won't have any effect whatsoever. For NC Slasher as well, that orbital strike would have been actually great last round in dispositioning and more importantly delaying that plant. Fortunately, because he's too aggressive with his flank, he ends up falling and you lose that ult to use in the later stages of that round.
It seems that ONIC now are going for a timeout, right? Yeah. Now that they've lost the 3 in a row, sort of lose that tempo.
Monyet bisa pakai
It's a good reaction,
overdrive.
don't you think?
Severin
yeah, I do
bye.
like it.
Yeah.
It's also your
Bye,
side
bye,
just
bye,
hit by round
overdrive.
as well, so you really can sort of plan and calculate what to do next. Something that
Harusnya
has
sih pakai
surprised me,
overdrive.
this is from
Duitnya
both
bisa
teams,
nanti
is
buat
you've not seen
ngedrop
any
teman
gambles
nanti.
when it comes to operators just yet. And For Fracture, we have seen, and actually for most of the maps here, in fact all of the maps in this pool, an attacking operator isn't too bad a choice. We've seen in our last Fracture game actually, I believe that was with ONIC. They in the overtime were just buying operators as glass cannons on both sides.
It definitely is an indication of the playstyle these two teams want to take, right? Kind of play these close-ended playstyles, playing with team, playing the angles, playing the pace. So, yeah, no, definitely a big indication of that. But as well as the economy not fully established just yet for either side. Team Secret only just getting there, to be fair. And it now may seem like ONIC is starting to take an initiative towards the A main position. NC Slasher definitely will be spotting out some movement himself. Severin to try and delay it with any utility he has at hand. Dubstep to entry. Nothing NC Slasher could have done. And now they've got full B-side control just with a single kill.
I love this as well. This is off the back. This is off the back of a timeout. Team Secret. They use it against them to completely change the pace.
Wait, just aggressive through his smoke. Just a single flash and the W and mouse one key. Imagine how simple that looked. That is crazy to think that Team Secret were able to take an entire site by just that simple piece of utility.
They make it look effortless, don't they? Flawless round from Borkum as well to shut down Elmimor. Remember, Pavlos, that was a full buy from ONIC, and Team Secret just thwarted it like they were batting away a fly. Remember, ONIC, first 5 rounds looked unstoppable. It's the adaptation from Team Secret which has given them such a huge advantage now.
Wait, Shiro, I even used the Rolling Thunder there.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that. That's even more big than I would have thought it was.
Complete collapse.
Crazy.
And the repercussions of that.
Oh, enggak, masih belum kepake.
I think he does still hold
right.
it. So,
okay.
Oh, sorry, Pavlos, it's okay. It's okay. We don't need to,
right.
panic too much.
Not that bad.
However, you look at the economy, and for ONIC, this could very well be the equalizer of Team Secret.
Yeah, no,
they have
that
to
is
make
bad.
it work with Spectres, Sheriffs, the Headhunter on Elmimor. And for Team Secret as well, look at the economic cushion they've been able to develop over the last 4 rounds. This is going to be so hard to break, particularly when we're starting to enter the latter stages of this first half.
And I think this is a stage of the game where mind games start to get put in place, right? Team Secret, fairly slow after showing big movements of aggression earlier on. ONIC, a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, it feels like Team Secret, they had a few nightmares about like the Hedgehog hegemony, and they were like, okay, they're woken up, and now they really want to make sure that ONIC goes straight to the back foot.
So many rounds Team Secret came close to getting the round, and ONIC prevailed, getting a 5-0 start, but now Team Secret are able to put a close to those ideas.
You're absolutely right, and NC Sasha as well. He's held on to this orbital strike for so long. We've not seen chances to use it. Elmimor just about gets away, but Team Secret, they are barreling their way towards this B site.
Elmimor.
Oh, Elmimor nggak dapat apapun.
Anywhere. But Jeremy has put some hot lead on
Nice.
his opposing sides. Borkum over-aggresses. That could be a phantom in the hides of the defenders. Rolling Thunder can actually delay this. They might not be able to get the spike down in time. It's going to be a close one. Orbital strike as well. Oh no!
Nggak ada waktu.
It's getting from bad to worse.
Nggak ada waktu.
They can't get the spike down.
That's perfect.
Ah, udah.
This is just crazy.
Nggak ada waktu. GG anjir, di delay. Nggak bisa ini. Nggak bisa planting.
We finally see ONIC deploy those 2
Nice.
and they do
Let's go.
so to win a round they had.
Yang penting kan di game ini dapat frag. Waktunya habis.
And bear in mind, this
nggak bisa nggak dapat frag atau nggak bisa planting ya kan.
Able to get a plant. I believe it was kind of round 4 or 5 and
nggak jadi 4 detik udah lewat 4 detik nggak bisa.
ONIC, they've realized this is something we can punish, and it's something they punish with ease. 6-4 the scoreline. ONIC can guarantee at least a draw in this first half, but for Team Secret, they still have that cash. They're still looking to bounce back.
Oh no,
would have actually been
terlalu lebar dia.
We would be looking at a completely different scenario.
Okay.
Just entries like
3v2.
God. Double kill, NC Slasher joins in, but at the end of the day, it's still one
Jeremy
disadvantage for Team Secret.
Not only is it a one-man disadvantage, look
Jeremy nih bisa bikin masalah nih.
They're gonna have to force out some 1v1s.
Hampir aja. Mati dia. Kena fragment harus lari dia.
And now he's leveled the playing field.
And right now, ONIC, they have no clue where Jeremy is. He's
Ya
been so
Jeremy
quiet
nih yang
all
jadi
round
masalah nih.
that they just have to assume he could be in their spawn, he could be in cave, he could be in tunnel, and it means their rotation back to B, which they have read fairly well, needs to be slowed and staggered.
And now they've grouped up. ONIC separated. Wins out on the
Severin
long
udah
distance trade
ketahuan
against the
satu.
Phantom. Severin and Shiro. Now on the hot seat.
Nice.
Takes down the first.
Udah,
38
delay.
seconds. Plenty of time for Team Secret to get that spike down.
Delay
Jeremy
lagi.
can't though. Aftershock has to be drawn out into the open.
Nice. Posisinya jelek tuh. Buat sembunyi jelek itu. Masih punya aftershock soalnya.
Game, and I say that because usually when your chamber has a quiet game, the team has a quiet game. Not for
GG.
ONIC. Shiro has stepped up. He has risen to that mantle, and right now he's
Zero.
challenging Borkum and Jeremy, accompanied by Munyet, who last round did have 2 beautiful openings. As for Team Secret, they enter the last round of the half with 4
Mimor
ultimates
jatuh
short,
lagi
but the
nanti
momentum
operatornya
suddenly has
nih.
stagnated a fair
Anjir.
bit. Over at ONIC,
Dia
they
nggak
have
sempat
held
pakai
command, and
operator
early use of
dari tadi.
command
Sama
can
ini
really
Tour de
mitigate the
France-nya juga
effectiveness of
sama.
this ult cash that Team Secret have been able to hold on to and
Oh,
cultivate.
pakai Tour de France anjas.
ONIC must be very happy with the resurgence they found. Team Secret, on the other hand, want to make sure this gap is small as possible. Last round and a half.
Oke, ini udah ketahuan sih ini harusnya.
This is where they
Flash,
can start
masuk.
entering. Blast back, showstopper.
Udah nggak ada
dubstep.
siapa-siapa.
Won't be finding anyone right there. At least a nice.
Oh, nice, Elmimor.
Survives and even gets another kill. Dubstep is deep.
Nice,
within the
monyet.
back line,
Dapat
but
lagi
Monyet just
satu.
keeps ONIC ever stronger, depleting the forces of the attack. Dubstep looks to push back.
Nice, kena flash dia, nggak ngeliat tuh.
Who was just there and waiting
Itu nggak
for him.
ngeliat tuh dubstep
Simply bullets between the eyes
nggak tahu kalau ada
ball.
musuh di situ.
On every single one of these
Nice,
players
clean,
of Team
clean.
Secret, ONIC look to extend the advantage at halftime.
This is the ONIC we know and love. It's the ONIC we saw in the first five rounds, where they just decimate on their retakes. Pavlos, only one player took damage in that retake. That may very well change as they look to push into that Molotov, but it's all fun and games.
The statement did not age well.
No, it didn't.
Looking good.
ONIC, they
Looking good.
really wanted that defuse.
Yeah, no, Monyet was like, yeah, okay, I'm
These are
gonna
my
let
stats to
Kremer
play.
say
84.
we
Looking
didn't take any
good.
damage and just walk into an incendiary.
Yep. For ONIC,
Sekarang
the
ONIC
next
nih yang
ball lead
attacking.
going onto your attack,
Tapi ini
Fracture is
map picknya ONIC sih
certainly a
emang.
strong position to be
Mereka
in.
harusnya
Remember,
emang lebih
Fracture is
confidence
ONIC's map picks. They are
untuk
on their
menang.
home territory. For Team Secret,
Okay,
they've got
let's see
Haven
lah.
up next. And for ONIC,
Tapi abis ini Heaven nih.
hit and miss. They have had some success with it in this last over the course of these last couple of games we've seen in this tournament. So I reckon this is probably the telltale sign.
Ini nih.
for a good
Stick diffuse-nya.
I say that because
Itu dapat diffuse anjir padahal
halfway
udah
through that
kayak
first
gitu
half, and
posisinya.
Secret just had 4 rounds where they didn't just look good, they looked dominant. ONIC had to do even better to shut them down. You can't take away from that. But Secret
Ini juga
showed
harusnya
that they're not
dapat kill tuh.
sourced to, get rolled
Cuma
over. They're
weaving
always gonna have
aja.
a solution.
Yeah, a lot of eyes have been on ONIC in regards to their play.
Itu untung
and their
ultimate-nya
resurgence
nggak
in
kepake
this
tuh.
season.
Pada
You know,
posisi
now
itu
first
tadi
in
dia mau
Indonesia,
open Rolling Thunder
getting
kan.
that fourth APAC
Untung
spot,
ultimate-nya
stage
belum
2
ke launch. Jadi
of the Team Secret, by the way.
masih ada.
But, I mean, when
Kalau
you
udah
look
ke
at
launch
the
itu
bracket,
rugi banget
you know,
aja buat
those
ONIC.
third, fourth places aren't that highly reflective, I think, of the general sort of performance at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's also against
Vandal
the team that
moment
you
nih,
end up
itu Vandal
playing
moment
against
sih.
in that bracket,
Vandal itu kalau
which is why I
di
think we saw Bleed sort of fall a little bit earlier on.
Yeah.
kalau aim
Yeah.
controlmu
And
jelek
just
jangan
a little
pakai
highlight as
Vandal.
well is the support staff for ONIC.
Jangan di spray
Yeah,
pakai
Coach
Vandal.
Ewok has,
Kalau aim controlnya
I
nggak
believe
bagus
with
sih.
him a couple of months now, and he's
Susah
really been able to
kontrolnya
take
daripada
them to the
Phantom.
next level.
Keuntungannya
For
Phantom
Team
tuh
Secret as
gampang
well,
dan
with the huge management structure, it's-
recoil
well,
rate-nya itu
anti-strike feels
refresh-nya
like, ooh,
cepet.
strike will just dissolve into
Yeah.
like this puddle of
Tapi ya
mud.
gitu nggak bisa
Yeah, I love that you mentioned
lebih
the
dari
coaching
15
staff
meter
over
kan
on the
dia
ONIC side,
140
because
kan
if you look at
damage-nya.
the roster in general, they've been around for about a year, right? As its current iteration that they are right now.
Yeah.
Since August of 2021, these guys have been together, right? So they needed some fresh air come into the team.
And it's like last 4
coming
months.
through the coach
Yeah.
is the perfect way to do it.
Yeah, and it's like last 4 or 5 months they've just erupted. So
Yeah.
Ewok really he's found the magic source for ONIC, and with that Team Secret on the defense now have a very aggressive Munyet to deal with. But she doesn't clear the corner.
Oh, that is awkward.
Wah,
Although
dia
it is still shredded.
dia kurang
Fragment
rajin
does fall
lagi
short of the mark.
si
JC
monyet
Bastian on site will end up
nggak
being
rajin
crunched
dia.
upon.
nggak di clear lagi
Painful
angle-nya.
But it doesn't
Mati
seem Team
gara-gara nggak
Secret
nge-clear
wanna
angle.
let them down anytime soon. They want to keep the pressure on them, and it's turning out to cost them. They are walking in one by one, and Team Secret are
Harus
getting
tetap di clear cuy kayak gitu.
smashed.
At least in this
Soalnya levelnya sekarang udah level internasional kan udah
Blitz is dead, and
APAC gini, VCT APAC gini.
Two players are low.
Playernya itu
Could very much be
mainnya
doable.
sih kadang malesin juga.
Oh, he knew where one player was coming from. If he would just press mouse one there,
Oh,
it would have been. But
susah
obviously without being
cuy.
able to see
Jadi
them,
wit susah banget.
it just becomes that much
Mati
more
dia.
tough. Top line ends up with one. Better than nothing, but it's still ONIC with a pistol. And that was
I
Team
love that.
Secret's necessity to get back into the
9-4.
I love that ONIC. The
Looking
second
good.
they
Ayo
realize
Nick,
they're in a 3v1,
kalian ketemu
it's
Blitz,
like
dukung
the
deh,
idea
ayo
of
aku
screams
tontonin
everyone,
sampai
"Go
habis.
fighting." And they all sort of like manipulate into their little corners, they hide, they wait, and then it's all as one they take the fight. It's some serious teamwork, and it shows that this team has been together a long time. And with that level of establishment, the other thing I want to highlight now is that for teams going into the eco, ONIC, a lot of teams recently have been going for these kind of bulldogs and these vandals. At least one or two.
Elmimor
on
pakai
the
ini
eco.
Marshall.
That's not
Let's
the
go.
case here. The Spectres mean that it's going to be a fun round here for them. But it means their bonus
okay.
may be a little bit tougher.
And both teams will avoid each other.
Anjir,
I actually really
mereka
like that.
gambling,
You're on
Team
an eco,
Secret
you might as
gambling
well
tuh
stack
di
up.
arah
If it wins,
lihat tuh
awesome, it's
ngumpul
gonna
semua
win.
di sini.
If not,
Mereka
then fair
gambling.
enough, you have to go for the retake.
Ini,
A
tapi
few
memang
exits
Iko
at
sih.
the end of the
Iko
world
klasik,
when you are
pakai klasik,
investing
mending
back.
gambling sih
Also to
daripada
highlight
ini.
as well is that they've brought
Kadang bisa
every
menang
single
soalnya
utility in
dengan
this round as well.
stuck 5
saving
orang
as
kayak
much
gitu.
as possible.
Soalnya semua pakai
Can't find
klasik.
strength in weaponry. Might as well find it in numbers.
Exactly.
It's the friend game.
Ini
The
mau
friend game.
It's the friend.
Okay,
You know,
in.
when you have friends, with the power of friendship, you can be stronger.
udah nggak ada siapa-siapa. Wow, siapa si monyet udah ini cuy, udah belajar dia. Monyet udah belajar cuy. Dicek tadi angle yang di atas tuh,
I like
yang
how
di
with
A di
rotation as
atas
well,
di
they're
belakang
all doing
box.
it together. A lot of teams, they end up
Soalnya
spreading out and they sort of
dia
go for
kemarin
the
mati
angles
gara-gara
where
nggak
it's
ngecek
from.
gitu kan
And you see
anjir.
jewels around the map. In this
Itu
case, it's just a
kesalahan
matter
dia.
of finding a player
Pas kalah sama Boom. Iya, kalau nggak salah. Bukan karena
It's a
Boom.
very brutal way.
Sama siapa?
Yeah, well,
Sama Blitz.
Put him up against the wall, start slapping him.
yeah.
Give me your money. That
I
is
suppose
Saya
it's better
itu
than
sama
being shot.
Blitz deh. Dia
Yeah.
Because a classic
Very
very
true.
shall hurt. So
very true.
sama
Let's
Boom ya
not
benar.
put this
Sama
into
Boom cuy,
pragmatic
sama Boom.
perspective.
Sama Boom. Itu nggak dicek angle-nya itu jadi kalah
Gonna get ready
dia.
for this lead though, and he may actually be able to delay players enough to actually die to the spike explosion. I love that. That was
Yeah,
cheeky.
this is smart. This is very smart. This is causing pressure onto Team
Oh, that was
Secret.
perfect.
Yeah, they take down a couple of players from ONIC. Not that bad.
Yeah, two kills. You make them use a lot of utility as well over on ONIC. You really bleed them. For Team Secret, though, something to highlight is that 10-4 down now. That cushion you had going into the next half is sort of gone. You need to make this buy round work. If not, that lifeline is just going to get shorter and shorter. For ONIC, it is going to be a bonus, sure. The other thing I want to mention is that because they've spread the frags out quite nicely in the second half, it means that we haven't really seen any ults come online, or won't see any ults come online until it's going to be buy round versus buy round, which means that usually spells chaos for round 16 or 17.
ONIC with lesser weapons. I know they'll want to do a lot of damage here to make sure they close out this map quickly.
Right there.
Give Team Secret nothing to hold on to in regards to comfort and pace. Because we do know Team Secret is a slow starter. If the start continues to be on that second map as well, and ONIC keeps being strong, then that could be one of their best chances of closing out this series as a victory.
Very well could be. Blitz hoping for a timing here from Tower. But ONIC have been so slow for the last, for about a minute now. They're just trying to wait to see if Team Secret are going to use any utility. They haven't. It means we're going to have a very big fight for this initial deployment to B. And on the back of that, JC Vash, great timing with that Brimstone smokes. They know that ONIC are going to have to push through this if they want any hopes in getting to B here.
Well, the dagger has been sent over to Tower. Monyet will be after
Oh.
Wits, but ends up falling himself. Borkum moves out of the smoke, ends up punishing so many players. Good coordination with flashes as well. Doesn't seem like ONIC are getting anything out of this one unless Elmimor hits more shots.
Oh.
The stack up on multiple
hampir.
players on that y-axis will mean that Elmimor won't be able to grab anybody else, but it's still Team Secret on the board on the second half.
It's a bonus round, so they are able to quickly put it down with some relative ease. For ONIC, the buy comes out, and there's that aggressive operator investment on Elmimor. It's a bit of a gamble because of how expensive it is. It means they won't have head armor, but it does mean you have that potential to just pluck one of the members from Team Secret out of the round.
2-0 kena
initially.
flash sih.
And Team Secret, they've been fairly impartial to
Oh,
holding
dia nggak
angles,
bisa
so
ngelihat
it's something that
2-0,
the operator
anjir.
definitely punish. But it's going to come down to time. It's going to come down to discipline. So much so, actually, Elmi Moore goes, I don't want an operator anymore. I'll go down to the Vandal. Team Secret aggressing via B, looking to collapse onto ONIC here.
Yeah, very important push by Team Secret. Clearing them out, putting pressure to the backline of ONIC. Not allowing them to set up for the take towards this A site without making sure that they're cleared before any attempt to the push is initiated. Oh, they're going to go after them. There needs to be good coordination with flashes because we've got two different angles here and they won't be able to account for all of them. They're not accounting for Borkum, but still equally
3v3.
traded. Who lost more in that fight?
Oh.
Honestly, I feel like that was relatively even, but Shiro is having a lights-out game right now. And you don't expect it from the breach, but he's making it work. In terms of who wins what, I think ONIC just about win this because they still have Jeremy on the lurk, or Elmi Moore on the lurk.
But Wits is wary of it, and
No
down
longer
he
have the
goes.
lurk.
Never mind to that statement, I guess. But still 2v3. And Team Secret start to
2v3
wonder,
anjir,
have to
susah
make a
nih.
gamble. Where do they dedicate JC Vash? And it seems they've made the wrong one. Or have they? It's a matter of timing.
If Wits gets the first
30
kill here,
seconds
he can
left.
bring out the null command and just mitigate any effectiveness.
And Wits, then it won't be paying attention to him for too long, and that's a double
Oh,
on
Wits.
Bring it up to a 3K this
Timingnya.
round. Team Secret look to be back in it.
I love me those spray transfers Pav lost. ONIC, it's time for a timeout. I think you cannot understate Team Secret's momentum once they get it rolling because they're such a strat-heavy team, because they're such a reserved team. It means that when they gain momentum, it's slower for them to gain it, but it's much harder for them to lose it. ONIC, with this high-tempo, sort of flary way of playing, it means that you need to stay on top for as long as possible before these established teams start to really reel you back in. Just to highlight how well Shiro's doing, currently it's 19-7 Pavlos.
And now ONIC have to stabilize with a pistol. I mean, this particular round is not one we need to put too much emphasis on, I don't think, but it's a round where ultimates could be built up, right? Look at the lack of orbs on that left side. Not too many, right? LC Slasher, even if he dies, orbital strike. Elmi Moore gets a kill, dies, or gets himself his ultimate as well, Tour de Force. Severine, similar standpoint. So this is sort of a damage control round from ONIC, and to keep Team Secret on a leash.
That was clean. Jeremy just removing Elmi Moore from the round, and that's the issue when you have a lurking chamber. It can sometimes come back to bite you. ONIC, they lose one of their players. There's no way to trade to that. They're all on the other side of the map. They were hoping for a timing now to hit this B site, but Team Secret, they're prepped and ready.
Oh no, kagak masuk.
Will commence though. Borkum with a double. Shiro bouncing back from it, but you can't expect too much, especially when Wits is lurking
Wits,
in
sialan.
the shadows.
Posisinya
Team
bagus
Secret on
banget,
7,
off angle
closing up
terus
the
dia.
gap to 3.
It looks like B site is
Timingnya juga.
Wits' domain. He is absolutely
Ayo, Nick.
decimating getting one
Ayolah,
tries to swing
3
into
poin
him.
lagi.
And Wits is having
Bisa
a bit
lah.
of a wake up, quiet first
Ini
start,
kalian punya
goes to
senjata
the
nih
fence,
sekarang.
and he
Let's
is
go.
absolutely punishing ONIC if they do not clear every single nook and cranny on that site. For now, though,
Dia
ONIC,
mau
they are
mau
actually
popping
really
swing.
needing this timeout have lost. They really need to call it soon. Otherwise, Team Secret are going to equalize.
Mau nyoba
but
popping swing
before
tuh
you
tadi
realise
si
it.
Chamber.
The silver lining for ONIC at the moment, though, is they do have an ult advantage. Elmi Moore's one away from its order force. This is accompanied by Shiro, Severin, and of course NC Slasher, who have theirs available. It's an orbital strike and a null command available for Team Secret, so the retakes can be damn strong. And if you look at the aggression through B here, this means that for ONIC, if they don't hit this A site as quick as humanly possible, they're going to get outflanked and crunched from behind.
Oh, Severin was very smart to do a bit of a jiggle peek there. A strafe peek. Finds information quickly, and instead of falling backwards, they do commence their push. Jeremy on the left side corner won't be checked here because the orbital strike has been shown. Jeremy, does it single-handedly, at least for a couple of players, and now the rest of them can't find safety in time. NC Slasher to do it all alone. Flash drive at his face, still recovers for just a little bit more damage, but not enough for a kill. Team Secret looking unstoppable right now.
No,
they've
not
really
looking
woken
good
up,
anjir.
and once Team Secret
Time
wake
out,
up,
time out,
there
time
is
out,
no
time out.
putting them down.
Kalau
It
aku
was
sih
a
kayaknya
bit of
butuh time out,
a
anjir.
from Jeremy. Jeremy actually is to have the trust.
Udah nih harus
to
calling time out sih.
focus on the players going from Dish. Instead, hard focus is on main, is able to get that first kill, so it's just the headhunter for another one because he's just built different like that, and it means that for Team Secret, it's a very clean cleanup when you're able to just swing in the 2 versus 1. You were also able to bait out NC Slash's orbital strike. You timed the null command to mean that there was nothing else to assist that ult, which means that for ONIC, you now have a Rolling Thunder with no friends to help out.
ONIC, very aggressive on the push. Very pace heavy, but Jeremy, he's been such an influential pillar on this ace site. Doesn't allow a speck of dust to move into his direction. Although Shiro finds a bit of an opening, an orbital strike will be utilized from Team Secret to keep them at bay for a little bit longer, but do they reckon they're going to be moving in again that quickly? They really don't want to hold back at all. ONIC wants as much as possible.
Susah cuy, nggak ada persenjataannya, udah nggak mumpuni banget, udah dijaga tuh angle-angle-nya.
If they want to move into the safe site, they do have a minute to work with. So the opportunity to move back is there if they need it, if they want it, but they're not going to take that.
Spike-nya ketahuan lagi.
Jeremy, insane.
What I love about Jeremy's style,
Spike-nya ketahuan,
is he isn't too flashy. We don't see these kind of huge, elaborate pushes where he's diving into the enemy back line and quick scoping everyone like it's a frag movie. His positioning is immaculate, which means that a lot of his shots look easy because his setup is so good. And what is so good about that from Jeremy is it means that not only are his shots easier to hit, but it also means they're more consistent. And you see him now kind of 17 to 10. We haven't been screaming Jeremy's name, but he's just consistently killing people. It's like it's a pastime for him.
Yeah. He's just doing his job. He's doing what is required of him.
Yeah.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, and it's a masterclass on how to do a defensive chamber. It really is. For ONIC, they do have a lot of abilities to work with here, and that round lead they had has just been mitigated to 1. They have the ults. Yes, they have a buy, but there's nothing behind this Pav loss. Severan's had to buy down to 0. There is nothing left. If this does not work, Team Secret are going to be winning the eco anyway, let's be honest, so it's going to be an 11 to 10 lead for them.
Yep. Does look like it may be the case. Rolling Thunder allowing Moniette to move in without any problems, but Jeremy is here on time. Every player from Team Secret is here on time. Second shot missed though, crucially, allowing the rest of ONIC to move onto the site unscathed, taking tower control, wanting to make sure that Arcade can be cleared out with the assistance of Elmimore, and it might be a good call.
Nice.
Elmimore is done by himself.
Nice, Elmimore. Nice, dubstep kena timing.
Again, and it's JC Vash to handle this, but
nice. That's needed, man.
11 to 9, ONIC back on the case.
That was a must-win for ONIC, and I'm very glad they were able to win it off the back of an incredible flank from Elmimore there. Just as we're hyping up Jeremy, Elmimore goes, hey, what about me? What about me? And what I love as well is that flank, it was
tapi mereka masih punya ekonomi sih buat ngelawan karena continuous menang round si tim Secret 2-3 round. Mereka masih punya duit.
With a Spectre, I imagine we'll see it come out this round. Everyone is stacked up by Dish apart from Elmimore, who's going to go on a little bit of a look, a little
masih punya 5.000 padahal habis
well, the rest of ONIC look to collapse onto this ace site, the one position which has been left relatively unguarded due to the aggression of Jeremy with that tour de force.
And now ONIC, I've got to buy. Losing this, that could put them in trouble. Want to make sure that this doesn't go wrong too quickly. And Team Secret gain too much of a tempo advantage to close out this map themselves. Trademark will spot them first. Fault line enabled. This is a good response. They're looking to push by. The contact is found very quickly. So much is thrown out. There's paint shells and concussion.
Oh,
Jeremy
no.
is the one that's got a clear sightline upon them, all from A main, shooting upon them as if they are nothing. As if they deserve to be on the ground to begin with. And now we're looking at a 2-on-2 already. Look at the quick wraparound from ONIC heading onto the B site. Team Secret are reacting to it, but one of the players will be a little bit late to the party.
Oh, this could be perfect.
Flash.
Oh no, nggak kena anjir. Elmimore, aduh. Nice, Elmimore. Akhirnya dia membayarnya dengan dapat kill anjir.
Jeremy, this is so winnable, Pavlos.
It really is. Oh, Elmimore.
Look at the HP.
He's so low. And Jeremy will just keep on crouching forwards. What a play by Jeremy. 4 kills this round. Hands the round over to Team Secret. Oh, the BM. Oh, the BM.
We see it, Pavlos.
Just didn't go there, Jeremy.
Welcome to APAC, my boy. we were waiting for it. We were waiting for it for a while. I'm glad we're seeing it in the first map.
Oh, he goes into the
The precedence has been set. We got 2 more maps of this.
Oh my god. That's a statement right there.
That is a statement.
Being so far behind at halftime, 8-4,
The
and
gauntlet.
then there's a resurgence. Jeremy, you know what? He's backing it up with his play.
Attackingnya
He
not
is.
looking
He's
good
backing
anjir.
it up with
Ini.
strong performances.
And those two,
ONIC.
and those 4 kills, they were through different mediums. The first 2, a point-blank tour de force where he's being rushed. The second, it's calm, collected, in a clutch. It's like he can transition his playstyle off the back of a whim here with ONIC now. Low money. They do still have a buy, though, making this round all the more crucial. Yes, they have a lead, but that lead may only be temporary if they're not able to shut down Secret's momentum.
And look at the buy, it's weak. I mean, not so much, since Slasher's the one on the Spectre. The rest of them do have rifles to work with, and Elmi more with a tour de force. But it's, again, Team Secret to take the pace upon themselves to get a push going, find some early information. I like this a lot. They've only left Jeremy on that A side. The rest of them are just handling B.
They only need it. They only need Jeremy.
They don't need anybody else.
Even if he doesn't kill anyone, he acts as an early warning system. Misses a shot, gets away, then they know that players are pushing over to A, and it means that Team Secret can really, really fortify their defense. It's that adaptation that we were wanting to see, Pavlos.
How fast of a crunch will this be, though, onto the safe side? If it's quick, they have an opportunity. But also the question is, how many kills is Jeremy going to be running away with? Flashed over, will fall back, and now has told his teammates, come over, guys, I need help. Oh, concussed, Shorty, close by.
Nice.
Monyet gets out on top of it.
Nice.
On the rotation,
Monyet,
King
nice.
still gets more.
Itu kill yang
Team Secret
penting
do
banget
not
cuy.
want to give ONIC any
Jeremy
comfort,
tadi
but
soalnya
this time
posisi
ONIC
ini ya,
demand
di
it.
atas ini dapat berapa kill ya? 3 kill anjir pakai chamber.
See the kind of Amanara for save him.
Oh no, mati nih.
It's been hurt up a little
Oh
bit. Ritz as
no, nggak
well.
dapat satu pun
Putting in
anymore.
some damage. It's not over till it's over, is it? But ONIC desperately need
Oh
this.
no,
Monyet is
dapat
out.
anjir.
Shot behind the wall.
2v3.
This is more palatable
Yo,
now.
bisa yuk.
This is more doable.
Oh, nice.
To the trade.
2v1.
It's Ritz. And if it's anyone to do it, it's going to
Oh
be
no,
Ritz.
winnable ini.
Flash looks away. That's one player, knows where one of them are, but doesn't know where Shiro is. That's tough. Another flush, another fault line.
Nice.
They all fall towards them.
Woo.
And that is ONIC now on map point.
Map point.
Let's
but
go.
Remember, Pavlos,
Match
this is
point.
ONIC's map pick. An incredible round from Monyet there. Not only to just get up into the
Ini
face
nih.
of the chamber, but also
Wah,
to
itu
buy so
untung
much
banget
space for
dapat.
the rest of his team here. Elmore, great stuff with the tour de force elsewhere to
Nice.
catch out the flanker, but it's Monyet that round who
Zero
did so
posisinya
damn
di
well
situ
to get
aja.
that much
Dia
space
fourth
to
line.
even double down on
Oh.
kills.
Timeout,
Timeout here
timeout.
has to be
Team
from
Secret.
Secret as we await to see
Ah.
just what the follow-up is. Remember, ONIC were at a make and break point there.
Yuk,
They
satu
did
lagi.
not have
Kalian
money.
semakin
They
dekat,
had to
satu
make that
langkah
work.
dekat untuk
And as
melawan
they
Bleed.
called to the heavens answered.
Soalnya
in the
habis
form
game ini
of
yang
Monyet.
menang
Shiro
ngelawan
also going
Bleed.
22 to
Nanti
11,
ketemu
just
Boom
quieted down a little bit
di
in the
apa?
later stages of this second
Ketemu
half.
Boom di
But
ini
I'm
final.
really interested to see if he can keep it up, not just on Fracture, but on Haven as well, where a breach is a very real option for them.
Oh, man. This is why they're bringing Jeremy to do the heavy lifting. So strong, so strong. But overall, yeah, no, it's a close one. Very close. And Team Secret have been at the top of their timeout game. More often than not, after a timeout, we see a resurgence. They've got a game plan.
Remember, Ewok can talk to ONIC while Team Secret have got their timeout. So I really want to see what ONIC do now on their adaptation. I really want to see the strategies behind their play here.
I mean, Team Secret... Oh!
Is this a
Back to
double?
back? No.
Okay.
Okay. Because
Oh.
Team Secret did do the timeout. It wouldn't be
That's-
logical if it was
that's
back to
true.
back. It would have been ONIC's timeout if they were doing it. But no. Okay. Well, that is it, guys. 12 to 10. This could be where it all ends.
No one has any ults. This is going to be one from firepower and firepower alone. On topic of firepower, we do have that operator on Jeremy, but that's a huge investment. There's very little left in the Team Secret bank, but it doesn't matter because it's make or break. It's do or die.
Monyet will be first to enter, as always. Oh,
Nice.
but what a shot! He just zips up and takes Witch down. Incredible. Now
Nice.
onto the Sight, Aftershock might be getting a kill onto NC Slash out to the open. The bullets of
nice.
Balkan will end up doing it, but we're on equal playing field as they now look to enter for this retake. Shiro's got a good idea of where Jeremy might be coming from, and it could be an opportunity for him to end up with a kill. No, headhunter towards him. JC Vash again looking to help his teammate out, but Elmimore hasn't quite fought just yet.
Nice, dapat satu.
Ends up losing his life, but he gets one in return. Onto the side they go. They want to get themselves tower control, but ONIC isn't relenting any pressure. Shiro there with a double. JC Vash, what a play! A triple kill and the round win for Team Secret.
Where did that come from, Pavlos? JC Vash, one target after another. 3 seconds.
dikit lagi loh.
An eternity.
Dikit lagi, anjas.
Secrets. An 11th round is grasped, it's clutched, and once they hold on, they are not going to be letting go. For ONIC, that's got to leave a very bitter taste.
That is excellent from JC Vash. 180-degree turn and repositioning for the third. ONIC
Dikit lagi anjir.
ONIC thought they were on top, got a little overconfident, and it ended up biting them.
Once again, we praise Shiro for doing well, and then JC Vash just moves him out of the way, shows us what a true master of his craft can do.
Keep in mind, ONIC could still close things out here, but look at the flank coming out from the B site towards Arcade. Everyone is waiting for it, and that's a Spectre. Everybody is waiting for it. Is this where it's all turned around? With a Spectre buy? Are we not seeing an overtime game? Witz wants another go at this, and he might be getting it. That's a spike. They know of it. Perfect flank.
Nice.
Gets shut down, and now Shiro wants to defend his team's grounds. They're looking across.
Oh,
the B site,
no.
that's where the defenders are. Spike again dropped, and Team Secret want to take that space.
ONIC are charging back through B main. They need to be able to join the Neon as quick as humanly possible.
Oh, that's the risk. That is the risk.
Nice.
Both. Jeremy, you've done so much this game. This is your time to shine. Spike
No, nggak bisa sih harusnya. Nice, let's go.
From all the way around.
Let's go, ONIC.
That one got very close, but at the end of the day, secure the dub.
Who better to lead the victory than Munyet? He was the pioneer of our first half, and he will be the master craftsman to end it. What an opening map as ONIC go 1-0 up, winning their map pick against Secrets.
What a match, and if this is a testament to what we'll be seeing later on today, I think we are in a treat. We've got a treat on our hands, right? We've got a series.
Truly do.
Lower bracket all across the board.
We absolutely do, Pavlos. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen on Haven.
Oh, it's getting exciting. So many plays, so many cool moments. Kremer, everything falling into place. ONIC managed to successfully close down their own map pick. Haven is up next for Team Secret. And this is impressive. 5 words, Kremer, maybe 3. What are your thoughts for the next one?
What was that?
Love that. Well, ladies and gents, we'll be back very shortly. The desk will break down all the action. See you right after this break.
Kenapa ini nggak begini? Production, please, production. Halo? Tim production. Bentar sih. Oke. Oke. Buka lagi coba jendelanya, sialan.
Boy, if that's a preview of what the rest of the series is going to be like, we're in for a treat. I'd say everyone watching at home, our audience is probably a little bit well-mannered, a bit more well-mannered than what was happening in the server, because those guys do not like each other, and it shows. ONIC up 1-0 over Team Secret. D-Gon here with Tash and with Quack, and 13-11, as close as you can get.
Close in.
Rounds just swinging momentum, but let's start over at the beginning here, Tash. It was 5 in a row, 6 in a row, 5 in a row here for ONIC.
It was 5 in a row on ONIC. Honestly, ONIC played defense really, really well. That map really gives a lot of rewards to people playing aggressive, and that's exactly what ONIC did. But if you look at defense, if you looked at the mini map, how ONIC played it was more of they would be taking a buddy system where you have 2 people on one side, 2 people on the other, and then you have 1 more person just lurking in the back, basically just trying to get information, but at the same time pinching Team Secret where it matters.
That's how you want to play it, right? I mean, this is what Fracture is about. It's a chaos map. You got 4 sections, and you can't really do it alone. And that's why ONIC really has this buddy system, and it really performs so well, especially when they're attacking. However, the thing is, Team Secret, like we said before, kind of momentum-ish based. Once they have that timeout, they start to chain rounds together. That's when ONIC starts to sweat. But of course, when it comes down to it, towards the
Astaga,
end,
chatnya
Ashley
anjir.
had a point about this.
Yeah,
Chatnya sih
we didn't
rusuh banget
see the
asli.
momentum happening until round 7, I
Chat.
believe, where they got like I think 3 to 4 rounds in a row before finally ONIC made that stop, and that was only because we saw a change in a bit of a strat there. But regardless, even if they had the momentum, ONIC was quick to adapt.
Yeah, very
Hampir
quick to
aja ONIC.
adapt. Then we flip on to the other side,
Hampir aja tadi.
where Team Secret wakes up,
Hampir
they start
aja.
chaining
Hampir
rounds
kalah.
together, and
Hampir
ONIC
overtime
all of a sudden
maksudnya.
are the ones on
Kalau
the back
overtime
foot,
kayaknya
scrapping
kalah
rounds
sih.
together, including an all-important eco round. I believe that
Jesse
was round
Fase
20,
dengan umurnya kayak gitu
where
bisa
I think
3
it was a
kill tadi
caster curse by
untuk
Carver. He's
dapetin
like, oh, yeah, the
round
eco round,
11-nya Team Secret
easy.
itu
And
GG
then we're
banget
looking down the
aja.
barrel of a tough
Jesse Fase itu
tough
umurnya
scoreline
udah
here for
30-an
ONIC,
loh.
but they get
Yeah.
the round after using an orbital strike, after using the tour de force, and after that, then
Let's
it
go.
became personal. Both teams had guns. That's
Habis
when
ini
you
di
saw
Heaven ya.
the big BM come out of Jeremy, I believe it
Kemarin tuh
was.
dia menang mana enggak di Heaven?
Throwing down the gauntlet, saying like, hey, we're not here to win, we're here to destroy you. And then ONIC like, okay, that's cool. You could tell by their gameplay, they did not get baited into that. They were not deterred, and they continued to just play what I would call honest Valorant, right? Just letting the guns do the talking rather any of the extra in-game stuff.
I mean, if you talk about baiting, there was one bait in the last round where there was a revive coming in coming in for the KO, but then Monyet left,
Yep.
came back, got a double out of that.
Okay.
That was it's crazy statement when you think about it.
Kemarin sih kalah sama MITH ya.
It was kind of weird,
Di
honestly,
ini,
to
di
see
Heaven.
Team Secret go for something like that. You would think, like,
Kita nggak
with
tahu
the
nih
experience
ngelawan
that
ONIC
they
nih
have,
soalnya.
Wouldn't
they
play
would
that
know.
aggressive,
Yeah,
right?
they should have known better than that. But of course, I think they got a little bit complacent. They knew they had something, and he thought that the area was clear around like a bench, so that he could go for the revive. But of course, that's where Monyet struck, and he struck so well. And at the same time, I mean, I just got to give credit to Shiro, because this guy with his
Shiro.
utility as the breach, it's something that works out so well on Fracture.
Honestly, when you think about players that really caught your eye, like I would honestly say that Jeremy was pretty good, but I really gotta give it to Jesse Vash for Team Secret.
Nah,
He
yeah,
had some
Jesse Vash
insane
ini iya,
triple
casternya
kills
ngomong
in
juga.
that round as well. That insane like 361.
Right?
Yeah, that was really good. But if I were
Ya
to
itu,
give it
yang
to
diomongin
anyone
ya
from
tadi
the side
itu.
of ONIC, it'll be Shiro.
Dapat
From
round
yesterday
11.
till today, he's still riding that momentum and doing very well to bring his team forward. But Monyet as well today, the aggression started being seen towards
Wah,
the
ini
second
dia
half.
Heaven nih.
And I think that's really something that we can look forward to as we
Heaven.
go into Haven, because again, this is a map where initiators can really shine. Double initiator lineups will really give ONIC an edge on this map, which means Team Secret, honestly, I think they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, this is Team Secret's pick. As Fracture looked to be Onyx pick. It's like, oh, Onyx pick. You could see him performing until that very end. Go back to round 23 with Jesse Vash picking up the 3K in a 3v1. I remember getting up out of the chair. I was like, all right, guys, we got to go. Time to head to the analyst
let's
desk. And it was the big pickup there by Jesse Vash, but the closeout
Apakah
by Onyx
akan ada
sets
neon
us up
lagi
here
di
for
sini?
a potential map
Aku penasaran
point,
aja.
or I guess match point here
Di Haven.
on Haven. So we'll keep an eye out for that
ONIC
one.
pernah
Boy,
main apa enggak pas
I
di
cannot wait to
LCQ
see
nih,
what is
Heaven.
left in store between these two
Liatin.
squads. You can tell how much it means to
Kagak
them, but also
main
how
sama
much they
sekali,
don't
Om.
like each other. And
Di
to
Haven.
narrate all of that, let's send it back on over to our
Cuma Team
casters,
Secret
Pablos and Grummer.
pas
There's a
ngelawan
lot of
MITH
teabagging
tuh.
involved.
Tapi kalah
isn't
ya
there?
Team Secret.
There's a lot of all that going on, you know. So you
Pablos.
can definitely tell there's a lot of beef
Yeah.
between these two teams. So it's perfect. We've now got them in the lower bracket where only one can progress. So yeah, no, let's get this matchup started. Right, we saw Onyx home ground. It was very close. They were able to succeed in retrieving it in the end. But now it's Secret's turn to play on Haven.
What I really like about Secret as well is, I mean, Jesse Vash, that 1 versus 3 was nuts. Yes, they lost the map, but what that shows to me is that they are still ready for this. They are still primed and ready to go to their map pick of Haven. And with Fracture being so close, they have a very good start going to Haven, regardless of the fact that they lost that first map.
Well, let's head into this matchup. Highly anticipated. So far, not disappointing at all. A lot of nice plays have been shown by plentiful of players. But now it's Haven, a map played with success, really, for Secret. A lot of strength performances. But there was also one weak one that I just distinctly remember recently coming in against Smith, right? 16-13 against them. And now they want to pick it up again. That's why I'm scared, you know?
Yeah. And so, of course, with that 36 loss to Myth, I imagine they learned a lot from that.
Yeah.
Secret are not a team to make the same mistake twice. Going into Haven, Pablos, are we going to see the humble hedgehogs get beheaded? Or are we going to see it all be whispers and secrets?
Neon
as they
atau
take us
Jet?
to a third
Wow,
map.
kita lihat Neon
See
lagi.
just what can
Let's go.
be achieved from both of these teams. I also love the fact that for ONIC, we are seeing a bit of a change in composition with the Neon being held onto by
Nah,
We also see
casternya
this
juga
meant to
ngomong
be
tuh
brought back
Neonnya
in, right?
di
In one of the magic pieces of a
Let's
team
go.
of a 6-player squad being
one of
able
the best
to
killjoys
sub up.
in the region as well.
One of the best killjoys in the region, but quite honestly, the last matchup that they've had was not so successful, was it?
I think that for Myth, Team Secret were caught off guard by their aggression. ONIC also being an aggressive team means they may be falling back on the same sort of style as
defending
as
dulu
Myth,
ya,
which
ONIC.
means that for Secret, they may actually be fairly well equipped going into this though. ONIC, you can't take it away from them though. They had a bloody good first map. And we also have Severin now going on to that Omen,
hampir
which
aja.
I'm also a very big fan of. So far, so good for Team Secret. Bit of early map control as they look to accelerate their way over to the safe site.
Monia is actually right behind the start cover to the left-hand side corner.
Oh.
It's a shock dart with a bullet to the head.
Saudaranya
Make
kena
sure
teman
he's no
juga,
more, but
cuy.
look at how
Friendly
much
shock
damage
dart.
Team Secret took.
Yeah, fairly shocked dart as well, but
Yeah.
both teams, they get wounded pretty significantly. Secret more so, which means they are going to have to limp their way onto whatever site they set their gaze to. And rather than listening back over to maybe BLC, instead they have actually chose to just go quiet and potentially bait ONIC into over-rotating back to their initial sites.
They haven't limped too far, you know?
They've hobbled mainly, haven't
They hobbled around, stuck around. But the daggers just spotted a couple of them, I think. Which means they may be in trouble because the rotations are also coming in. 3 players strong on the defense side. ONIC on top, but it seems Team Secret winning out on these trades. 4v2,
they
a
are,
lot of
though.
damage taken though.
There is that paranoia from the Omen. That may be the sole
Oh,
difference
no.
maker in this retake. Severin needs
Low
to use
semua
this to
Borkum Witch
perfection.
sebenarnya low anjir.
But there's so many angles and the aftershock will just delay, putting even more pressure on them. This paranoia has the potential of catching out 2 players. Is it enough? It comes out. Oh, the pre-fire from JC Vash. That is perfect.
Wow.
Up against a 3.
Pre-fire-nya itu yang bikin tadi Zero mati tuh. Pre-fire. Pas di ini kan, pas di paranoia, tahu mereka bakalan di-push kan. Udah di pre-fire sama ini. Sama Witch. Sama Jesse Fast juga.
Different angles and altitudes for ONIC though, with a couple of sheriffs to work with here, is going to be a fairly lackluster buy going into our second. We're not seeing any of these aggressive force buys that I think Order were really using against Secret yesterday, and for me that shows that there's a lot of discipline behind ONIC. It shows that they have plans in place for these buy rounds. They just want to get to these Vandals as soon as possible. I actually also like the setup as well. It's the same thing Secret did over... same thing Secret did on Fracture. Yeah, you've got classics. They push into you. You've got a really good chance. If they don't, it's not the end of the world. You are just Stomp Pistols anyway.
My brain right now is thinking, don't make the Power of Friendship show. Don't make the Power of Friendship show.
Don't hurt Kramer anymore, yeah. It's for Team Secret. It's actually a fairly slow start, actually, and that has allowed ONIC to garner a bit of control over to C. They've probably been able to extrapolate that Team Secret aren't pushing this way. I think their hopes are that the lack of noise on B or A makes Team Secret potentially doubt whether or not the stack's going to be on those sites.
Yeah, well, JC Vash has himself a Vandal to work with this one, so I'm sure they'll want to hold on to it as much as possible. You can see it's protect the president type of scenario as all players play around him. The execute is simple, straightforward. Well, it's not contested, so no damage will be taken. Therefore, post-plant setups are granted all across mid. Nothing too deep from them, though.
You're right, and with ONIC actually sort of going through Garage here, there's a world where they potentially catch out Borkum against ONIC and just sort of snowball with
mereka keluar ada
but,
turret.
they are really going to have to find this first kill and soon. If not, it may just be a matter of exits.
The best chance for them is to actually move explosively out of Garage here, but
yeah,
there is a bot waiting for them, so it will indicate
casternya juga
sign
ngomong
the
tuh.
alarms.
Also, with no paranoia on
Dia keluar dari ini ada
disruption,
botnya kan.
they're just going to have to push it and hope for the best when it comes to aim.
But they're just going to die to the spike, aren't they?
Honestly,
this is so anticlimactic.
Who'd have thought?
What the
Rounds, they don't end with a bang, they end with a...
I want to understand here, Kremer, because wouldn't it be better for them if they just attempted to get a few more kills off of the opponents?
You also prevent your opponents from getting the ult points.
Right,
So you are trying to stagger their main abilities coming online. And as we sort of enter the third round, this is where I think ONIC really wants to take fights, and potentially the change of pace from going to just dying to the spike to then forcing out duels could, especially against teams that aren't expecting it, really catch them off guard. For Team Secret, a bit of a bonus. That Vandal on dubstep is going to make their life a little bit easier, but against the Guardian and 4 Vandals, they really need to be able to cover this distance as quick as humanly possible.
I'm a bit concerned about the half shields.
Nice!
Zero
dapat
a bit
satu.
more punch, but that is the opener for ONIC. First round hasn't quite appeared for them yet, as we're still in the early stages of this map. Very early stages. We've only seen 2.
Bit of early pre-fire from either position here, and Garage control may be the plan for Team Secret here. I don't think they were able to shut down the utility, so...
Yeah. If they enter, right, they can enable the trademark, make their opponent second-guess themselves, and sort of dedicate an extra player in that location to make sure that position isn't infiltrated, but instead they double back towards this B site. Spike is on towards the right side of the map, so it could be a mid-distraction.
Recon Bolt does get taken down, but that Al drone from JC Vash actually completely secures Garage, so Team Secret are going to be able to push up fairly close to the safe site without being expected.
Well, onto the side they go.
Nice.
Oh, Elmy is completely concussed, but doesn't even care. Give him more. A little bit rough there around the edges, but Monia is there to help out. Assist, Elmy more
Nice.
but it seems that everything is under control for ONIC.
Nice.
No trouble whatsoever. Their first round of the map has just come.
2-1 and for Team Secret now. This is where they need to bring out these full weapons and stop ONIC from gaining momentum. Do you remember how Fracture started, where ONIC were able to get a string of rounds? Team Secret, they reply, ONIC do the same thing. We saw a graph actually in terms of how the economy management was, and ONIC was just going up and down with momentum, whereas Team Secret's was relatively stable. We'll have to see if that's the same case moving into this next round.
That was a replay of replay.
A replay of a replay. Replaying gets replay. As Team Secret with relatively even buy here, and of course with ONIC not even giving any ult points to Team Secret in that anti-eco, we're not seeing any ults come online unless we see a standout play from maybe Borkum or Munyet where they can then use the ult.
Si Roni mau ngambil satu terus rendezvous out dia. Yakin aku mah. Satu. Nice. Ya kan, bener kan?
collecting it.
That's twice now. Shiro's been able to get an entry and back off.
Nah,
without
ini
taking
bisa
any
dapat
damage.
lagi dia. Ambil
Not
angle
too
lagi.
bad. And look at the presence of ONIC here. Look how confident they are to hold this left side. Just single-handedly placing Elmimor to that A site deep, knowing no one has crossed, is all they need to be
Mereka kalau mau
confident
ke C udah.
to place
Harusnya sih tim
so
Secret
many
ke
eggs
shutdown.
into this
Gitu.
basket.
Nah, ketahuan.
Although the
Ada
tag
satu
from
orang paling
KO
nggak di
has
situ.
come through.
Nah, ini
They know
ngeliat
this
dia
presence is
C-nya.
justified.
Nah,
Severin
Smoke.
taking a bit of damage himself. Wants to deny
Smoke.
at least one of these positions. They're looking to move in. Shiro's
Oh.
position is checked. Ended up with a kill.
Oh,
Everyone is being
sayang
taken down
banget.
from
Shiro
ONIC.
nggak dapat
Team
kill itu
Secret
tadi.
winning out on all of those trades.
Borkum getting some serious
Borkum
mileage from
jadi
that Bantu
dapat
as
dua
well. Getting
kill
some
aja.
kills straight through the smoke. Monyet needs to go huge.
He really does, and he doesn't really have too much space to
Oh,
work
no.
with. Now with the smoke depleted, he's trying to concuss as many
Nice.
as he can.
Concuss itu.
Back into the fight. It's doable. Oh my
Nice.
God,
Doable.
in a duel. Borkum expects him to the left-hand side.
Nice.
ONIC make
Woo.
it happen. Monyet with their frag, and they get themselves a second round.
Off the back of a 1 versus
Ni
1,
Iko,
and this is where
Team Secret.
ONIC's
Team
rotations there
Secret.
end up saving them. You said it was a bit of an overcommitment to stack up outside of Garage and C. Yes, it was in any other situation though. The Team Secret execution was
Nah, itu dapat early
masterful. They
pick-nya
went
tuh
3 for 1,
penting banget sih.
aggressing into a stacked site of C. That should be a guaranteed victory, but no, that concussed there from Monyet, dispositioned everyone and forced them into Elmimor's crosshair was just perfect.
Nice.
With Monyet following it up.
Okay.
To the scoreline, Pavlos, we have a game in our hands as Team Secret
we do.
move to the best buy they can muster. There is a bit of a hero spectre kind of coming out here. They were umming and ahhing about Vandal. That won't be the case, actually dropping down to pistols in some cases.
Itu buat early ini.
Team Secret looks like they may
Udah
want
tahu
some very
posisinya
fast hits.
3-4
As they
orang
say,
tadi
The aggression
di situ.
of Shiro, though, needs to be anticipated.
Nah, ini susah nih mau crossing.
The A
Harus
side's
ngecek
really
pakai
good
ya
punch,
all drone.
as you do
Nah,
mention.
shutdown. Udah nggak dapat info lagi masuk.
They will be entering. Dubstep is low. He's going into this
Oke.
very
Pas line
low.
itu buat nutup
Which means it
belakangnya.
could be easy pickings, but it doesn't hinder his confidence at all. NC Slasher on the push.
Nice.
Elmimor as well.
Nice.
Not a thing Team Secret
Wow.
could do. As clean as
Clean,
it could
clean.
Elmimor saving the life
Monyet
of
tinggal
NC Slasher there.
2
He
HP
turns
nggak tuh?
180 to try and kill the player behind him. Already dead. Some teamwork to really elevate.
Tapi tadi
ONIC there,
emang
and I
Iko
love
ya
that.
kan?
That's a huge
Senjatanya
confidence
nggak
booster,
mumpuni sama
particularly
sekali.
for Elmimor, who on the retake of the last round and in this round has been able to acquire that Hunter's Fury, and with it they may be able to pluck a player out of the round before
Itu
he
si
really becomes
siapa?
before a Secret are able to
Si dispenser ini tuh dia kena
incredible
blinded
teamwork.
tadi.
And
Dispenser.
Team Secret, they do have from the shadows available on Borkum. Dubstep as
No,
well,
Jeremy nggak
great
dimainin ya.
score. So being
Dispenser
able to-
yang
if they do
dimainin.
drop to an eco
Harusnya
next round,
Jeremy
you still
aja
have a
yang
bit
main.
of teeth to it. But for ONIC, that is going to be interesting. With also being able to get that overdrive, the ults are starting to rear their heads, Pavlos. And where there's bark, there's
Wah,
bite.
ini lagi anjir posisi
where
off
epicness
angle lagi
begins.
dapat 1 kill.
This is where
Lari dia.
Team
Nggak dapet
Secret with
anjir.
the openers. And NC Slasher is mad about it. Wants to avenge his teammates. Paranoid. Oh, okay.
Oke.
I like that. That's a
2v3.
right swing. Dispenser not quite ready for it.
Oh, Wits
Although
masih
NC Slasher
nungguin
shots
anjir.
do not do the trick. It's Severin's game to play.
Wah, susah cuy.
All of his
Severin.
teams looking at his monitor right now.
Severin susah
To be
banget nih.
honest, Team Secret's players are so spread out, but they are playing together now. They've now just grouped up, which just makes this ever so difficult.
They sort of coalesce outside of that A site as well. They know that Severin's probably going to be heading from Link, if not from the same angle of attack Team Secret used. So it's a pretty good position to trade one another as well. Some of the players are wounded, but they're not wounded to the point where
saving
can
ini.
go for these
Saving
crazy
dia.
spray transfers.
Exit.
And whilst being
Exit
inaccurate,
doang,
a
cari
save
exit
here
doang nih.
certainly isn't too bad a call. And it's with some supreme magnanimity do we see Team Secret allow Severin to cower with his weapon.
Just save that gun. Save that Vandal, that's all it is. And with that, we'll be seeing the equalizer here, Kremer. That's all it is.
Absolutely. 3-3 the scoreline, and honestly, considering how Team Secret, their loss to Myth came off the back of losing a good handful of rounds, it was kind of, we sort of saw a kind of 5 or 6-0 before Team Secret woke up and started doing that sort of famous adaptation.
Yeah.
The fact they've come out the gates swinging makes me think that ONIC are the ones who have to really, really step it up on this map. They did it on Fracture beautifully. Shiro was
3-3
one
anjir.
of the instruments of that destruction. Now he's on the change.
Shiro sekarang
He's been a
pakai-
little bit passive, but
pakai
his 2
ini,
kills have been entries,
operator.
which have been
Dia mau di atas
have
box.
had high high impact. Operator
Yeah, di
comes
atas
out
box.
for him now. Early Hunter's
Di
Fury.
atas
as we
S-box.
see some
Ah,
very
box
heavy
C.
aggression with the overdrive being committed as well.
It is committed as well.
Nice.
And it ends up paying dividends.
That's
Severin may
spike.
be in trouble though. Look at this, very close by, not anticipated but still collected. And Team Secret on the
Di
back
push
foot.
anjir, di
All of a
pincer.
sudden they might be wondering, where did all that aggression come from ONIC?
And this is all without
Di
revealing
pincer
the
pakai
operator's
apa
as
tuh
well.
namanya tadi?
So they've been able to
Hunter's
do it
Fury sama
while keeping
Overdrive.
their weaponry, their arsenal is still in the dark for Team Secret. The fog of war is very damn thick. And right now for Team Secret, yes, ONIC players are separated, but they're still back in their spawn. They are being so
Ini Severin dapat kill udah GG udah.
They need a miracle if they want to be able to get to one of these sites without a kill.
Swarm grenade out.
And now the mind games begin. Haven't seen too much of this so far.
I don't know how I feel about the usage of the swarm grenade there, because if I'm Dispenser, I know I need these for the afterplant, particularly when you're a man down. So the push to C is very well calculated. Team Secret really been proving to show why they are one of the smarter teams here.
Tinggal jagain doang sih.
Shiro may
Gampang
have
tuh.
realised the error of his
30
position.
seconds
Straight back
left.
to C here. 30 seconds on the clock, and it's a passive stance from the chamber.
I'm just wondering what the plays here, right? Because you look at what they do have, and that is a lockdown blades. But you don't really want to take the chance. Maybe play on the CT
Wah,
side
ini kelihatan
position
nih.
of C-Long.
Bang.
Clear opportunity for a pick. The spike will
1v3
go down,
sekarang.
but cannot really hope for more
Nah, ini susah nih.
unless he's able to
Dubstep
pop
sih
off
kalau
like
bisa
hell.
clutch. Oh, GG udah.
Aljoin will be spotting him. This is getting tough. Cloudburst maybe allowing to dance around it. Repositions. Oh, he's been spotted. He's been
Nice.
tagged. Be careful, Dubstep dashes away. And now has to find the isolation.
Nice.
Severin waits for it. Finds the
Sang
headshot.
kapten.
And ONIC come out on top.
Severin in serious danger of being caught out for a moment there, but he is just that bit quicker. 4-3 as ONIC take the lead. The Indonesian Pride looking to take this series 2-0. If they do, they will be going up against Bleed. And let's be honest, that is a rivalry
Wah,
for
ini nih.
the ages.
Udah
Two
di-push
teams
dari
here
mid ya.
hungry for their
Kemudian
chance to
si
prove
monyet
themselves
maju
in
ke
the
sini.
APAC LCQ.
Si
With
siapa?
so much on the line, with so much
Zero ya.
pressure to work
Zero
with.
pakai
They have
Hunter's
the
Fury.
buckles, but they've
Elmimor pakai
exploded
Hunter's Fury.
into this
Anjir.
series.
They have indeed. It's
Nggak
exciting
bisa
to
gerak
watch.
anjir tim Secret itu tadi.
Coming off of Haven. Such a big
Oh,
matchup
no,
against
mereka
Boom
stuck
as well
di
the other
C.
day. 17-9,
Salah
massive
prediksi.
overtimes. So you know they're resilient when it comes to this map. Which is why we've all got questions. Why did Team
Yeah.
Secret
Udah tuh
pick
dapat
this?
info tadi. 1, 2, 3 orang.
We said the same in the last series for Team Secret and
Tiga orang.
for their Bisa.
Langsung
They still
rotate
won
tuh.
it because
Elmimor.
their strategy is just so
Elmimor rotate
good.
nih.
For ONIC though, look at the ults they have available here. And more importantly, Shiro's been able to hold on to this
slow down.
operator long enough for
Sama
the
NC
economic
Seleser.
impact of losing it to just be
Nah, ini masuk nih
non-existent
mereka
at
nih.
this point. Every ult available for Team Secret. They are ready to give us a myriad of colors as they hit this C site. And for our observers, my heart goes out to
Oh,
you.
mundur mereka kayaknya.
And now may the push
Oh,
commence.
tetap
Onto the
di
side they go.
push.
Responded with Hunter's Fury to assist with a push.
Wah, ketahuan.
One spotted to the far end, but ONIC looking to aggress, looking to isolate. Quickly losing their life.
Nice.
In. Monyet, what a play. He's even flashed and runs away
Oh,
with
no.
it. Dispenser.
And this
Really
Lesser
trying to get
down.
that spike down, but ONIC not really relieving
Severin?
anything. Severin now looking to infiltrate the back end. Where do they rotate over to? Want to make sure NC Slasher can't be res, and they're running all the way towards that A site.
I think actually in killing NC Slasher, they revealed to Severin that they have no intention of staying there. And for Severin, the rotation is going to be quick, but he is going to have to go into the retake nonetheless. And in pushing back through Team Secret spawn, it means that Team Secret can anticipate this. You see them planting for Link. They're going to stack up under Heaven, though. They want Severin to panic. They want him to swing both of them.
Can Severin come up with brilliance here? Spike in a really
Oh,
difficult
di
spot
situ
with
dikasih
utility thrown
ah.
out as well. Alarm bot
Oh
as
no,
well.
dual.
This is getting from tough to worse.
Susah nih cuy.
Duck cover. Will this give him room to find a wide swing? They're both looking in this direction. This is going to be very tough. It's going to be more than
Oh,
tough.
susah.
It's only
Susah
gonna be
cuy.
a try.
Udah dijagain kayak gitu.
Thankfully
Soalnya.
for the Team Secret side, both of
Dijagain
them
dua orang
at the
gitu.
same angle, and we're looking
Dan
at
same
an
angle
equalized
lagi yang
scoreline.
dilihat.
Even though that is just a minor
Udah bagus
handicap
sih itu
loss, that's
tadi.
a testament
Sayangnya
to how
paranoianya
good
udah nggak ada ya.
these teams are. The fact
Kalau
that
paranoianya
we
ada,
saw,
wah itu
Severin
beda cerita cuy.
smart enough to throw that dart cover down, to give him an angle to still peek the two players under Heaven, to read that there are two players under Heaven, and to then one tap the first player.
Nah tuh paranoianya
To
dipakai
Team
di situ
Secret,
tuh
to
tadi.
realize that's going to happen.
Kalau itu tadi
to
masih punya
anticipate the
paranoia
the
dia. ya. Paranoia, dia nge-swing dapat 1-2 kill itu pasti dapat dah.
That was just a
Susah
single
banget,
round,
cuy.
Pavlos. That should have had any equity, and instead we see just a skill set of these teams.
It's stacking up to
Severin
be
mau
quite a matchup here.
mau main ini anjir. Close angle.
No clear favorite,
Serem
no
itu.
momentum built up just yet. The Aldron only reveals one. There were 3 there, but it only reveals one, which could change up the confidence on Team Secret and could
Oh!
cost them ending up trading. Almimore getting
Nice.
so much, and Severin wants
Nice.
3, Severin with 2. That's all 5 players of Team Secret.
Anjir, Elmimore nyetop dari sewer ya. Severin ngeblind. Biar monyet masuk tapi monyet mati di swing sendiri sama ini, Severin. Nice, awesome.
The teamwork we've seen from Elmimore and Severin has been so damn good throughout this map, but we even saw it a few times on Fracture as well. I am loving this wombo combo here, and they make the lockdown look like an afterthought.
Elmimore wasn't a 1-on-3 there, by the way. He turned towards short and killed all 3 players that were trying to go for
GG
the
anjir.
flank on long.
There you go.
Itu tadi round 8-nya, round 9 ya.
Secret, purely because now
GG,
their money
awesome.
isn't great. They're going to have to let this half slip away a little bit. And yes, they have ults to assist them. Dubstep's going to have a Blade Storm to give him a bit of teeth to this round. But the reality is, Pavlos,
Elmimore langsung mundur, dia denger dash, dia langsung habis recon, dia denger dash kan, langsung pindah tempat kan ke sewer. Kemudian Severinnya ini ngeblind, monyet picking tapi dia mati, tapi apa di trade sama ini Severin dapat 2 kill, Elmimore dapat 2 kill.
I feel like
GG,
one day we're going to have an interview with someone like Dubstep. We're going to say, yeah, what do you feel when you're on
GG,
pistols,
sumpah.
you're on an eco,
Mainnya
you have
bagus.
to kill people with just pistols,
ONIC.
and he goes, recoil.
Recoil. Yes. I bet.
Harus dipertahankan begini
ONIC.
cuy.
Actually,
Bikin
I don't think
2-0
we're seeing any
aja
aggression
udah.
from them here. It seems to be
Nggak
a
usah
bit of a
lama-lama.
default round. I think they've sort of
Kalian harus
identified that.
lawan
We've got
Blitz soalnya
aggressive
habis
last
ini.
round.
Kalau
Knowing
ONIC
Team
menang
Secret's
ya kan.
economy isn't going to be great. They don't want to risk overextending and handing a weapon over to them. It's a small fray from Severin, but it's more an info grab than a position to take. Fast push to B now, and as he slashes with Blam, we have to keep our eyes on.
Well,
Oh,
dagger was thrown out early means that the recon couldn't be sent to
oh
the back
dikit
end of
lagi
that
tuh,
site.
kurang ke
Therefore,
kiri dikit.
Team Secret
Fuck man
couldn't
ya.
even use any info grabbing utility themselves.
Oh, nggak kena anjir.
He doesn't really care. Knows the chance of him being treated there.
Ya, satu ke pick up
Very, very
dari
low.
belakang,
So he's
Severin
gonna
dari
use that
belakang
point
tuh.
by one, no
Anjir
trouble.
serem banget cuy.
Gets the upside for Team Secret. The spike down.
Severin dapat lagi.
That's all they're getting.
Dia nunggu di belakang,
That is
overthinking tuh.
absolutely all they are getting.
Nice.
For the rest, 6 for ONIC, starting to build a
Bikin
gap.
musuh overthinking tuh posisinya Severin. Aku harus nengok ke belakang kagak nih. Terus di-push kan sama NC Slasher.
With an operator can be a death sentence. He sits, he watches the flank, he catches out the lurker. And for Team Secret, the idea is there. It's a good idea to be able to leave the site, then go back through garage and use it to catch out weapons rather than to focus on winning the rounds. They now move to their full buy. We still haven't seen any operator or any anything to combat Shiro's operator that he's been using for a good few rounds now. And what that means is the impact is really starting to show itself.
Wah, ini dapat 1 nih. Bang. Oh no, telat dia.
So crushing.
Timingnya telat.
Oh, is he gonna get it? Is he? Well, he didn't this time. And now the push away commence. He knows there's one onto the site. Doesn't really care to look for it. Paranoid, but gets out. Importantly, gets out. And now they can survive with all 5 players to start to figure out how they want to approach this.
The issue ONIC are going to have here is they don't have any ultimates past from the shadows, and that from the shadows may be used to get a flank, but it's not going to kill or displace any of the Team Secret members. They need their
posisinya.
gunplay to excel here.
Well, there is
Oh,
a
no.
Team Secret if it does come to chance, but they're actually playing so close to these smokes, so up close and personal.
No, monyet tadi nggak dapat kill anjir. Dia lepas trigger tadi. Dia lepas trigger di saat yang tidak dibutuhkan. Dikira dia udah mati kan. Makanya lepas trigger dia pakai relay bolt-nya. Cuma ternyata kagak mati. Jadi kepanis dia.
This is ONIC now
Saving.
back and giving Team
Pastilah
Secret some room
saving
to work
asem.
with.
They've lost it with all of their capacity, strength and sagacity are Team Secret
Dicariin.
holding onto this game. And the fact that they're not allowing rounds where ONIC accelerate to catch them out, they're not allowing the change in pace to tilt them. It shows some absolute masterful piece of mind from them to be able to then go on.
Wah, ini di close di 6-6 kayaknya.
That there aren't any ultimates available for ONIC to punish them. We now look over to ONIC with that Bantu with that from the shadows, with that Hunter's Fury, with that full buy, and for the last round of the half, we need to see everything get used. On Team Secret, there is the ult advantage.
Yeah, no, I love that you mentioned the ult advantage, because we saw the Rolling Thunder in the previous round, and I sort of thought maybe that's what the round would come down to, but no. They took up great positioning.
Yeah.
And didn't really need to use it, and now have the benefit of having it available now.
From the shadows, but not to be used just yet from Borkum. We are seeing a fruitless Hunter's Fury come out from ONIC as well. It looks like they have gone for a bit of a stack on C here. They've read the attack well, but can they actually stop it?
Yeah, it's a split. Severin, Rolling Thunder coming through. He's on the sidelines, spots out one, but
Okay,
quickly traded.
dapat
Check
satu,
your
Severin.
left, check your right. They're everywhere. They don't check the left, but it doesn't matter. It's a double for wins. If they line up,
no.
Elmimore.
Lagi-lagi aja.
And Shiro,
Nggak
I don't
bagus
think
buat
he's
retake
easy.
lagi
He might have a big
pakai
gun,
ini.
But the rest.
Operatornya nggak gerak sama sekali. Wah, ini mati sih. Boom. Mati cuy. Jeleknya operator tuh ya gitu, kalau ngepick angle deket gitu ininya apa nih, muzzle-nya kelihatan dulu. Pasti muzzle-nya kelihatan dulu tuh kalau dikasih tahu repair apa ya, replaynya. Wah, nggak dikasih tahu masa. Replaynya.
Yeah, the large moment out of that one must have been the Rolling Thunder, right? Because it caught both of those defenders. But yeah, what a half. 6-6. No one seems to be taking any advantage over the other team.
Yeah, exactly. It seems they're just going blow for blow.
Soalnya panjang banget tuh. Operator sama apa tuh namanya, Tour de Force. Kalau ngepick angle deket tuh hati-hati.
Yeah, it does seem like that, doesn't it? Kind of
itu tadi kelihatan moncongnya senjata duluan.
How aggressive Omen can be together with the team. Second fragging.
6-6 beneran asem dibagi poinnya.
It's really cool to see how this
ini tinggal attack-nya gimana nih?
Across, but Elmimore, he's had his moments, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. And I think for JC Vash, here's the thing, he's not playing badly. It's just Elmimore is having a lights-out game so far. And what's interesting, actually, is we've spoken a lot about how both Elmimore and, of course, Severin are having
ini yang bagus tadi asem kombonya anjir.
Keep up with that because of how well they work as a team is really, really showing. And it's a big clash of playstyles here. You call it a duel of fate, Pavlos. And right now, no one has the high ground.
No one has a high ground, which makes this next couple of rounds quite influential. Maybe the pistol to set the pace, do you think?
Oh.
I think pistol round's going to have a big influence on it. Bear in mind that ONIC are a team that favor their attack. They just do better on their attack. Same for Team Secret on the defense. So this is actually the half which we're going to see some really good Valorant come out. First 3 rounds, though.
Yeah, first 3 rounds. Yeah.
So you got to keep your eye on.
How's that going to work?
Yep. Team Secret, they do recover quite nicely, even if they lose it. ONIC on the flip side, it does take him a bit longer to come back online. Of course, having Ewok as the coach has definitely mitigated that, but still do with a bit of improvement.
Yeah, keep in mind, ONIC are ahead in maps.
They
so
are,
the pressure
exactly.
is all onto Team Secret, but I'm sure
Mau retake
Indonesia
ini.
representative will want to get this match done and dusted.
Tim Secret main retake
Pride is
nih.
also on the line here. Good shot done. I see Slasher. Just nearly died there from it. Side will be taking over. Spike will be going down directly beneath Heaven. And we'll be looking at a 5 versus 5 retake with money having.
Wah, ini dicek gak nih? Kagak dicek. Kagak dicek. Kagak dicek. Kagak dicek.
This is perfect.
Kagak dicek. Nice.
ONIC on top with that pistol. 7 on the board.
Lost the coiled pipe.
Langsung diping-ping. Langsung diping-ping, lihat tuh.
Venomous bite comes to his
Langsung diping-ping
Team
sama
Secret.
ini Tim Secret.
What a
Ding ding
lucky
ding
player.
ding ding
What
ding di sini.
trigger discipline from Monyet.
Monyet bener-bener disiplin pas ini aja. Lihat tuh, satu nggak ditembak tuh si Jetnya, dibiarin aja lewat.
That took bravery from Monyet to not shoot the Spencer when he turned around.
Yeah, no,
I
got scared for him. Imagine how calm and composed he was there.
Yeah, and if that fails, then that's going to tilt him for the rest of the half. So the fact he's able to make that work is just beautiful. And for Team Secret, it leaves a question mark to them now of can they recover? There are going to be pistols for this, of course, so for ONIC it should be a fairly nice setup. But this time, Team Secret not going for the stack strategy we saw in Fracture.
Shotgun. Oh, timing. Timing dia ngeluarin utility.
Look to have potential. It really just doesn't. So, A-side take.
Udah nggak ada siapa-siapa.
Dispenser to
Tinggal ngelihat belakang. Nah, Zero ngelihat belakang karena udah
currently
ini nggak ada
amping himself
siapa-siapa
up
di
to be
situ.
the MVP.
He wants to be the MVP.
He does.
He wants
You
to
don't
step
often
up.
see an Omen on the MVP,
You know,
so that's change of
no,
pace.
Exactly. When you're in a double bracket elim, double elim bracket, excuse me, and
Udah susah
a
8 nih
chance to
buat
qualify to
ONIC.
champions is on the line.
One enemy
Mati.
You
Udah.
want to show the world what you can do, and ONIC being on the uprise could be
Tinggal
one of the
dispenser
contenders. Who did you
Ya,
think would
gak
win this
Jeremy
matchup?
sih yang
What
main
was your
sih.
prediction?
We did our predictions yesterday.
Dispenser
I think I said
lagi nggak dapat
Secret
ininya
2-1,
soalnya.
But I also put that very tentatively.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I went for
Sayang
ONIC
banget.
on this
Jeremy
one.
tadi
I
yang
went for
main.
ONIC on
Did
this one.
you?
So
Sampai
yeah,
dia
coming
secret
out on
ini.
top. Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll see. It's
We'll
not
see
over.
who's right. I'm not saying it's a competition, but
Yeah.
my boys in Secret may be doing very well for us.
I mean, often the second halves are the ones to do it for Team Secret.
Exactly.
And we see a lot of overtimes with them as well. So
We really
not
do.
going to count it out anybody yet. Let's be real here. But
absolutely
it is
right.
an 8-6. ONIC are on top, but this is where Team Secret get a bye.
Exactly. This is where they try
Nah,
to
ini nih.
recover the
Ini
loss
bisa
of the last
menang,
few rounds.
udah.
They try to keep the gap between these teams
Semakin
relatively
jauh,
small.
Bung.
Of course, you do have the favorable weapons. More importantly as well for ONIC, they haven't really invested too much into their second round. Usually you see a Bulldog, a Vandal, or just something to give you a bit
Mereka
of
mau ke B
teeth.
itu
ONIC
kayaknya.
actually stayed
Itu
away
di
from
ping-ping
that,
tuh.
which means that it's going to be
Kalau di
Ghost,
minimap
Spectres,
ya.
even a Stinger appears on Elmimore, and they actually force Shiro into investing into a Vandal, which is going to hurt that bank that was attempting to be built off the back of ONIC.
Ya kan? Maunya tuh udah masuk tuh.
I'm just starting to see
langsung di smoke.
through this map.
Nggak
It's a
jadi
very
masuk.
different
Oh
dynamic
no,
to what we saw
timing.
from Team Secret. But there is a double split towards the C position already. And the pick has come forth and traded.
Oh.
Mania unable to find his feet there. Dubstep makes sure he just lays down on the ground instead.
Nice.
Dubstep falls though.
Nice, Severin.
Quick garage control by ONIC. Just
Nah,
gives
diambil
them
tuh
a lot of
Phantom ya.
space to work with. Elmimore could be the next player to contest.
Ah,
with.
Phantom.
And the
Ah,
shot
mati
is
Severin.
massive.
Severin
Ends up
mati.
with a kill. Elmimore with a sheer kill.
Oh.
It's quick enough to turn around that corner to keep
Hampir aja.
this round under wraps for Team Secret.
This tug of war
Mau
right now,
diputerin
Pavlos,
tuh.
is becoming so
Tapi
hard
timing aja.
to figure out who's in the lead. At first it looked like, hey, ONIC, they were able to take the site
Ah, sayang
relatively
banget,
easily. Followed up by JC Vash, of course, having a great round, and Spencer doing the same. Then Elmimore follows it up with a
Itu kena
shotgun kill
timing.
to assist the Sheriff kill afterwards, but then as Wits to win the 1 versus 1.
Mau diputerin tuh.
And it's
Kalau tadi
really
andaikan
turning into an
dia nggak
absolute
nge-push cepet tuh,
bloodbath.
dia masih di sini kan.
Look at the ults as
Udah
well,
masuk ke
Pavlos.
sini nih.
Right now, we've got
Zero.
Severin about to bring it
Kok
up, of
si
course.
Elmimore. Udah jalan ke belakang.
Teabagging at the end of that round as well.
Ini mau
You
diputerin
gotta finish it
sebenarnya.
up on the height, you know.
We do
Timingnya
absolutely-
yang salah.
Absolutely do.
I don't think they get to teabag
Oh
when
no man.
when they lose so many weapons on their bye.
You're absolutely right. Going into this next round,
Okay. Oh no, Judge.
a judge from JC Vash, something
Judge.
to watch out for. And I tell you what, we don't often see a judge on Haven, and we don't often see it on B site either. So
Judge
it's
bagus
a bit
cuy,
of an
tapi
orthodox
buat
position,
jaga
but that
close
can be
angle
worked
B
because,
sama
of course,
Garage
There's no way you
doang.
anticipate that, right?
Sisanya mah susah.
I want to see if there's a world here where ONIC actually just avoid it, go through Garage once they identify the judges there,
Okay,
or
nggak ada
vice versa.
siapa-siapa.
They just wrap around to C.
Balik lagi.
Highly influential round, and you can see the pressure mounting. You can see the uncertainty in their decisions, but slowly but
Oh,
surely
no.
there is a pivot towards this left-hand side.
Borkum nih.
And Team Secret are
Pasti dapat kill
acting up in
satu.
the dark.
Harusnya sih
Let's
Borkum
start
secara
from the front. They know
SOP
nothing.
harus dapat kill 1 nih di sini. Borkum.
Borkum will be the first one to be contested
Check.
though, but this corner definitely will be
Oh.
checked. Oh no, it's not the best of peaks, is it? And Dubstep just
Uh-oh,
helps out.
uh-oh.
This looks like a very simple round for Team Secret now.
These would be the best of peaks when you've got Dubstep assisting you at range. Yes, NC Sash is able to get away, but it puts
Udah
all the
bener
pressure
sih
on
dicek
Shiro.
sama ini
Oh, no,
tadi.
the
Sama
timing! Oh, it goes wrong!
sama
Judging
monyet
the
udah
course
bener
distance
dicek
from
tadi sama
VCT.
monyet. Cuma
Oh,
ada
it's not looking
ini
great for
dubstep
ONIC,
yang
not this
jaga
round.
dari longnya.
Put this one behind you. And that's Elmimore can put this one on top of his shoulders. He shall not.
Man,
Equalised
balik
scoreline, Team Secret on
8-8.
8-8 Pav loss, and right now it is turning into what is just a battlefield, a barren wasteland
time
of
out.
Haven. I actually really
Time out.
like the
Ganti
ONIC
strategi,
timeout.
ganti
I was
strategi.
sort of thinking that could be a
Koci
little
walk
bit too
nih.
soon, but the reality is right now both economies are at a position where they can still be broken.
Yang menang ini
So
soalnya,
these
yang lawan
next
Bleed
two
lagi
rounds
aja.
are going to really influence how the round, how
Bleed,
the
Bleed,
rest of the
Bleed,
map
Bleed.
is going to be played in terms of aggression, in terms of how confident
Bleed
both teams
GG
are
loh
gonna be.
mainnya
So they want to
aja.
highlight those. Severin currently
Boom
going
kemarin
17
hampir
and
kalah
7,
juga.
Elmimore 14 and 11 as well. But on Team Secret, it's the other end of the spectrum. They are able to, while yes, no one's top fracking as heavily as
Itu
Severin.
di ping
The
lagi
kill
tuh.
disparity is much smaller.
Itu ngasih tahu tuh,
Really
kalau
strong
kayaknya di
stuff
sini,
from
di sini,
Team
di
Secret
situ
and of
kayaknya
course
itu.
from the members
Ini
of
deh.
ONIC thus far. I'm waiting to see which team makes a mistake.
Yeah.
Kayaknya mau
Because both
strike
teams are in
A,
a position now
mungkin
to
ya.
punish the second the mistake is made. And so whether it be an overextension, a player who gets a little
Itu
bit too
siapa tuh
aggressive,
disuruh jalan
potentially a
buat
misstep, giving
ngeliat
an audio
itu
cue at the wrong time, that is
dari
going to
mid.
be the difference maker here.
Kayaknya ada yang strike E, satu
Right,
lurking
did seem
lewat
like
sini
ONIC
nanti.
Have made the most
Itu tadi ada
frequent-
ping-pingnya.
frequent mistake. Recent mistake,
Lihat aja.
excuse me.
Tuh. Nah, standby di
set them
situ
back in
monyet
their
yang
ways.
Yeah.
monyet yang
Something I
jadi
want to
ini
highlight
kayak.
as well is the ults have been very slow to come online this half. We're sort of hitting the 5th round, and this is where things start to increase in pace. We've got Borkum, JC Vash,
Oh,
Shiro,
dijagain,
also away from
anjir.
their abilities. Munyet,
Di situ
Elton is
ada-
the one to watch out for as well alongside Wits.
Alarm bot.
I want to see the spontaneous use, you know I like that.
Nah, ya kan?
But,
Bener jalan
it
ke
seems
mid.
so calculated, I doubt we'll see it too much this round outside of the Blade Storm on dubstep.
Rico to the back end, Wits to be paranoid. Falling back, this gives them a lot of space. Monier, look at this. So far forward.
Oh
wants to get
no,
up close
nggak
and
dapat
personal
kill,
with that
sayang
stinger, but
banget.
obviously can't
Sayang
do
banget,
so.
sayang banget.
Bisa might have been taken over. They
Tapi
may
cuma
have that
pakai
space, but they
ini
don't
sih,
choose to
stinger
use
juga
it
bisa
as
apa
a take
ya?
itself. Now, Team Secret sort of realize this. They're like, where are the rest of them?
Ah,
Where
mereka
are
ke
the rest
E,
of them?
ya kan?
I mean, Naomi Moore is just starting. They should be
Ini yang
around,
di
right?
ping-ping
No,
tadi
they're
tuh.
not. They're all the way
really
behind them.
Hei, maju
so
ke sini
smart for ONIC as well,
dulu,
because
kemudian
they
kita ke
ended up
E.
trying to aggress into
Beneran
Wits. It
aja.
means he can't go back to the safe site, and in kind it means JC
udah,
Vash
dapat
can't
side
go
ya.
back either. This is going to be a free
Dapat
plant,
planting
and
paling
it's a
enggak lah.
chance for Shiro to get really aggressive.
Oh.
Oh, I love this.
Oh no. They're not looking at the right
They get a
direction.
step.
JC Vash is. He's expecting it. Ah, that's a player.
Nice.
Oh, Severin finds it. Again,
Nice.
with a triple kill. And Severin with 36
Severin ini,
seconds.
dia ulti nih,
Yeah,
kagak.
You want a Spectre there, not Stinger.
For a moment, I thought the
30
fumble with
seconds left.
weapons there may have actually come back to bite
no.
him. Luckily,
Severin
Team
kagak
Secret, they
pindah.
are coming from the
Wah,
flank,
mati,
but the
anjir.
lack of presence may actually just convince Severin that there's going to be a push from the flank.
Oh,
Fakes
he's
the teleport
TP'd.
as well.
He faked it. Do they fall for it? He's
Ah.
shown his ground, and now that they
Terlalu
come out of the
ini.
shadows of short, that is
Kalau
how they
dia
deal with them
tadi
quickly. Team
ini,
Secret on top.
From the
9
shadow.
to 8, and for ONIC, they do
Tapi
get
sama
to
aja
the
sih kalau
right,
from
so
the
you
shadow
finally
nanti
get that over
juga
and done with. But as we said,
dipotong
this
sih.
is where the
Walaupun
change of
mereka
pace
jalan ke
happens.
E,
ONIC, they
nanti
try something
mereka di
hyper-aggressive.
tengah-tengah city
Wits,
gini balik lagi
really,
ke
really
sini.
smart play actually. So
paling
identify
nggak
that there's a
ketemu
push
sama
coming through B,
Jetnya.
and rather than fight from Link, he falls all the way back, expecting Munyet to keep pushing. He expects the aggression of ONIC, which means that the playstyle of APAC may slowly be letting these teams down. Of course, there's going to be battles on either side, and we are seeing our first operator from
Wah, map
Dubstep
ketiga
from
tadi
Team
apa?
Secret.
Baiknya.
And with that
Wah,
operator,
wah,
remember,
wah, wah.
heavy
It's not looking
investment.
good.
If this loses, if
Kalau
this is
dibuy.
lost instantly, the butterfly effect in the economy is going to be felt for a good 3 or 4 rounds. Ult management, ult's in favor of ONIC, but only slightly.
There is a bunch of utility as well, blockading out that mid position to the entry towards B. So even though there's not really a player to hold that out, Wits is also falling back from the angle. There's quite a lot there. Hunter's Fury ends up with a kill. Monier does utilize his overdrive, but he's clear out the space he wanted to.
Ya,
Doesn't
dia
go
tahu tuh.
deeper than that,
Dia tahu
otherwise
tuh.
he may have been in trouble.
El Mimo
Elmimo,
tahu tuh.
though, is on
Nice.
rotation duty, catches
El Mimo
one
tahu
ball,
tadi.
and now ONIC
Sound
have a
cue-nya.
clear advantage this round.
Nice. Udah sampai situ aja monyet.
I don't think they anticipate dubstep actually being here, which may be difficult.
Udah di planting
They could
juga.
dispense from
Udah
the
nggak
other
ada
side of
waktu.
the site.
Dapat nih.
Yes, they are
Dapat nih
fragmented,
harusnya.
but so
Secara
are
ini.
ONIC. With 2 players so far back, both Munya and NC Slasher could be caught out if they're not careful here.
It's crazy how ONIC were able to spread
Oh.
out so far.
Yeah.
And being spread out means they're also being able to get caught off quicker as well.
Spreading out that far can usually be the downfall of a lot of teams.
Yeah.
I like how ONIC do it in such a calculated way. They have utility to help them, even from the players who aren't there. So you've still got the Paranoias, you've still got the Hunter's Fury to just aid you in your pushes there. Team Secret, they save, good call to save. ONIC, that is going to be a 9th round with 3 players left alive as well.
9 sama
That's
ya.
going to really help their
Tapi mereka
economy,
masih
but
punya
also it's gonna
operator
help their
asal.
confidence to
Ini
go
agak
for
serem
this
operatornya itu.
continuation
Di
of
Elong sama
aggression.
Silong ya.
It's getting close. It's always been close. It's never really been
Timeout
one-sided at
lagi.
all. One team
Team
gets the
Secret
lead
sekarang.
and the other one does.
Nah.
This has to be a Team Secret timeout, as ONIC has used theirs already, dropping quite a few in a row this half. And now, Oh,
Ini agak seram aja.
this is getting really, really interesting. Things are starting to shape
Soalnya
up.
mau nge-pick operatornya kan harus pakai
that
utility
TCK
kan,
officials
kalau nggak
this
pengen
time a
mati
little
sih.
early.
Right.
I think that bear in mind we
Aduh,
still
di
have,
ping-ping lagi tuh.
it's
Mau
clear
ngapain lagi tuh?
9-9.
Mau
We have
strike
got
ke
a lot
Garage
of
tuh.
ahead. We have
Soalnya
got
ada
a
operator
number
kan,
of
mereka
rounds
nggak
left.
mungkin ngambil
I
resiko
think that
mau
for TCK,
jalan ke
I'd
Silong
rather see them
sama
hold on to it
Elongnya.
until things get a little bit closer to its sort of sunset of the
Pilihan
map.
paling bagus sih lewat Garage,
But the fact that
atau
using it
enggak
now means
itu
they're
masuk ke
probably
B.
planning to just run away with it. ONIC, remember,
dua pilihan ya.
their coach is allowed to talk to them as well. I guarantee Ewok is planning something masterful. Remember, ONIC, they were together a year.
Careful.
Because once the coach joined,
Here.
did they suddenly elevate themselves to such the strong prowess that we know? And of course, you can't just attribute it to Ewok, but the strategies, the machinations of his mind are being put to work by these players.
Machinations of his mind.
Oh, operatornya ada di
There
ini,
are some
di Silong.
masterminds around, that's for sure.
There are. It also puts.
Yeah.
Yang penting jangan ketemu operator di awal aja dah, di pertama
how
ya.
effective support staff
Keep up.
can help you as a team. For ONIC, huge push away planned.
It does look like it. They're starting to push forwards here. Well, there is a cross. It's a completely barren A site for the Team Secret side. They're alluding to the idea that, okay, they're fine with ONIC taking that space. They can always go for a 5v5 retake.
They absolutely can. Team Secret, they are being fairly passive for the time being.
Itu early smoke-nya Severin, kalau ngelihat tadi yang buat nutup ini utility-nya operator tuh.
Which is why they're being so passive and they're trying to use it for the retake.
Udah nggak ada siapa-siapa.
That's probably what they're thinking.
Nggak tahu, post plan
Get
udah.
retaked away. They are against tour de force, but of course a well-placed dagger may end that.
Oh,
Nice,
the
dapat
F1
satu.
is pushed. That's something you don't expect. Oh, throws
Oh,
out concussion, but no.
udah dapat
hits.
satu tadi,
He's
udah
able to
bagus
trade it
banget.
back out. Monia is
Tapi
no
posisi
more, but it
hidingnya
does
jelek,
put Team
bisa di
Secret
wall
on
bang
their
kan.
feet.
That was a dagger from his own team, which actually
Andai kan tadi posisi hidingnya itu kotak itu nggak bisa di wall bang sih.
Get this retaken and quickly.
Oh, they're really
Wow,
up close to this.
wow,
They're trying to fight this. They want to.
Wah.
Stepping forwards, double for Elmimore. Oh, expect the left side angle, and so close. Pushes dubstep is
Dubstep.
masterful. Severin though.
Tapi
do they not
Severin.
know he's here. Doesn't look like they do. It doesn't look like they know. Spray down across, diffuse halfway.
No, Severin timing.
Doesn't have his gun out.
No.
Dubstep has saved this round single-handedly.
Wah, itu tadi udah
Team
menang
Secret
tuh.
with 10
Severin kena
dubstep, that
timing.
swing to not only shut down the threat of being able to get caught out with that Rolling Thunder. For that, ONIC, they should have won that. Once they removed the Rolling Thunder, that should have been it. Munya looked like he'd sealed the deal
Wah,
on that round.
gila
But
sih.
no, it's such
Gila,
an
dubstep.
aggressive play
Dubstep sih
from
gila
Dubstep as
anjir.
well, actually, to get them to swing further, get those two, that first kill, so then aggress single-handedly past the chamber to fight each player one at a time while his teammate is getting into position. And with that, the confidence to have
Wah,
in
jaga
yourself
Silong
to go that
lagi.
aggressive is just perfect. Now that operator's back on dubstep, he's ready for a fight, he's ready for a scrap. And for ONIC, unfortunately, the scrappy playstyle, what we thought favoured them, comes back to haunt them in our 19th round.
Dubstep is just so loud on the map right now that the entirety of it can hear the shakes of that bass.
Haven's filled with wubs and whoobs right now as, as ONIC get ready for a hit over to beat. Now, what I quite like here is there's a change of pace from ONIC. They've got a little bit quieter, they stack up together. It looks like a bit more of a methodical hit to this site. Alvin makes that first spot of noise, potentially trying to bait JC Vash or Wits into a duel with one of these players.
I love that Shearer has been left behind here. The thing is, I fear that he will get spotted. But he hasn't just yet. And he can clearly be a caveat in the mix in regards to this take on the A side. We're seeing the same thing exactly from Team Secret. Last time around it worked out, right? They completed the retake, but they didn't have someone on the back lines pondering.
This is so perfect.
Ooh, site-nya kosong.
They're going to be able to get this site planted for free. For Team Secret, though.
Terus gitu si Zero ini jadi lurker nih.
Dia.
Kenapa dia dikasih ini? Kalau ada yang nge-push dia, jadi ketahuan.
That's definitely the game plan. Dispenser is wary of the back
Oh,
line.
di
He's
smoke?
looking at it, making sure no one is there to push out.
Wah, nice banget omennya. Omennya nggak kecek tuh sama trademarknya. Posisinya Zero ketahuan nih. Mati Zero. Beneran anjir.
Already walking in on a disadvantage.
I love the instant pop of the null command as well. They know full well there's going to be an attack.
Almimore just chased right after Borkum there. And now he's the one on the back line. He's the one on the flank, and there's no more bot to interrupt it. A player has to have his attention turned towards it. Recon, that's definitely going to show it. Rolling Thunder, here he comes. Elmimore on the
Nice, Elmimore.
behind them all as they push through. NC Slasher shuts them
Nice.
down. ONIC as they
Nice
retrieve
banget anjir.
the victory.
Itu tadi sayang banget posisi trademarknya kelihatan kan dari apa namanya, dari pintu itu posisi trademarknya kelihatan, jadi di smoke dulu sama omennya. Pas smoke nggak bisa ke detect trademarknya.
So that you know that there's going to be no worry of that rolling thunder, which could have really come back to
Hampir aja. Kukira bakalan gagal anjir. Soalnya gara-gara ini Siro mati.
Not only is their confidence down, but so
Anjir, mainnya bagus banget.
Yes, they have that blade storm to assist them.
Andai kan tadi dipindah di sini aja.
What good can it do?
Trademarknya di depannya pintu sini. Nggak kelihatan kan dari arah pintu. Kalau dilihat dari sini, di sini kan kelihatan tuh. Tadi ditaruh di sini sama siapa?
Well, they were very successful second time around. Now I'll try to go in for the third. Obviously, you're heading off against pistols, but blades being enabled here have to be respected.
Nice.
Unless you Elmimore, because you can do Elmimore things. You can just do stuff like that.
While you do have Elmimore, you need to remember that Team Secret do still have JC Vash and well, not dubstep in this round, but they have him as a presence. They have him as almost a poster boy.
Wah, ini overthinking nih. Overthinking nih.
Cool
overthinking tuh si itu.
He wants to show
si Witch. Langsung rotation kan dia.
Secrets. A defense of what is going to be a very slow start from ONIC looks all but a pipe dream with this lack of firepower,
balik lagi ke A kan?
lack of ability.
Kalau aku sih kayaknya balik lagi ke A nih.
Don't want to see the lockdown
Iya, balik lagi
to
ke
a round in which the odds are so heavily stacked against them.
Jadi anchor Jesse Fast ini nunggu nih. Habis ini recon dia. Punya nggak recon? Bentar. Belum on reconnya dia. Nggak ada siapa-siapa. Flash.
Far left corner, there is JC Vash waiting. That's a kill.
Nice.
Could have been a second, but no. NC Slasher denies that opportunity. The spike will be going down.
Spike
at the 52nd
planting.
mark. ONIC again playing things very slow.
Yeah, this has been 3 rounds in a row now where that
Borkum
spike
dari
has gone
belakang.
down with 20 seconds or
Lihat tuh
less
gerakannya
time on the
Borkum.
clock. And I think
Karena Siro mati,
probably
trademarknya
identified
mati
at
kan.
this point now, I want to see going into their next buy round, how do they respond? How do they stop that?
Yeah, and if ONIC adapt, right, if they're able to switch up that pace.
Mereka sadar nggak tuh Borkum itu jalan tuh dia.
ONIC to hit that match of series point, next round I want to see them just gun it.
Itu dilihat.
Huge push.
NC Slasher ngeliat ini tapi.
By the Hunter's Fury. Remember, they still have a few abilities to play with.
Nice.
Bit of odd timing there.
Udah.
Does end up giving
win nih.
a kill. Over to Borkum. Just tell me more things. It's got to be a classic BM kill. It's like, you can't shoot me with your ghost. I'm applying my classic and do it against you.
Yeah, Elmimore also currently going 24 and 13. Both him and Severin. I told you that combo, that wombo combo on that A-long defense has just carried over to the attack as well. Absolutely beautiful things from them. And for ONIC, they right now are the heavy hitters. They're doing so damn well. And while the rest of the team have just started...
One bullet. He just held on to it.
How very green-fingered. How green-fingered of him to hold on to it. But as mentioned, well, the rest of the supporting act of ONIC have just been setting up this attack for Team Secret. It's, yes, they've been doing it together, but they haven't been outclassing ONIC together.
To be this closely matched and be like, guys, I've got one bullet, I'm going to kill him with the one bullet that I have on my Vandal, is, it's a matchmaking thing, right? It's something that you do with your mates. It's not something you do when you've got a series on the line and you're...
You can do it if you're Elmimore.
You can do it if you're Elmimore. Yeah. Considering that the losing team of the series will be locked out and no longer in the APAC LCQ, no longer in contention.
The bait and switch in Garage here is going to be the make or break for Team Secret.
13-11
They can
lagi
shut
nih
down
kayaknya.
the first two players who swing from ONIC, then they're going to have their initial attack just get completely neutered, and they're going to have to rely either on the Hunter's Fury in a position where they're already down, or they're going to have to rely on their own aim, neither of which are favourable in a circumstance like that. They do spot out Dubstep, not quite able to hit him with the darts, as Dubstep will eventually be tagged, and he'll back away, having gone for a bit of pre-fire. For ONIC, that is just going to invigor them to go and hit this B site, though, with Shiro going through Garage.
And it's a slaughter. And most kills go in favor of Team Secret, but
Nice.
you don't expect your flank to be taken out that
Oh,
quickly.
that's so strong.
It's so big, and it works like a charm. Although Elmi gets
2v3.
left stranded, they may be in trouble. Spike to the right-hand side corner isn't giving them a Hunter's Fury victory. Moniet, though, spots out some pixels and wants to make sure that they are no more. Careful of your left side. Flashpoint enabled. Doesn't move away. Ends up with a kill and falls back into safety. There's one more to be dealt with. JC Vash wants
Oh,
to
JC Vash.
all by himself. Team Secret not letting go off of that leash.
1v3 on Fracture. It ended in tears for Team Secret, but now it's not tears, it's only smiles and whispers of joy. As we said, this control into Garage would have been the make or break. The fact that the rest of ONIC were so smart, they went through B. They went through B, through Link, back round into Garage to outflank the players who were already in a gunfight.
Ya, si Fas
They were able to get that plant and keep it
13-11
even.
lagi.
Team Secret required heroics to be able to win that
Akankah
round.
13-11
Question
lagi?
is, how consistently can it happen?
Ayo, ONIC,
Only
bisa
a
nih.
lockdown available for them. Every other ultimate ability is a good way away, which means for ONIC, the ult economy is going to be favoring them, but will the momentum, will the aim, and more importantly, will the expertise of Elmimore and Severin hold up for these final last breaths of Haven?
From here on out, even though we haven't entered overtime yet, it's 2 rounds in a row for a victory.
Yes. Overtime is looking really ripe for picking right now.
It looks very much like the case, doesn't it? I mean, we've been going back and forth. It hasn't been... I don't think we've seen a 3-round streak by any of these teams.
No, we haven't. And for Team Secret, this is where things get a little bit interesting, because you've only got that lockdown. Usually a lockdown has to be used in symphony with something. It has to be accompanied by something else, whether it be a Rolling Thunder, whether it be a Hunter's Fury. In this case, there's nothing to follow it up. And for ONIC, they have enough utility to be able to mitigate that lockdown's effectiveness. So much so, actually, that it may even be used to just sell a fake position, or maybe even to just be used preemptively to keep ONIC off a site. Remember, ONIC is so slow with their attacks that a lockdown could just be used to delay and stall.
No flash there, and Dubstep can just hold the trigger, hold the position. Hunter's Fury doesn't quite connect. Oh, does it?
It does.
On his teammates instead? No, it does connect towards JC Vash at some point. Yes, okay. Moniet onto the B site. Doesn't check
Oh
his
no,
left side
kagak
in time. It's
dicek
looking a little bit
lagi.
rough, and it's getting
Wah,
a bit more
Monyet sih
difficult by the
kagak
second.
dicek lagi loh.
Has got the right hand side covered. All of it is
Monyet.
pretty much
Anjir,
held
dia
by Team Secret. And
kirinya nggak dicek lagi, sama kayak kejadian ini. Kejadian di Fracture tuh yang di box nggak dilihat sampai bersih.
So well at the moment in Vandals and Pistols, even Blade Storms, but now the Operator gets added to the mix as well. Look at Dubstep, Borkum and Wits, all on 17 kills. Team Secret, they win as a team. They win as a unit. And right now, this squadron are looking to send ONIC to the ether.
I'm concerned because ONIC looked very shaky that round. It looked like they didn't know what they wanted to do.
They had
no game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And that fragment may turn into a fault line if they're not careful. An assault ready for this C site. All of them ready and equipped. Dubstep, the hero of last round. Can the king rise to the occasion?
He's in the right position.
Kill once again.
It's crazy. He's where he has to be.
Here.
Waits for a pixel. They're going to appear here. That's what he says. I'm going to get a kill. And he's right. They are there. But what about the kill? Is he right about that one? Smoke. What's the call? Borkum goes within it. They can hear the footsteps of them falling back. But they're running out of time. Right. They're not entering C. What's the next plan?
And they burned a lot of time actually sort of setting up and waiting for the utility to fade on C. They're going to do the same thing again here, but look how much time they are burning. And Team Secret, they're playing retakes, they're being passive. They know that ONIC, they're the ones who have to make the first move right now.
And those weapons don't shout distance. Bulldog expected. No, they do not. Ooh, if they get a pick on Borkum, this could be doable.
If Borkum even gets into this position, this becomes so strong.
Oh, no.
Do ONIC anticipate Borkum to have pushed with such strong timing?
And they know exactly where Lime is. He can start shooting through the wall, but he has revealed the position. Overdrive coming through. But Paranoia is insane. Starting to push forwards. Dubstep in an all-important position. Hold back, but the rotations have already come in here from Team Secret.
This
is a smoke. Lockdown enabled on the defensive side. It means it will delay the inevitable, getting that spike down. But ONIC double back and held elsewhere.
That lockdown means that B site even looks like it's going to be difficult to push through as well.
So smart.
There's such little time left now. Dispenser
And the two players onto the side. Dispenser can hold it. 6 seconds. No time to get the spike down. Team Secret, they have done it indeed.
Kalah
They
dia,
are
13-11.
taking their own map pick home, and we're going to Breeze for the decider.
We knew this was going to be a good series. We knew it would be a close one, Pavlos, and I'm overjoyed by the fact that we are going to Breeze. For ONIC, it certainly isn't the serendipitous occasion, but I guarantee you for Team Secret, they have ear-to-ear grins right now.
We said when they were 11-11, 2 rounds are required per each team in a row. 2. Given that economical recession would follow right after.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Secret did.
Exactly what they did, and as we said, that lockdown has been saved to buy time. It's just used to perfection by Dispenser. We were talking about how that lockdown was being held on for a good long time, and for Dispenser it had to be a make or break. Dispenser, of course, being one of the best killjoys in the region. He shows us exactly why.
What a match so far. Only 1 map remaining to decide it all. We're going to a break, everyone. Let the analysts break it down for us, but we'll be back shortly for the decider.
Wah, berat anjir ini. Berat cuy, main di ini, di Breeze. Oke. Berat ini buat ONIC berat. Bentar, kuliah dulu ya. Ini ONIC tuh di Breeze.
1-1 is the score between Team Secret and ONIC, and y'all, look at your hands. What's on them? What do we have?
Breeze-nya sih lumayan ya ONIC.
What's on your hands? Look at them.
I see a sanitized.
Bentar, aku liatin.
No, y'all, the wrong answer. We got a series on our hands, everyone.
Third map.
Again, we knew that these teams were going to play to the death, but now their backs are literally against the wall. One map between these two, and it is literally 0 plus minus in terms of rounds, 13-11, 13-11.
I think this is one of the closest series we've ever seen.
It's, well, I mean, you guys had crazy overtimes the other day.
I mean, yeah, but personally, I mean, coming from Fracture into here, I thought that ONIC would have a much better round just because of their aggressive playstyle. I mean, yeah, they did benefit from those aggressive playstyles, especially from the sudden aggression on round 7, which really took Team Secret off guard. And then suddenly we saw Team Secret suddenly questioning, what are we going to do to deal with this aggression?
I mean, they couldn't quite find an answer, and that's why the first half ended in a 6-6, right? Both sides just seem super even in that regard.
Tug of war.
But I guess like towards the end of it, you know, we see a lot of careless mistakes come out on both sides, and at the end of it, I think Secret just managed to itch ONIC out somehow towards the end. I mean, we start to see some players like Borkum who maybe were a little bit more quiet in the beginning. They started to get a little bit more aggressive. I think towards the end of the second half, there was this one round where he actually pushed out in towards C Cubby, and that one position, like Kremer was talking about it, he actually made use of it to shut down whatever push was coming his way, and it really nullified Monyet's overdrive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to disagree with you about Borkum being quiet on that first half, because that first half we saw Borkum and Severin up on the up on there. It was like the battle of like the best omens, but we didn't start seeing a difference in pace coming in from the second half, especially from Elmimor when we saw him really start to step up. Yes, Shiro was getting those picks, but Elmimor was getting those double triple frags.
Yeah, I think that's what I meant, because like before this series even started, Digan was asking us, remember, like which were the players that really need to step up, and I think Borkum, Dispenser might have been some of them, Elmimor perhaps as well, but they really showed up a lot more, Severin as well, I mean, on this specific map.
I mean, we were just talking just now about which player needed to show up again, and I have to say for Team Secret, it is going to be Dispenser, and I think this just comes down to an agent pick to begin with. Personally,
Lockdown.
I'm not really seeing that high impact lockdowns come through, and of course the usage of the Nano Swarm boards were not used for the post plant setups. I don't think I've ever seen the parts where he actually had to pop it to delay time at all.
Yeah, very much at the end was the only time we got to see a lockdown used, I think, successfully, impactfully. It did get them the win, and it wasn't important, but another game where Dispenser is kind of a bit further back. And I think when we look at the way that these rounds were won, it was a lot of, okay, in the first half it was, hey, you guys go ahead, plant, we'll retake, and they were taking a lot of these 3v3, 3v2 battles. And then in the second half, it was very much a ton of hero plays coming from both sides, more specifically from Secret. You saw Jesse Vash, I'm going to JC. Jesse Vash on there. He was struggling with the score. I think he was only at 8 kills in the second half before he got the 3K to save the round. But it was many of those types of plays coming through. Dubstep, again, having himself a good one. But as you said, Borkum and Elmimor. Elmimor feeling it and pulling out, I think, the classic to close out with a couple of dink headshots. They were calling on the cast. Just Elmimor things that were popping off. So these hero moments are for both sides, and there really isn't too much between them, but the way that they're doing it, unique. And we now go to our final map, Bind.
Oh no, I think the final map is actually Breeze. Bind was the first ban.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, it's Breeze.
Little
It's Breeze,
error.
it's Breeze.
Yeah, we wrote this down. So for Breeze, I was just telling Quack what I was expecting from Breeze. This is one of Team Secret's most played maps. We've seen them play a lot, especially in Stage 2, and they do pretty well. The only time we see them really struggle was when they couldn't get their executions done when it comes to those really interesting lineups they had. But now in this playoffs, or at least in this tournament, I don't think they're going to be doing any of these conditional plays in particular.
I think I might have to agree. I mean, it's one of those maps that they've had a bit more practice on, especially in this tournament. If you compare it to ONIC at least. We really need to see players like Jeremy come back in, because I think this is one of those maps where they have a lot more space, a lot more freedom to kind of explore.
We need his chamber.
Exactly, right? The chamber, you block down lines of sight with that thing, Tour de Force or Headhunter, whatever it is. Maybe even the trademark just to block out flanks. It's something that's so useful. And then also Jesse Vesh to really come back into that sort of pseudo lurker role because he really gets sneaky around the map sometimes. If you're defending and you can take control over mid, it makes attackers sweat a little bit more.
Right, and I think, again, wondering, do you go with the roster that you started with,
right,
or do you go with the roster that just recently played? Again, Dispenser is providing a role. He is throwing down the turret. The nanobots are there, maybe not as successfully. The lockdown has been used, but we have seen Team Secret run with the Wits Jeremy roster on this one with Dispenser out. So, a big question between both these squads. The other thing to remember is whoever wins still has another series to play later on today, and they've gone the full regulation
Ngelawan
both times.
Pelit.
I think this is.
Ayo,
I
Dik.
don't know if it's a worst case
Tolong
scenario.
menang lah.
The good case scenario.
Biar
players
Indonesia
like
salah
Onyx, they
satu
ride
dah,
up
siapa
momentum. Maybe they'll
Boom
still
atau
bring this heat
Onyx
from this
jadinya
match
kan
to the
yang
next one.
lolos ke
I don't think it's
champion.
going to be an
Tolong
issue.
lah.
But for players like Team Secret, I mean, we were just
Tapi
talking about
berat
this morning,
sih.
I think Team Secret doesn't
Tapi
really
berat,
have
cuy.
a lot of stamina. And if they do win, I am worried for them that they're not able to sustain this energy going against Bleed later.
I am so with you. It's
Berat
gonna be
anjir,
one
last
heck
roundnya
of
yang
a
tadi tuh
PTSD
Onyx kalahnya
run,
kan.
honestly. I mean, that
Wah,
game
mereka fast
against
rotate
Bleed,
bener
Team
sih
Secret
sebenarnya,
had it.
fast
They just
rotate.
really couldn't
Severin
find a
langsung diem
single
anjir.
solution to
Wah, nggak ada
all
waktu
the
nih.
strengths
Severin
that
langsung
Bleed
diem.
had.
Itu jadi terakhir ucil lah
Yeah,
anjir.
it's a problem. ONIC, on the other
I don't
hand,
think Onyx will have an issue.
they're going to present a new problem to Bleed, I think, but I think Bleed will also have their
Ya,
own
ya
ways
udahlah
of
ya.
working around it. We'll just have to actually see how they play around that. But moving on to Breeze, at least, ONIC, again, it comes down to those individual performances. I mean,
I
we see
think-
Monyet on the Neon.
Yes, I was going to say
Exactly.
that. If Monyet's on Neon, he can take so much space, provide so much room for his team to come in, and on top of that, really fast
Space
flanks. That
creator
I don't
doang.
know if Team Secret is able to deal with it unless Jeremy's chamber comes through with the trademark as well as Tour de Force.
All right, well, we'll find out after we take this short break. Again, Team Secret, ONIC. Last map between them. Winner moves on to take on Bleed in the lower bracket finals. Loser has their Valorant professional season end in 2022 right then and there. We'll catch you after this break.
Oke. Udah cuy, lihat HP dulu.
It's been such a close endeavor, both of his teams. They've won their own map picks, and both of them in a very close scoreline as well. Welcome back, everybody, to VCT APAC LCQ, where in this final map on Breeze, we'll be seeing whether Team Secret or ONIC will be making it forwards in this tournament.
Absolutely, and having seen our first two maps, these teams look
Hey, let's go.
indistinguishable. I honestly can't think of who would be winning this. You look historically at Breeze, we haven't seen it get played yet by ONIC. This tournament at least. But for Team Secret, have seen them play it a few times. They beat ONIC before in previous tournaments. I'm really interested to see what they have planned for us.
It's going to be interesting. We saw ONIC fall flats at the latter stages of that map of Haven.
Yeah.
On the attacking side, so hopefully we will be seeing something different from them this time around, but it seems that they already are lingering on a Sky instead of their frequent KO.
You're absolutely right, and for me, I prefer KO over Sky on Breeze. So I'm going to be interested to see how it's utilized.
Let's go.
But of course, that Trailblazer has had some serious effect in the past, so there's definitely a chance for them. The one thing that I want to highlight was, of course, Severin and Elmimore over on ONIC. They're the ones who were able to make that last game so close, even though they weren't able to take it. If they can keep up the pressure, if they can continue their success over on Breeze, then we could really have a game in our hands.
Also, another thing to note, Jeremy is back, and we'll be playing on that chamber. No more of Killjoy, therefore no need for the other sub.
Oh,
And,
maunya
yeah,
nggak
Team
pakai
Secret
neon.
switching up both times. They've had to switch maps. Good to see that their compositions are affected by it all. Something that we've seen over the span of this season throughout. Now, Team Secret seem to have got a little bit of a plan here. Got themselves a stack up on Elbow. And ONIC sort of in the dark with no information themselves. Only now we start to hear the callings of the guiding light. Severine will be retrieving it. We'll be seeing them as they start to cross forwards. It is Borkum with the first shot, but they're simply trading back. Onto the archers they go. Want to deny space from the CT movement, but it's Moniet left on site, yet to be challenged. Dashing into the face of Jace Vash, and that means that Elmimore is the sole surviving player of ONIC.
Clean round. Very, very clean round. Dubstep's able to follow it up as well with a quick shutdown. I was going to say, Munya alone backside had to go for a hero play. Unable to do so. Means that Team Secret, not only is it a clean round, but it's also their ticket into the starting of this map. Something to highlight as well is that ONIC have started defense for every map so far. Secret showing that they actually don't mind being the ones to go on the attack. Bear in mind that, of course, they are quite versatile when it comes to changing in strategy. So it is a side that favors them. But I've sort of known Secret for their defense rather than their attacks. It feels like they want to get the hard half just out the way.
May just be the case. But now, of course, we'll be entering another round where ONIC are taking some chances. Starting to waltz down mid. On that downhill.
Wow, dipanis juga
Downhill.
sama Severin.
It's a big drop from up there. But still, it's all seeming recoverable. All the players that do take damage do look to hide away. And that means
susah cuy,
we've got Team
kalah
Secret.
senjata kan?
You're absolutely right. And for Team Secret, now that they have been able to go for a fairly solid start, fairly quick start as well, the momentum is going. And for ONIC, move to the full buy. Of course, in that second round, there was no Vandals, there was no Bulldogs. Jeremy just going for the Headhunter Sheriff combo. It means we're probably seeing him set up for an Operator, should they win this round. And for ONIC, this should be a clean one. If it's not, and if Team Secret can really wound them, then we could really be in for an interesting start to Breeze, particularly with how ONIC deal with losing early momentum, because ONIC have been pretty consistent in their openings of a lot of these maps.
Very important guiding light to start off this round for ONIC, gaining some crucial information of presence near this left side of the map, though mid isn't really an entertaining idea for either of these teams, right? No one has kind of pressed on in that direction. Only now we start to see them wrap around towards it. One side from Elbow, the other from Nest.
Shiro's been very passive with his peeks to mid, actually. I think he's wary of the fact that if Secret can get up from Elbow, we are going to see some point-blank duels where the Spexes really thrive. The Hawk is going to give a bit of early information, and with that, we're going to be seeing the assault begin from Team Secret.
Not quite blinded it was Moniet, which means he can rain some bullets upon his opposing side. Although Shiro will be the next player in contention over the Archers.
Oh, no.
Shot from Jesse.
Jesse fast.
Fancy Wancy. Not too bad. And that puts them on top as well. Gives them a spike plant, gives them some extra weaponry. Look, now they've got Jesse Vash and a Vandal.
Fancy Wancy, and it looks like Team Secret are about to be a bit antsy.
Nice, Elmimore.
Elmimore comes in.
Yeah, enough fanciness from Jesse Vash though. That's enough of havoc he has created. It seems like Elmimore got a bit jealous and wanted to be relevant
Wah,
himself.
Borkum dapat kill lagi
But
anjir.
Severin is really given an opportunity. Neither is Shiro. Therefore, the call is made for ONIC to fall back.
I really, really like that play from, I believe it was from Borkum, to be able to shut down Severin, who was going from the flank, who would have caught out the rotation of Jeremy. The fact he stays alive means that now Team Secret, having retrieved the Vandals from ONIC, are going to be able to go for a bit of a hunt. They're not going to find anyone, because of course Breeze being quite a big map, ONIC have had quite a distance to run, but on a bonus, your objective isn't to kill and win the round, it's to retrieve rifles and to be able to damage your opponent's economy. Team Secret, they've done both, and the icing on the cake is they win the round regardless. 3-0. We saw that Dubstep was sort of, or Jeremy even was sort of amping up to buy an Operator. That's no longer needed because he's been able to retrieve a Vandal. Really solid start for Team Secret. And for ONIC, with these saved Vandals, I want to see what good they can do, because they're going to have to go aggressive to try and make the effectiveness of these rifles as big as possible.
And whether they will be able to do that, it is to be anticipated for. And looked upon. Sure, one of the players with the Vandal was on that left side. It seems like they've split the two Vandals across the two mats. So, but we're seeing the Oba play over and over again. It seems to be working, so why switch something that just works? Shiro puts the Vandal to good use. NC Slasher and Shiro again.
Nice.
Shots. Well, that's why you need to adjust your play and not go for the same things time and time again, because it will be adapted to, and you'll get thrown in the dirt.
Team Secret do know better than that. I think they're being a bit cheeky going for that
Nice.
once more. Jeremy, alone in a 1 versus 3. I mean, hey, full HP, this is by all means winnable.
Possible harusnya ya.
It is
Spike-nya di situ
fathomable.
soalnya.
They need this first kill and quickly, though.
He does. He's got time. I don't think that's a big issue. I think it's the fact that he's got to deal with 3.
That's
which
very true.
are
Oh, no,
all in
NC
very different
Slasher.
positions.
Ah,
And the first one is jumping towards him.
Nice, udah
Guiding light
ketahuan.
is not quite
Akhirnya.
influencing his vision. If he picks up the spike, he's not going to be too wary of the left side, which is
Nice.
where Severin is waiting. And that is ONIC finally finding a way on the board.
That they do. Really, really strong stuff from them, and it shows the adaptation. The fact they're able to do it on the fly really gives me a bit of happiness for the members of ONIC. It shows that Breeze is still their playground, and with that, Team Secret with a Viper Spear ready to wield, Dubstep 1 away from being able to bring out that Blade Storm. Over on ONIC, the ults are on the horizon. We're not quite there yet, but it's kind of 2 or 3 ult points on every single member, which means to me, going into this 6th round, we are going to be seeing a huge cataclysm of abilities. Munyet brings out the first operator of the game, as does Jeremy.
Woo, dapat satu. Nice.
That's the opener. You said, as soon as the operator comes out, we're going to see a kill. And we did.
Well, Munyet needs to be careful with this duel for Jeremy here. He can't get overconfidence once he got that first opening, and I quite like it. It shows some serious discipline actually to back off and not even peek the main entryway.
And it switches the position as well, right? Be unexpected.
Exactly, and I don't think Team Secret are going to anticipate this at all. There's the owl drone from JC Vash to lead it, but it's not spotted out Munyet.
Not yet, at least.
Oh, he's able to avoid it with pure, just working on audio alone there. That's beautiful.
Not quite. I think he was able to avoid it for a little bit, but you can see the pings on the minimap. They say they've spotted him.
That's
probably
true.
his backside. Which means Team Secret not quite fancying this take anymore, even though they expend their toxic screen towards it. Seems like they're hoping ONIC will over-aggress here, make a mistake.
Team Secret, once again, are going for this sort of heavy stack towards elbow. It's something that, yeah, we've seen all 4 rounds now. Hopefully we'll see a change of pace, or maybe a change of strategy soon, because ONIC seem very well equipped to deal with this. There's only 30 seconds left.
That's the last guiding light Team Secret have available. Viper Spit will be enabled to try and help them get the push onwards. And then Slasher with a spray down. Monier with a shorty close by. He's even got an operator if he wants it. And
Nice.
Slasher gets it done.
Woo,
as well
clean.
as the rest of the team. ONIC don't lose a single player.
Team Secret there, they're trying the same strat again and again, and hey, it's now not working. I'm surprised it's taken us to see this. It's taken us this long to see a change. And credit where credit is due to ONIC, particularly for Munyet, to get that opening kill, to extrapolate from the fact that there's someone on elbow that is probably going to be a hit to be anyway, and then that shorty at point blank goes for the high ground, showing complete trust in
Nice.
his team to deal with the players on the low ground.
Monyet udah
And with
nungguin
that
tuh
from the
lagi
Sunken,
operatornya di
husk of an attack.
cave,
Team
ngeliat
Secret
cave-nya dia.
are setting their gaze.
Nice,
at
bisa
A.
dapat satu
The
lagi
change
sih.
comes in, but the weaponry isn't there. Blade Storm to assist from Dubstep. Early util from ONIC to try and punish the push to the top of ropes there. And it feels like for ONIC, this is a pretty good read from them so far.
Yeah, they haven't been too bad at getting those slight reads, because it doesn't feel like Team Secret has been giving them too much. And always Monier at the right side. Ooh, that's an elbow!
Woo!
Jesse Vash!
Tangannya kelihatan. Sikunya.
Just like that. Just like that, they have numbers. Yeah.
For Team Secret, when you don't have weapons either, you really need those numbers. Borkum is going to try and aggress through corridor, assisted by the Blade Storm of Dubstep, which means that right now, the peak of Shiro is going to make or break this eco round for Team Secret. Oh, they all coalesce into corridor as well.
Yeah, and Shiro's there and waiting.
Oh, ketahuan.
Dubstep. He's the one to pick it up instead. Says, I've got blades. You pick up the Vandal. You do you, mate. I have trust in you, Severin, he says.
Munyet now is in the potential of being caught off on the safe side. He needs to be like an auto turret, switching between position to keep moving, to keep his head low, and to shut down ONIC.
Very much isolated, which is why Dubstep wants to go directly after him, but can he? Because there's distractions coming in from Spawn. Finally, Money is taken down, but Slasher hasn't quite been dealt with. Neither has anyone, and he's just approached now from from the sidelines. ONIC on top with this. Not much left for Dubstep to yield, and he's trying to run away.
That's so smart!
At least he gets rid of the operator.
That's so smart, Pavlos. And in removing the operator, it's going to have that economic repercussion on the Team Secret.
Dibuang operator.
Really cool stuff there. And
tapi nggak main pakai operator lagi.
Imagine thinking on your feet like that.
Nggak ada duit juga sih. Bisa sih invest.
Wasn't that 1v3? Be like, all right, got one bullet. I'll try to kill someone at least. But he was like, no, I'm playing the long game here. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Let's throw that operator out of there, so there needs to be a reinvestment. And there isn't actually one coming in from ONIC this time.
You're absolutely right, and I think for Munya, that's potentially shaking him a little bit, because he also committed the Blade Storm to that round as well. Of course, we know Team Secret is the smart team. They're showing us exactly why they've earned that title, and for ONIC, the response now is aggression. Look at this push through mid.
Yeah, I love that we've given a lot of credit to Team Secret that round, but quite honestly, it is ONIC to win it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And that was all off of the back of, well, not all, but a lot off of the back of Monyet.
Sama-sama ini.
Both Aldrones meets one another in the corridor, block each other. It's a little smooch before they continue their push.
Yeah, mid pressures is actually quite an issue for Team Secret to be scared of, wary of. Look at all this space gathered and just free pickings at this distance to do damage.
He doesn't even need to kill.
Oh no, nggak ada suaranya.
5 HP means the entirety of Team Secret's rotation
In-game
is just
suaranya.
halted.
Yeah, hinders the confidence, but of course Wits will get him back up to full health. Of course, can't bring back shields. But the rotation is incoming towards B, and there seems to be 2 players in elbow waiting, as well as Elmimore in mid, lurking in the shadows like a shark.
Perfect.
Appears. Balkan didn't know what was coming for him and instantly had his head chopped off. NC Slasher to be challenged, Seeker's drawn out, but seems to be NC Slasher doing quite a bit, draws out the Sheriff but not in time, still equally traded. On the B side they go, Team Secret have a chance.
Jesse Flash continue. Ums and ahs about a flank here. Remember, there's a Hunter's Fury ready. There it comes. It's going to delay the plant, but for how long?
Well, not forward too long because Team Secret
nice.
won this. Shiro, yes, he gets one, which makes things doable. Very doable. Dubstep is low, JC Vash as well at 60 points of health. But it's a Hunter's Fury I'm looking at. If they're able to make it out of there, JC Vash the advantage doesn't even come down to
Udah
it.
bagus
No
anjir,
required.
Sokdatnya kena loh.
He's got his gun, and it does mean that Team Secret come out on top.
Pavlos, if that shock dart was but a second sooner, that would have ruined the round. That'd have been the round. Incredible util usage from Shiro there to try and counteract the incredible gunplay from JC Vash. Welcome to Breeze, the hometown, the haven you could call it for Sovas, where they look to really flex their skills and roll their shoulders in anticipation to what is going to turn out to be a banger of a third map.
It's really turning out to be quite a spectacle. So many back and forth. It's as if they're playing, trying to pull the rope in their favor. You know, how'd you call that? The rope game?
Tug of war?
Tug the rope. Yeah, there we go. Tug of war. No one's getting on top though. Dubstep with a massive pull himself. Does actually aggress very far. Jeremy, he's actually quite far away from that. That was a very long distance shot. And there was no response from ONIC. They're the ones that are at a massive, massive deficit. And it's Elmimore desperately trying to spot out on elbow. Just a pixel to try and draw his team back in contention. But it seems he's just going to stick around here. He hasn't invested in a weapon. He's only invested in his ultimate, which means he's got nothing to lose. The rest of the team fall back. The flank comes in, but Elmimore reads it. At least a kill goes his way, but I'm sure he wants more than that.
Elmimore's just fighting for silver linings right now. ONIC, they've given up on this retake. For Team Secret, this will be a 5th round regardless. It was just a matter of how many casualties to sustain in the war. And in this case, it turns out to be a fairly Pyrrhic victory as ONIC cower and hide. Yes, they have that operator. Yes, they have that Vandal, but it's with a sigh of capitulation do we see Team Secret hits that 5th round.
No.
It's quite a streak that Team Secret are starting to build here.
Wah, ONIC sih.
Quite a streak indeed. I remember when ONIC were on top of this scoreboard, and all of a sudden this the script has now been flipped.
Ah,
I like this.
Timeout.
Yeah, I really like this. Bear in mind that you go into the timeout, your next round, yes, you have enough for a buy, but in ult management, you've only got that Viper's Pit. On Team Secret, you know they've been committing abilities, but you haven't seen a Viper's Pit yet. Borkum is on the horizon to get his own up now, and it's Team Secret's adaptation to then turn to mid, turn to A. This is where ONIC have realized, okay, We anti-strat at elbow, how can we anti-strat the rest of this map? And with Ewok coming in for the timeout, I'm really interested to see how ONIC are going to be able to change their play on the fly against one of the most established teams in APAC.
And that Viper's Pit Ultimate is one of those difficult ones, isn't it?
Yeah,
right, because you can either use it at the start of the round and then avoid it, or play around it during the round and then go for the retake, but then it will kind of grant itself obsolete, or it's something that you use later on as well.
I think it also is, Vipers is a very good indicator as to the play style of a team. Yeah, you can see some very aggressive pits where they actually use it for map control. In some weird cases, we also see them get deployed just in the entryways to site, something that we see actually quite commonly on Breeze. But for Severin, he has been a bit of an enigma throughout this series. We thought he'd be one of the quieter ones, absolutely exploded earlier, and now he's on that Viper. He's been passive, he's been aggressive, he's been bouncing off his team so well, it makes him so hard to predict. Secret back to the elbow strat. Let's see if they can catch out Munyet, who's ready with this operator. A double operator second as well, as Elmimore brings one out as well.
Flashes exchanges, but Munyet in a very out far position gets caught.
Yeah, and luckily for ONIC, hey, they've got another operator to rely upon. Elmimore brought that in like the last second of buy time as well. For Team Secret, will they know? Frankly, will they care as they look to cascade onto this B site?
Well, the dash does come out of the cloud burst, but NC Slasher still on top. NC Slasher can't hold on for more though. He needs help, and it's arrived. Potentially could be Shiro to do it. Elmimore from mid. Team Secret haven't gotten themselves on site. That's what they're trying to do, but Elmimore is there tonight. Brings out a Vandal as he now wants to take multiple fights. Shiro coming through. He's being pressured as he's being pushed up upon. Look at Borkum. He's going in.
Nice.
Shiro helps out.
Nice.
Jeremy.
Let's go.
Now, all
Winnable.
to himself. He's got the spike. But
Winnable,
no
cuy.
confident to get it down.
Ini nunggu
With 30
spike down aja,
seconds,
posisi
he's taking-
Elmimore bagus banget.
Honestly, it has to be
Di
so
situ aja.
stressful for him.
Ah,
Shows his ground and Elmimore
nice.
swings. That is
Wrapping.
right back in the game.
It's a mad dash to get that operator back as well. I think he's just about able to do so.
Dapat
And
operator
with
lagi
ONIC
dia.
off the back of a timeout are able to find some momentary success and a slow sigh of relief that Team Secret's dominance isn't going to continue reigning upon them. For Elmimore,
Whoa.
great round as well, and a very smart play to switch to the Vandal once you realise that the retake was due. Double operator setup was pretty quickly shut down from ONIC, and I don't think they're going to dip their toe in that water for a good while.
Wah, ini
Now,
mau
Elmimore
aggressive
is
pick
starting
nih,
to pop up.
kayaknya.
Frax was then currently.
Elmimore.
He's going to look to extend that with what looks like a very aggressive stance over to this A site.
Talk about aggression. Elmimore.
Wah, nggak dapat.
Oh, not quite the
Nggak
shot he
dapat,
would have
cuy.
liked.
Sayang banget.
That may have been a false positive as well, because he only saw one player. He doesn't realise how close the rest of Team Secret are.
Yeah, it could have
Tapi
been a bit
bikin
of a
mereka
camera
agak
error on there,
ngedelay
but-
soalnya kan ini. Ada operator
Well
kan?
observed by the observers. There is a bigger flank coming through, but how soon can it be relevant, right? Because Team Secret's now
Severin
lingering,
yang
but if they
ngeliatin
move in
hole.
quickly, it could be their chance.
What I like from Munyet is he's not pushing any further. He realises that Team Secret haven't committed to this A site at all. They've just shown presence there, and him hovering around their spawn means that he can catch out any fast rotations much sooner than Team Secret may suspect. Dubstep, aggressive through corridor. There's a few recon bolts attempted by Jesse Vash here. However, he won't be able to tag the chamber, leaving Team Secret a
Wah,
little bit in the
Severin
dark.
sih berat nih hidupnya.
I was wondering whether he wanted to scout him out or damage him up. EQ pressed. Elmimore out
Ketek
of
doang.
harm's way, but they still have a good hold over the site.
Wah, ketek
Scratch
doang
that door,
anjir.
Jeremy
Sayang banget
open.
kagak mati loh.
Shiro, though, throws
Jesse
some darts
Fest
out
ketek
into the
doang tuh,
wild, but it
18
seems to be
XP.
Team Secret to start this pursuit of the attack. They're steamrolling through the ONIC players, and it seems there's nothing they can do.
Oh,
NC Slasher and
no.
Moniet are the players to come in, but have the cavalry arrived too late? Galloping upon
Nice.
their horses, it's Moniet to trample over Jeremy. NC Slasher close
Nice.
by, and they might be turning for
Flash.
the whole tide of this round around.
Di atas dia,
NC
tahu
Slasher
ini.
and Moniet
Tahu
both
posisinya.
get the
Flash.
kills, and it's
Nice.
down to Borkum.
Wow.
Off the bat, he shall fall. ONIC, what a retake!
The cavalry have arrived.
Dia tahu itu
and
tadi
lost in
posisinya
that
udah.
Charge of our Varangian guard. ONIC equalise at 5-5. Here they are, and here they plan to stay. Helmets glinting in the sun as these hedgehogs look to equalise. What I love as well
That's
is
crazy.
What I love as well is the confidence from NC Slasher to just keep throwing those hawks into the pits to force the Viper out of his own home. Liberating that site and bringing ONIC fifth in a very clean fashion.
What could have Team Secret done better there? Because they were 4v2. And it had a Viper spin.
I think they were too hesitant to take fights, and it meant they ended up getting separated and kind of isolated in their 1v1s there.
And ONIC just exploited it.
Look at the economy of Team Secret as well. For ONIC, that is a perfect shutdown. The tour de force does come out from Jeremy, but what good can it do? You look how fragmented Team Secret are, still haven't decided which site they want to commit to. And against the operator, Elmore is going to have that still stagnated presence, which is just going to rule areas of the map out of off limits.
Udah ketahuan posisinya. Mundur lagi tuh.
Split as well from Team
Mundur
Secret,
lagi si Borkum.
leaving Borkum on alert.
Ketahuan soalnya.
Get out of my way.
Flash.
And there's a discrepancy in the firepower, right?
Buat ngedelay tuh.
That's got to grant this
Oke, udah masuk.
task to be at a very high difficulty level, especially considering how quickly
these
ONIC have
flashes.
reacted to it. The flashes have done quite a bit. Oh, the blades! just
Oh, nice.
Money and an NC slasher. All that you need.
Nice.
And even though some shots are fluked,
Udah, jaga
there's
angle
always
doang.
time for
Mereka
recovery.
tahu ini lawannya
And
operator.
Jeremy, tour de
Tour de
force in
force.
hand, will have to falter
Nice.
as well. It's ONIC now in the lead.
6-5, ONIC mounting a last hurrah in this half. Sure, for a while it looked like Team Secret were just going to start plowing their way to victory, but ONIC's response has been perfect. And for Munyet, what a hold to have NC Slasher to cover him as well shows the teamwork, the same teamwork that carried them through Haven is now carrying them through now. At first, it was Elmi Moore and Severin. Now they've taken a
Let's
step
go,
back.
Bisa yuk.
Shuro and NC Slasher.
Yalah, ONIC.
Their turn for the
Kemudian
prize.
lawan Bleed. Kalian ketemu Boom lagi. Jadi ada tim Indonesia di champion. Kan seru nih.
And ONIC definitely wants to have
Ada
themselves
Malaysia,
a 7-5.
Singapura, ada Thailand,
Make sure
ada
they have an
Indonesia lah.
advantage before they enter the next half.
Jangan Malaysia, Singapura lagi.
Just use the blade successfully, and Shiro is just within the midst of chaos, but still able to succeed.
Nice.
Desperate to get onto the push here,
Gila.
but they blockaded at every single step of the way.
Perfect.
Just walk into
Anjir,
a wall
gila,
after
gila.
another.
Aku nggak kepikiran tuh di apa Viper Speed di mid kayak gitu di double door. Severin sih sialan juga ya.
Severin's Viper's Pit get too much effect and didn't really get too much usage. Over for Team Secret, their ult management was a little bit better, but when it came to the initial angels to actually take these sites, ONIC just took them over. However, Team Secret, we know they're better on their defense. ONIC, we know they're better on their attack. It's the same story we said on Haven, and that was every single round of regulation.
And a reminder for everybody watching this match, this series. Remember, this is the last map at the lower bracket where one of these teams
Ini sih
will
yang
be going
tadi serius. Di lurk dari belakang maju ya.
no longer the chance to contest
Flash.
to be the representative of APAC, the third representative of APAC in Champions.
You know what you think as well is that if your winner is sending their opponents home, surely that means they're safe, right, Pavlos? They are by no
Oh, itu
means
untung di backup
safe.
lu sama
The
NC
winner
Slasher.
of this game has to go on to play against the
Blink 3 times if they
Titans
kidnap
of
you.
Bleed. And right
No,
now,
bro.
both of these teams, despite the fact they have the appearance of rolling behemoths, what happens when an unstoppable force hits an immovable object?
Sekarang
It's an
attacking
answer. We will find out very shortly.
Kita lihat aja
That cannon
gimana nih.
being shown towards both teams, saying you could be blown up
Tapi
to pieces any
mereka
second
tetap
now.
sih masih ada
You're
cobaan
just a few
berikutnya ya
rounds
kan.
from elimination, and neither of these teams
Menang
wanna be
di
that
sini
team.
tetap ada Bleed
Talking
aja.
about Cannon
Bleed
goes boom.
GG
Our team
mainnya.
went and get the
Tai lah.
finals, of course. They're the ones
Kemarin
you really have
lawan
to worry
Boom,
about. Of
hampir
course,
aja
if
kalah
you
juga,
want
Boom.
if you were currently ONIC or Secret and you want to be able to win APAC LCQ, you need to win this map and then 2 more series.
Yep. That is 100% the case. Indonesia versus Philippines, ONIC versus Secret.
Iya, Filipina ya. Yes.
5-7 in score, but the sides have been switched. Now ONIC on the attack and Secret on the defensive. Fairly slow start as the Trailblazer goes out for some scouting work, spotting out
Wow.
a couple of players.
Wah, dubstep tuh.
Relax.
It's what
Dubstep
a battle
nih
for the
di
ages.
ini apaan
Look
tuh sama
how
Siro.
ONIC is slowly making their rotation back.
Kayaknya sama
over
Siro
the
di
lane,
expect
but
sih
Dubstep's
harusnya
so
posisinya.
aggressive, he's going to spot this
Hole-nya.
out instantly, Pavlos. He may even be able to get a very early lurk onto this attack.
It's out all down to patience, really. Is he going to wait for them to push onto the A site to find a flank? Is he going to try
Nah,
and
di-expect
peek
kok.
out to
Harusnya sih
gather
di-expect.
information?
Soalnya kemarin
Seems to be the former.
ngelihatnya kayak gitu
At
cuy.
least for now.
Setup dia.
Maybe perhaps when the toxic screen has been enabled. Oh dear. Timing is good.
Nice, Severin.
Severin
Let's go.
comes out on top, and it could be a way for ONIC to carry on the momentum from the previous half.
Bokum gak mati.
Dashes in to chaos.
Oh, nice.
He's up with a kill, and
Untung di backup
Slasher
NC Slasher. Kalau nggak gitu mati tadi monyet.
Even though damaged up, they seem to have heavy control over this round.
Nice.
From
Tinggal Jeremy doang.
It's all on the shoulders of Jeremy. One headhunter, 6 bullets to wield. You only need 1 shot to zero your weapon.
Nggak mungkin menang
To
juga
zero
sih,
the
cuma
HPs
nge-damage
of
doang.
ONIC, Jeremy, walk into
Nice.
Severin, walk into his death, his doom, this Viper. The poison has bites, and with that, ONIC, they're
Let's
going
go.
to be going 8-5 in the
8-5.
lead. For Team Secret, this is where
5
the
poin
worry
lagi.
signs
Bisa
start to
nih.
appear. Because for ONIC, the heavy investment into the second half, or second round, means that you do have these Bulldogs to worry about. There's a Marshal there to almost cauterize and tenderize these Vandals to be wielded. Team Secret needs success, and they need it fast.
Boy.
And I love that Severin was the one to get a triple kill here, right? Because, like, if you look at the previous map in particular, Severin did a pretty good job, right? Didn't end up giving ONIC the victory,
Sang
by the end of the
kapten,
day,
ya kan?
but was
Chill.
highly influential. And now that he's back, can help his team cross that finish.
You're right. He's also currently sitting on 7 assists. Like, even though he hasn't been killing too much, he's been really helping his team. The fact he's now killing as well is really going to help his confidence. For Team Secret, it's a big push through mid. I like this, of course. You're on Classics. Stick together. Work as a mob, like a gang, like a juvenile youth of... let's go Tyrannosaurus Rexes. As they look to tear into ONIC, of course. The T-Rex
Mereka udah tahu tuh.
predator of a headshot.
Oh no,
Dubstep
dubstep.
is going to be the player
Dubstep nih.
on the flank. Away
Nice, ketahuan.
Oh, Trevor, you kill me. Oh, you kill me. Just like ONIC are about to kill Team Secret, at least in this round, given the
Planting nih
lack
dapat plan.
of weaponry
Main
on
post
their
plan,
camp.
udah.
You're absolutely right.
Nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain Team Secret.
Retrieve an orb as well. See who it goes to. It looks like it will be going to NC Slasher, valuing those Seekers as quick as possible. And of course, against Vandals, that really will help. Team Secret, just clean round, couple of exits would be great. You see how separated they are on the map, so I think exits
Zero
is
udah
the
ngerasa tuh.
objective here. They are spotted out. Shiro doing good
Nah,
for the
Zero
info
nih.
game.
Nah,
and
tahu dah
a
Zero.
kill or two would be alright. Not too much pressure onto Team Secret this round.
Although 4 are alive, you know, it's not
Nice.
impossible.
Nice.
But it slowly is getting to that point.
Oh,
You know, Severin falls.
Sogdat mati.
At least it gets an extra orb onto
Dah,
him.
kena Sogdat
Getting
mati.
close to that Viper spit.
Tinggal berapa
Shiro's
HP
on a
dia
third or
soalnya.
fourth shock dart kill this map. He
That's
is
probably up there.
Yeah,
Probably up there,
he's knocking it out the park on this server right now. Team Secret outcome those Vandals. Of course, we're not going to see an operator for a good while from them unless ONIC decides to invest it on the attack, which is something we rarely see. Usually the attacking operator, excluding if it's bought in overtime, is usually something that's just been retrieved,
beli
and
Bulldog.
then the Chamber of Jet is just going to be happy to use it. The odd Bulldog comes
kagak
out
jadi,
as well.
cuy.
I quite like this.
Kagak
from
jadi
ONIC
dia
as well.
beli
They're just trying
ini,
to,
Sheriff.
keep the firepower as even as they can without investing too heavily into their third. And ONIC looking to do the same kind of methodology of strats as Team Secret were doing with these slow pushes up through elbow.
Standing ahead.
Well, we've seen this play before on the previous half when it was Team Secret on the aggressing, and it seems
Oh,
the
no,
superior
timing.
weaponry, the phantoms
Timing.
of this defensive side seem to be overwhelming the attack. ONIC just
Oh
attempt
no,
to go
El Mimo cuma pakai
just walked into it.
pakai ini doang.
The Phantom Menace.
You could.
Dapat satu loh.
Elmo, good for one. Wait,
Oh.
player dubstep will send to the grave. Team Secret.
Dapat
Very
satu
good
loh,
round.
Mas.
And for Team Secret, if they can find consistency here, if they can continue such dominant rounds, they can easily
Utility-nya
come back
telah situ
into this.
tadi.
We've seen them do it before.
Yang di mid
We've
tuh.
seen them do it on both
Midnya
maps,
terbuka
actually.
lebar
So
soalnya
it would
tadi.
only be on form for us to have a full 13-11, or better still,
Arah
Pavlos,
Nest tuh.
for us to have an overtime. I'm
Nah, ini
very
terbuka lebar
excited to
aja.
see it at the moment.
Ah, itu
And
telat
what
dia.
I like from Team Secret there is even though
Kena
they're
timing
down,
dia.
even though this round has a bit more pressure on them, they still have the confidence to peak. They still have the confidence to take fights. Over on ONIC, no ults available, but they are one away from being able to bring out those Seekers on NC Slasher. For Team Secret, it's a relatively aggressive stance from Jeremy, but it's not an overextension. It's more an early warning system in place.
Yeah, this is where things do start to get exciting as we see guns being brought out from both of these sides, and you start to see the macro play.
Jeremy
come
main
through.
ini asam
We
dia.
said this would be a high action
Aggressive tuh.
match in regards to the second half as well, given ONIC very strong attacking side, even though they left much to be desired on Haven. Maybe Breeze is the place where they feel just a little bit more comfortable. Could be enough. Off angle for Jeremy. Good defensive approach.
Ya
to switch
makanya tuh
things up
off
a
angle
bit.
dia.
I like the top
Hati-hati
screen
tuh.
as well. Does assist him in that angle. Moniak, will he pre-fire this? Doesn't look like he's ready for it. He is not. Jerry runs away with one, quickly putting Team Secret on a pedestal.
I love the follow-up snake bite from Borkum. It's so quick. It means that ONIC can't just explode off of contact. It rules out any hope for a contact play, and instead means ONIC need to fade away and man down with no control in mid and only a sort of lurking enemy more with that operator over on B. And as we said, we rarely see teams invest in the operator. We're seeing it why now, because yes,
Nice.
no money.
Nice.
What? NC Slasher! He gets challenged from multiple directions and he deals with it.
Mereka rotation tapi lihat tuh tim ONIC. Dia udah dapat B. Karena Elmimo ngelurking, nggak ada nih B kosong. Mereka harus jalan lagi. Overthinking lagi nih.
It was such a good start.
Team Secret had it all. Had the numbers. Had the placements. And 2 kills from NC Slasher did it all. And the push towards the B site as well. I mean, you can't leave that out of the equation. It's a good split, good idea from the execution of ONIC, but that has got to be heartbreaking.
Wah, udah ditungguin.
No,
NC Slasher sih bisa caught off guard. Karena dia ngelihat ke City.
Great, but I think they can just about
Dia ke
scrape
mid sekarang,
investment.
ngeliatin Nes.
The one thing that you have to keep an eye on though is the fact that yes, they have been getting these first kills. It's the responses from ONIC which is what's been shutting them down. At 10-6, you have about 1 or 2 buy rounds in you as a safety.
Wah, itu dengar dia, ada utility tadi.
Follow it up, and for me,
wah.
Team Secret haven't come on.
Dia dengar tadi ada utility kan. Dia pakai nggak tahu udah recon atau soft
tearing through him. We said this on Haven, we said it on Fracture, we'll say it on Breeze.
Timeout.
The timeout usage from Team Secret is incredible. They're really patient team. And I want to talk about the kill disparity. 2
Let's go.
kills separate the
Masih bisa menang nih.
Yeah. The teamwork of Team Secret means they're consistent.
Nih si NC Slasher sih.
When they do well, everyone does well.
Punya Indra ke-6 dia.
When you're in the dumps and you need saving, who rises to that occasion?
And when they lose, they're consistently bad.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah,
and
you need someone to step up sometimes.
Exactly. And you know, yesterday we did see some incredible stuff from JC.
Oh, tapi Monyet ini nggak punya duit sama sekali dia. Dan nggak punya ini, kalau dia mati
took our breath away.
Oh, bisa di drop.
We need him to do it
Severin yang
consistently.
bisa ngedrop.
Same for dubstep as well. Huge skill ceiling on him, but he needs to be able to consistently hit that
Almimor
ceiling.
2 kill lagi, Zero 2 kill lagi ya kan. Dapat Hunter's Fury. Severin nih kayaknya dipakai nih. Round ini dipakai nih ininya.
Exactly, same for Jeremy. He just hasn't had a chance on the defense to be able to bring out these
Harusnya sih dipakai.
and he can he's sort of and ah about aggression here, but he's got to do it on Vandals. And for Elmimor, this has given him such a huge chance to increase that window and
mau dipotong early lagi.
between himself and Jeremy.
Yeah, they have to get there before
Suka
it's too
banget
late,
dia
right?
motong early gitu Borkum.
3 rounds away from eliminating Team Secret.
One of our favorites as well.
Yeah.
Both of these teams, I think they were seeded. I think ONIC was seeded 2nd. Team Secret was seeded 3rd.
Yeah. Bleed was first, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
That should show you just how close these teams are.
Yeah. Boom, already being in the grand
Closing
finals,
nggak
right?
ada,
Not a surprise.
kosong.
It's
Kosong juga,
massive.
kosong.
Now, these two teams
Udah
are so
masuk.
closely matched, but
Free
this
mereka.
one seems that ONIC is starting to run away with it.
Viper speednya dipakai beneran kan?
This A site enabling as well this spike plant. There is a lot of utility thrown at their feet, but none of them are really connecting. Look at Dubstep now rotating around. He's gonna have to wait for his teammates before he makes a move.
Oh no.
Borkum, clean shot to start though. Dubstep just follows the
Nice.
drone.
Dubstep moves in forwards. Dubstep gets another. Shiro
Dubstep nice banget. Dia dapat info dari ini tadi Dubstep tuh. Dari apa? Dari drone. Kemudian dia ngeflick.
But he's already been dinked. He's already been damaged up.
Oh
His
no.
only saving grace there would have been a collateral triple kill, and of course that's
Drone-nya
way too
bagus
much
banget
to
anjir
ask
itu
for.
tadi.
Team Secret,
Yosifas
after a
ngedrone ya kan,
timeout,
tahu
back
posisinya
on top.
langsung ditembak aja sama Dubstep. Kemudian dia masuk, dashnya dipakai, dapat 1 kill lagi, dash out. Udah. Ah, tuh. Kalau Severin tadi nggak masuk ke ininya, mungkin beda ceritanya. Dia keluar dari wall goalnya dia
investments around,
sendiri
they've
kan.
been winning rounds, but they've been
Di
sustaining
sisi
casualties in the process.
di sisi
So the
side-nya,
economy
nggak
also
di
for
sisi
them not in
city-nya.
a great spot. They
City
do have the
cave.
Hunter's Fury to work with. Elmimore's one away from a tour de force, and with those abilities, that could be the
Tapi
difference maker.
satu lagi,
Unfortunately,
Elmimore
one
punya-
away
iya, Tour
may
de
seem
Force.
like a chasm of distance when you have Team Secret on a full buy with confidence, with that operator on Jeremy.
ONIC are changing up their approach a little bit. We're seeing lesser weaponry, but now this is kind of one of the first times we see them feeling out mid.
Oke, kosong.
And it's good to
Ah,
put
ketahuan satu
Team
doang.
Secret in a cautious position. Also, assisting the chances of getting a pick. Hunter's Fury, this is a small buy
Oh,
from most of these players of ONIC, and they
ketek sih
put an
70.
ultimate in there.
That feels like an overcommitment.
It does. Would have been okay if they could run away with
Oh,
a kill, but
hampir aja.
it doesn't work out.
Hampir aja mati tuh
High risk
Elmimore
at that
kena
at
ini
that distance.
Jesse Fest. Wah, mau di pick tuh.
We are going to hear some aggression from Dubstep trying to get to
Ooh,
Borkum.
He was considering the push. He's blinded. Oh, but he gets two.
Oh, nice Borkum.
Before he falls,
Borkum
scrambles
ini
up
off angle
the
dia.
kills. And now Dubstep is yet to
Ah.
be challenged. Dubstep is joining in. All he needs to do is just hold this line, and his teammates are approaching as well. Seekers are on their way.
Wah, udah nggak
I'm
bisa sih.
sorry, Shiro.
Nggak bisa ini. 8.
Your fate
Nice.
has already been sealed. Team Secret
Borkum
on 8,
maju
and the
tadi.
gap is ever
Ke depan
closer.
situ anjir.
Lost. The comeback is on. I cannot wait to see what ONIC have in response hitting this, hit what will be the next buy round. Unfortunately, it won't be now. They are going to have to drop down to a couple of
Time out
distances
kah?
more there. They could just about justify a force buy with unison of the Tour de Force, but their economy is in such a
Nah, ini
dire
punya Tour de
position
Force
right
nih.
now.
Ini
Team
bisa
Secret, for
balikin
every
nih.
round they win, it
Tergantung
feels
Tour de
like
Force-nya
double,
dapat nggak di
because ONIC
early
have to drop down
pick-nya.
the
Yes.
Pistols, they have to drop down the Spectres again and again and again. And look at Team Secret now. All it took was one successful round, and their economy is now thriving. Operator on Jeremy against the Tour de Force with money at the first
Oh
place to take
no, ke
contact.
panis
Dubstep,
lagi
the first one
monyet.
to open things up. ONIC spread out, miss out, and are in trouble. Way out of their depth. What do they work with? What do they use to entry? Monia is out, right? He's the one you expect to gain space earlier on in a round and a take and an execute. They don't have that anymore. It's Elmimore that they require really to step up and find a kill.
Nice. Dia nggak ngelihat anjir padahal kelihatan
He
itu
knows
tadi.
that he's the one in charge. He knows he's the most important one.
And he's doing this as a lurker as well. Look where the spike is for ONIC. They still have their gaze set to this A site, which means that for both NC Slasher and Elmimore, if they want to be able to join their team for an execution, there's less than a minute left on the clock, and they need to make a pilgrimage to get there.
Borkum still has a snake bite available to delay the A-site push. The rotation is coming forth, and it seems that Wits is wary of the positioning.
Nice.
Oh,
NC Slasher.
Doesn't matter. The fragging
Flash.
capabilities of ONIC are absolutely
Oh,
immaculate.
timing.
Oh,
Oh no, timing.
And then the rotations come in as well. ONIC, they've decided
Lagi-lagi,
to leave that A site they
timing.
wanted to commit to B, but the rotations are already there to stop them. JC Vash may have single-handedly held ONIC at arm's length.
But he still has a
Wah,
mile
JC
to
Vash
go.
sih
Right, another two
lagi
players.
on fire
But he's had
juga.
to walk past him so he can triple things up. And now it's Shiro.
Nice.
But that's able to shut him down, but just for a little bit. He barely has much space to work with. He's getting that spike down.
Wah,
but
ini
then
sih
he's got
susah,
to deal
cuy.
with the two of Dubstep and Borkum.
The Jets use the dash.
30 points of health as a snake bite drops by his feet.
Wah.
And Dubstep
Susah,
with the
cur.
bullet between the two eyes.
Dia vulnerable.
Headshots.
What
Damage-nya
a
ini
round
lebih
from
gede kalau
JC
vulnerable.
Vash there to be able to shut down ONIC. Not necessarily in that initial attack though, but to kill the two lurkers while the spike had already been committed to the rotation is just
Wah, itu.
flawless. An
Lagi-lagi, anjir, lagi-lagi dia.
from our Titan of the Sova. We wanted to know how long would it take him to come online. Well, Pavlos, the internet's been flipped on, the Ethernet's plugged in, and right now the
Calling
data
time out.
is flowing.
Banyak
No,
mistake-nya,
back across
anjir.
here, and a timeout
Itu tadi.
is called. A
NC
timeout
Slasher
is
mistake-nya.
required from
Oh,
ONIC.
man.
Pray to
Harusnya
the
dia nggak perlu
heavens.
lagi
How do you
nge-flash gitu.
stop the Team Secret momentum?
This is deja vu already. I mean, Haven was a map where it seemed ONIC were on top. We're the
Oh,
ones that
no,
were
man.
starting to level themselves above Team Secret. And then a resurrection came through from them. The late starters of Team Secret are doing it again on the final and deciding map of this series.
A resurrection from Team Secret leads to an insurrection against ONIC with one round in the balance. NC Slasher and Munya both won away from their ultimate abilities to give ONIC something to work with in Ultimate Arsenal. phenomenal, but it doesn't matter because on Team Secret, they've already got 3 readily available. Jeremy's 1 away from a tour de force, but he's not going to see the lights of that for a couple of rounds because of how good his economy is.
It's crazy. And it only will get crazier as we approach the latter stages of this game. Considering both of these teams are so close to being eliminated or moving onwards and having a chance to compete against Bleed. Team Secret have a chance for redemption, right? They had an embarrassing loss against Bleed the other day.
Yep.
And now the fact that they are in a position where they might be seeing a rematch in the lower bracket with a chance to knock down the ones that did that to them moments ago. What a story would that be, ONIC? Will they permit that? There's a big investment coming their way, right? Vandal onto Monyet, that is a big risk to take, knowing you won't be able to buy next round. And even though Elmi Moore doesn't even have his ultimate available.
Nice. Nice.
Getting the kills.
Wah, Jesse fast. Masih aja dia dapat kill.
Will be going his way as he now got control of the A site.
Jeremy as well at such long range with this operator. This needs to be a make or break. He needs his first kill and he needs it quick. His teammate unable to get it as well. Elmi Moore just backs off.
Nice, Elmi Moore.
It's won by ONIC. Jeremy has to save.
Omnimore just steps up. And so does the rest of ONIC. They amp up the pressure after playing so passively at the start of rounds. Now they just press W and overwhelm Team Secret.
It's that huge change in strategy. Team Secret just weren't anticipating it. And with that, our timeouts are done for the half. There is no saving. There is no.
Itu tadi untung ada smoke-nya ini. Smoke-nya Monyet. Kalau nggak ada smoke-nya Monyet tuh tadi.
Right now, because for ONIC, this could go from heaven
Itu tadi sih
very quickly.
bisa dapat kill tuh.
Comeback. Yes, it was nullified for just this round, but can they keep it consistent?
Pas
Can
di
they
hall
find
tuh,
these
perang di
next
hall.
2 rounds to prevent Team Secret from going on against Bleed?
Again, this resurgence comes back off the back of timeouts, right?
Yeah.
Again, it's where ONIC feel most comfortable to fall through with a victory. Imagine the pep talk they had during that time. How much hype up they could have had to come in with so much explosiveness.
You're absolutely right. Team Secret up against it now. Luckily, the economic cushion they have has certainly helped them. Munyet's going to be able to bring out that Blade Storm in accompaniment with a Spectre, but the reinvestment of the operator on Jeremy, that saved operator, is going to be something to watch out for now. He aggresses to elbow. Look how passive ONIC are being right now.
Very passive. A complete 180. And Blades enabled for Monyet.
Wah, Jeremy angle-nya tuh. Cek Monyet, tolong lah. Biasanya di situ kan ada orang tuh, dicek dulu dong.
But ONIC don't care about that. They don't care about that mind game.
Nah,
The
dicek
first one
nih.
is Jeremy.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Just a little bit too slow to that trigger. Shoots another time preemptively, and it gives room for the
Oh.
cross. Misses another time. Jeremy, you can't afford to miss out like this. But the flash is perfect. Witch moves in, overwhelms them. Witch completely takes up on that charge and wants Team Secret to stay up on top.
3v4.
Stay up on top,
Planting
but for how
dulu.
long? There are no ultimates available for ONIC right now. They need to win this with weaponry, gunplay, and positioning.
NC Slasher is left on site. Monyet to the
Posisinya
sideline.
jelek
You've
banget,
also
anjir.
got Severine further back. Team Secret, what do you work with? NC Slasher actually moves up closer, guiding light. Oh, does he read it? One
Nice.
flash. It
Nomor
doesn't
satu dia.
connect towards dubstep, but he still gets
Nice,
the kill.
dua.
He's starting
Oh.
around. It's communication.
2v2.
Jeremy doesn't expect it, and now we're down to a 2-on-2. Monyet hasn't
Oh.
quite joined the fray just yet. Severine from the far distance is able to do it all. Even JC Vash's elevated angle cannot account for this. Does his best to shoot through the wall.
Nice, Monyet.
Monyet swings past and puts him in his place.
Match and series point, Pavlos.
Angle-nya.
ONIC, they are
Anjir,
on the
bikin
precipice
ini tuh,
of
Jesse
sending
Fast
Team
bingung
Secret
juga tuh.
out of the
Mau ngepick
tournament.
belakang atau ini,
Remember,
nggak kelihatan
there
soalnya,
are
nggak dapat
only
info.
4 teams left in this tournament, and they are amongst the titans of APAC. We wondered what happened when the rolling behemoth starts going downhill. Well, I'll tell you what, right now,
Yeah, let's go,
just
ONIC.
a round away. Team Secret, a 3-round comeback. We've seen him do it before. Neither poverty of brain nor sickness of
Anjir, seru
pain
banget.
is going to keep them away from this.
No, it will not. Dubstep though with a very dangerous operator, and as soon as ONIC feel comfortable, he'll make
Dubstep.
sure they are
Dapat
on the
satu
edge
dia.
of their seats.
Dubstep. Wah, kepanis lagi nih.
We've seen ONIC recover positions like this before, but Team Secret, we know that under pressure, this is where they thrive. JC Vash, a hero of before, and now to be called upon once again will he rise to the pleas of Secrets?
Oh no, nggak kelihatan. Nggak kelihatan.
Jesse Vash gets the
No.
better end of it. ONIC are down by 2 now.
Wah, ini berat sih.
They're down by so
Wah.
much, and it just
Udah, nggak
gets
bisa.
bigger. The gap between themselves and their opposition.
2B4,
And
2B5.
now they wonder,
Nggak bisa, coy.
what's the next step?
Nah, udah ketahuan
Right.
posisinya.
Economically decent.
Kecuali Severin
afford
bisa
the next
dapat sih, dapat itu
Money's no
ke
object for
City
ONIC
dia.
here right
Bisa
now.
dapat 2
What
kill
they
itu
need is
nggak tahu dah.
momentum. What they really need
Saving
Pathos
sih ini kayaknya.
timeouts. Unable to use one though means that for Team Secret,
30 seconds
this is
left.
going to be down to buying time, keeping your players alive, and instilling that confidence into Dubstep to make him want to go for these early picks, to make him want to take the scalps of these
Saving.
few remaining players.
Well, they're going to save.
10 seconds
Because I'm not
left.
quite sure economically how sound the rest of their teammates are, so there could be some drop potential coming forwards. Or maybe don't want to give any orbs over to Team Secret any either way. But this does put Team Secret on 10. Every map so far has ended 11 to 13. And this one is coming to close up on
man.
that very similar scoreline.
12-10 lagi. Apakah akan 13-11 lagi?
In this tournament. Over for ONIC, they do
13-11,
still have
13-11,
two in the grand
13-11.
finals waiting for them, a team that may share in some con felicity, assuming ONIC can win this.
Tapi tetap aja ya.
Big
Habis ini
assumption
mereka tetap harus
particularly
ngelawan Blitz
when
siapapun
Team
yang
Secret
menang ya.
look as
Itu berat
hungry
banget
for
cuy.
this as they do.
Chol plays up. Not quite sure if he caught anybody off there. He did not.
Dapat satu.
Costly, but still,
Oh, dapat
traded
trade.
equally.
Tapi
But it's the A side they're going for, and is it the right decision?
Nggak
Might be
clean
if they act
itu
on
tadi.
time, but
Tapi
no, the snake bites the turtle
udah
for a little
ke-trade.
while, and it also gives time for Team Secret to stabilize the defensive powers in that angle. Cloudbursts, giving them more space to move into. Dashing on site. Moniet, far corner. Borkum delivers with a shot. Hunter Shuri upon him, putting pressure on
nice, dapat 2-0.
with one
Nice.
ray of light.
Udah.
Just kicks them
15.
down,
Nice.
turns them into dust.
2v1.
Jeremy has to do it alone against the two
Yo.
of ONIC,
Bisa ya ONIC.
approaching the end. Can Jeremy keep them in control?
Sial mereka.
It's crazy.
No.
Down ONIC with a flick of the wrist. And
Yes. Udah di atas kertas itu anjir. Mereka greedy banget.
On ONIC, what a clutch,
penyakit-
and what a
penyakit
time
match
to recover
point,
that clutch.
anjir.
We saw on Fracture, Jesse Vash was
Greedy
the one
banget.
to take
Mereka
that
kan bisa
clutch to
nunggu
keep
dulu,
Team
kan?
Secrets alive, and now on Breeze Deja Vu, I'm getting some strong memories from this
No.
Pavlos, but this time it's Jeremy to deliver for Team Secrets.
You absolute machine, Jeremy.
Wah, itu udah bagus
You
banget loh.
absolute
Ini
monster.
udah Zero sih.
It should have been over
Udah.
after this little shot here.
Wah,
Look at that.
anjas.
It really should have just ended there. But should is just a word.
Wah, sial.
On it. Look at them separate once again, trying to hit to this ace site, and their money not as good as it once was. Elmimore has to drop down to the Guardian. For Team Secret, they're finally starting to reap the small rewards of this string of rounds in what is a historical comeback.
Wah. Kalau udah masuk ini susah cuy, masuk overtime.
Ended the same score.
Pakai sini harusnya.
Slasher. Severine one away from a Viper's Pit as well. Wits has Seekers of his own, but there's no other ults to help him for Team Secrets.
Anjir, sabar banget loh. Team Secret juga sabar banget
changes
sih.
for Team Secret unless ONIC reveal themselves. Guiding light, keeping them busy for a little while, but all it does is just make them question, is this a fake? Are they still around? What is the commitment here? Nothing in mid. Again, nothing in mid from either side. Contention seems to be sustained to the extremities.
Aduh, di ping tuh. Angle itu, suruh ngeliat tuh.
Rest of ONIC 30 seconds left to decide if they are going to hit VCT APAC, and they are going to do it with an assault to be. Jeremy, the hero of last rounds, is the one to be called upon.
He's on the side,
Nice.
but he's instantly the one to fall.
Nice, Hero.
But Shiro,
Oh, wallbangnya.
Can you do it? 14 seconds, trying to get the spike down. All you need to do is deny it. What a shot by
Nice.
Instantly stopped though.
1v2,
Looking to get the
3v2.
2v3 down with
Ada
one.
5
This is
speed.
all down to Balcom and Dubstep. And Balcom is going all the way around this. He wants to find space to get multiple players, but NC Slasher is looking at this, and it's really difficult for
Nice.
Balcom. Not at the
Udah,
right
3v1.
direction. And the
Udah nih.
crosshair is
Harusnya sih
ahead
secara
Shiro.
ini ya harusnya dapet cuy.
They know where he's coming from now in an elevated position, but especially when there's a Viper spit, there's
Nice.
nothing you can see. Shots
Let's go, ONIC.
on. Elmimore
Yes,
is the
ketemu
final man
ini,
to
Blitz.
put bullets upon his opposition.
Let's
It's
go.
ONIC to do it. It's ONIC to move onwards, and it's Secret to get eliminated.
They do so in a beautiful fashion, Pavlos. For so long, we had no clue who was going to be
Hampir
able to
aja.
rise and take that.
13-11 lagi ya itu.
13-11,
Iya 13-11 lagi.
13-11,
Wow.
and 13-11.
Gila semua
There is
13-11.
nothing that separates these teams apart from a few mere
Salah tadi production. Ayo. Ayo production. Itu tadi salah dia.
Wow, what a performance. So many
Ah,
star
Kramer
players
sama
coming
Pavlos.
out clutching
3
out
tadi.
and
Mau
doing
dibalikin
everything
ke
in their
desk kah?
power to keep their team on, even when the odds were stacked up against them. Team Secret were a round away from overtime, just like every team was against their opposition on every single map. Could have not been closer considering there were no overtimes. Desk, break it down. I need to figure how this
We
all
need a
happened.
drink.
I need a drink. That was
Some
crazy.
water. That was amazing.
Yeah, again, heart-breaking, heart-pounding. It depends what side of the aisle you're on, but what a treat. Again, 2-1, ONIC knock out Team Secret and end their 2022 season, while ONIC will continue
Udah,
on and
bye-bye.
play bleed
Bye-bye,
in just a
Team
little
Philippines.
bit. Digon, Quack, and
Tapi
Tasha
GG
to
anjir.
break it down. Quack,
Tim Secret GG banget anjir.
13-11, 13-11.
Soalnya
It's
mereka nge-pushnya sampai
frustrating. I mean, you
13-11,
kinda
berarti
hope
close
and
close
see
game.
that Team Secret
Close game
might
banget.
just be able to push
Jadi
it in
3 map
overtime,
itu close game
and then
semua.
it completely flubbed it out
13-11.
last round.
Tapi
Like,
sayang aja
come on.
nggak dapat
ONIC,
harinya
they,
ya.
they managed to just change the pace so much, and at the last round, they just completely overwhelmed them. I mean, Jeremy might have been the hero of the second last round with an insane 1v2 clutch, but in the final moment,
Jesse Fest bagus
ONIC
banget
had
mainnya,
the
sumpah.
right call
GG,
to just
sumpah.
push out
Parah.
together at the
Jesse-
same time.
Dari tadi Jesse
One thing
Fest
I really liked about ONIC
ini terus
throughout
anjir.
this entire map
Tapi
is the
teman-temannya
fact
sih.
that they're able to equalize. There are
Oh.
so many rounds where they're just like 2 versus 4 situations where
bentar
suddenly
cuy
we
ya.
see NC Slasher just come through, disperse them using his utilities, and they're able to isolate and take the round. Also, the wraparound and lurks and Monyet has been extremely high impact, really catching Secret off guard. So in a nutshell, I would say that Secret may have the right execution for a perfect round, but they don't realize that the wild card, which is NC Slasher coming through, or Monyet, would be able to just ruin it for them.
Again, everyone's combat scores in the dirt because everyone had opportunities to step up and make hero plays, and everyone did. And you want to say it's one specific player or one specific round, but it's not. It's 2 rounds that went to ONIC over the course of many rounds that we thought were going to be the definitive round.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, when it comes down to it, you cannot afford to give up that much of a lead to a team like ONIC. When they are on top, when they have the round lead, they have the momentum to really change things up. They get to keep you on your feet. They get to keep you guessing, and when that happens, Team Secret are kind of left playing catch up.
Personally, I am more of thinking about how both teams are playing tug of war. Both teams are very momentum heavy based. We're going to see 2 to 3 rounds go to Secret, and then go to 2 to 3 rounds to ONIC, and till the last point, it really comes down to all of the final 1 versus 1 or aim duels at the very end, where I felt like there was just a little bit more advantage going toward ONIC compared to Team Secret, who more rely on the utilities.
Yeah, I really think it came down to the usage of utility by ONIC to get on the site, and as you said, the speed in which they were able to change the pace of play. Think about that last round. It was sit at home for a minute, do nothing, throw out one guiding light on A, and everyone walk towards B and execute with 30 seconds. They could have ran out of time, and to trust themselves enough to go with that play there at the end showed what ONIC did to keep Team Secret off just that little bit.
One tiny difference, one tiny call just turned the whole thing around on its head. Otherwise, I think we actually might have been able to see Team Secret go into overtime, but it's just not meant to be. I mean, there was that Phantom Menace reference from the casters. I think this was kind of also like a duel of the fates, if as it were. I mean, the initiators, honestly, because Jesse Vash, he was the MVP for Team Secret. He had a lot of positional plays that really put him on top. But on the other side, ONIC, you know, it was kind of different because at the start of the series, we talked about ONIC. They were the ones who had that individual potential to come up with individual plays. But this time around, they came together. They worked on their teamwork. And this time around, it was super tight. When it came down to some of these executes, they all worked together. They all came out so coordinated. And Team Secret had no idea how to react.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Team Secret, I think that when you look at it, both sides, both teams were playing a little bit more safe than usual. Both teams, I think, both teams are playing mind games, if you think about it, in terms of cutting the noise, taking some time over in the back. This is for attack and defense. If you notice how ONIC played on defense side, they were a little bit more quiet, let Team Secret take the space before they just go for picks one by one. And the same goes for Team Secret. Team Secret knows that they love playing the lurks. What they do, they just go around trying to find those picks one by one before just getting into the space and just taking control of the spike area.
I love that.
Yeah, and I think honestly, both teams, if we put them side by side, honestly so close, they basically have the same mind.
It's very different because we see players like Shiro work together with Monyet. They'll do this Hunter's Fury thing where he uses the beam to kind of deny area, and then Monyet will go in with aggressive dashes. It creates a lot of space for the rest of the team to make their way on the site, and it's something that really throws Team Secret off. But then some rounds, I think round 7 was one of those examples.
GG cuy.
You see players like
Nice try
Jesse Vash
buat ini ya.
really know how to
Buat tim
work off of
Filipin.
things like that. He
Nice try.
sees the Hunter's
Udah
Fury
bagus banget.
deployed
Main
by
kalian udah bagus
Shiro,
banget cuy.
and
Tim
then you'll
Filipin
kind of know that,
GG.
okay, this
Tapi
area
bukan
of the
harinya
map
aja.
is not really covered. I can make use
Udah
of this
di-push sampai
sneak
13-11
behind
terus
and
loh.
then find a
GG
clutch
Tim
moment
Secret
in those
langsung.
times. And I think that's
Bukan
from
harinya
his
aja.
experience. But it's still not enough. You know what I mean, guys?
Yeah, I mean, personally, when you talk about space, the best space takers, in my opinion, has been ONIC. They're really good with utilizing space that has been left behind.
Oke,
by
berarti
Team
dia
Secret.
ngelawan Bleed ya
They
di
would
sini.
come in, just wait, know that say halls, A
Wah,
halls
berat
is
sih
clear.
juga.
They
Ngelawan
take up
Bleed ini
all of
susah
the
juga.
space before
Berat juga
just
sih
finally
buat
exploding
ini, buat
onto
ONIC.
A side. I think that's one of their
Kemungkinan
best
kalahnya
side
lebih
takes
besar.
I've seen so far, and that was not on attack. That was actually on defense for retake. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, a lot of that had to deal with the fact that Monyet was willing to push up mid and make the map small. And that's one thing that I think ONIC did a great job of on defense. They did the same thing over on Haven, where they would not necessarily attack on defense, but they would make the map small on defense to clear out the areas in which Team
Ini
Secret
best
could have
of
been
3 atau
possibly
best of
waiting
5 ya,
at.
lower
And
final.
then they're able
All
to
match
shut down angles that they have to look
excluded.
at. You're not getting any just randomly shot in the side, and they're able to execute a little bit better than Secret and eke out those extra couple of
cuma
rounds.
BO3 doang.
And couple was all
Nanti
that
ini
they
ya,
needed.
lower
That
bracket
was a
finalnya.
great
GG.
series that we had, and we're not
GG
done
ONIC.
yet with
Nice try,
today's matches.
Team
ONIC
Secret.
will move on. Team Secret, they're out for 2022,
Looking
and ONIC
good.
now have to take on Bleed. We'll have that series for you in just a little bit. Stick tight. You're watching VCT APAC LCQ.
Oh ya, aku lupa nggak ngelihat VCT Indonesia. Reaksinya gimana? Wah, anjir, setengah jam lagi dong. Setengah jam lagi mau ngapain anjir? Oke, bentar. Aku pengen tahu anjir. Aku tadi nggak ngelihat yang Indonesia soalnya.
Banyak-banyakin Nggak, tapi gue suka sih sekali lagi skema. Lu lihat gak sih skema terakhir entry-nya Monyet? Dia cloudburst, dia nunggu di smoke.
Itu kata gua juga.
Power bracket next round. Akan langsung dihancurin, ada ubur-ubur, ada anjing juga. Dan Jeremy disembunyi dia parah kanan. Tumbang langsung tangan Shiro dan Shiro yang kedua. Semuanya kena recon. Gak ada yang ngancurin recon. planting ke Viper Speed, planting Viper Speed, tapi bisa dapat satu lagi, langsung di wallbang sama
Viper Speed.
seorang Elmimor. Viper Speed sekarang digunakan, 2 lawan 3 kali ini. Borkum akan coba menyusuri pinggir-pinggiran Viper Speed, tapi lihat udah sabar banget, enak banget posisi post play dari ONIC. Langsung dapat satu, 1v situation dari Dubstep. GG Gal ketahuan posisinya, dan sepertinya ini akan menjadi akhir, dan ONIC 1 kill menuju ke lower bracket next round, dan ONIC yang akan berhadapan dengan Blitz. Skema 13-11, 3 kali berturut-turut Israel.
13-11, skema 13-11. Gampang.
Benci haters.
13-11, oke, kita nunggu dulu lah. Main apa dulu ya? Kita bisa main aja 30 menit. Kita nunggu dah. Aku main AKK bentar dah. Yuk. Sambil nunggu ya. Setengah jam lagi. Tadadadadadada. Bentar, aku pindah dulu. Oke, let's go. Sambil nunggu ya, berapa menit sih? 30 menit cuy, lama loh. 30 menit tuh. Kita main dulu lah. Bentar ya, frame drop biasa. Soalnya sekarang ini nggak tahu frame drop gitu. Oke, nice. Masih TV one game. Oke, kita bisa ngirim ke temen juga, ya kan? Tipin dulu bounty 1, oke. And single match, oke. Ada teman online kagak? Belum kamu. Belum kamu guys. Belum kebuka anjir.
サイの姉子、あんたも来てたんだな。
前まではお姉さんと呼んで、今じゃ姉子かい。
let's go. Sambil nunggu anjir aku mau ngapain coba. Asam. Mati sih. Mana belnya? Aku bisa mati sih ini. Bentar. Anjir aneh jadinya ya. Main apa? PvE. Naraka sekarang ada PvE-nya ya ini. Ini mana monster terakhirnya? Kita ambil nunggu ya setengah jam cuy. LCQ. Kita nyoba main showdown. Oh no. BTW cara buka hardnya gimana? Aku nggak tahu tuh. Oh, oke.
何もたついてるのよ。
いい憂さ晴らしになるな。
船を作ったのは暗いな。
Let's go. Mode baru ya. Ini Naraka tapi PvE. Naraka tapi PvE dia.
サイの姉子、あんたも来てたん
Namanya
だな。
Showdown.
前まではお姉さんと呼んで、今じゃ姉子かい。
天と地でさえ有限なのだ。お前たちのような有象無象が続く道理はない。今日お前たちの最後の日になるだろう。
Oke. Let's go. Oke, oke. Wasap, sakit kali.
船の修復にも使えるかもな。
Asem, aku lagi yang kena. Ama.
船の修復にも使えるかもな。行くぜ。
お前たち焼き尽くしてくれるわ。
近くにいるの。
てい。 魚の餌にしてやるよ。鎧回復もやんないとな。
Oke.
援護か。ありがたい。
誰一人とて逃がさぬ。
Mana dia? Alamak, alamak, alamak. Mati. Mati. Mati ya tuh.
船の修復にも使えるかもな。礼は言わないからな。余計なこと。
Oke, gitu doang kan? Oh astaga, let's go. Ini lanjutan cerita yang kemarin ya. Oke, oke. Oh no man. Oh no. Stop streaming nggak tuh? Itu doang. Astaga, DC dong. Diriku DC anjir. Sorry teman-teman ya. DC aku itu tadi. Stop working, crash. Sumpah nge-crash anjir. Kita coba login lagi. Sambil nunggu ONIC ya kan. Bisa-bisanya sambil nge-crash. Nge-crash itu tadi, sialan. Sambil streaming, berat sekarang soalnya neraka sumpah dah, tai dah habis update tuh loh, berat banget anjir. Lihat akhir. Let's go, coy. Ini Naraka tapi PvE ya, kita lihat aja. Habis ada update baru PvE. Let's go. Semoga aman aja dah. Oke, siapa nih? Oke. No. No. Ngelawan PvE kah? Evil End.
切り裂け。お前は強いが俺ほどじゃない。戦う前に修復は当然。
Oh, masih ada. Healing dulu aja. Oh ini nih. Aku cariin di mana ya kan? Let's go. Oke. Oke, nice. Mana? Ada satu lagi nih yang belum. Mana posisinya? Oh ini nih. Aku dengar tadi ada suara di sini. Ah tuh. Oh di dalam rumahnya cuy. Oke. Udah. Oh belum. Belum juga. Di mana? Ada yang belum dibunuh nih. Mati. Satu lagi. Di sini tadi dia tiduran. Ya. Oke. Let's go. Mana nih? Alamak. Nice. Anjir dia nembakin asem. Oke, udah kebuka. Oke, tinggal yang terakhir di atas ya. Astaga. Nice.
お前がいてくれて助かったよ。
Kita ke depan cuy.
いい手だろ。これで使えるぞ。
Oke. Cutscene? Apa nih?
ここがお前たちの墓場だ。我が下僕よ。
Oke.
来い。
Oke. Oke. Let's go. Oh, nge-heal dulu cuy. Oke, let's go.
お前がいてくれて助かったよ。
Oh no. Awesome. Kontaknya mereka nggak bisa di ini. Meledak. Hampir aja. Meledak itu tadi.
Domo, domo.
Mati satu. Masih ada satu nih. Nice. Alamak. Ini ganggu banget. Wah, udah. Ganggu banget anjir yang terbang-terbang tuh. Alamak. Ngehil dulu sih. Mati. Nah ini bosnya nih. Alamak, kok ke diriku, Bang? Bang, tolong, Bang. Mati gue. Hei, hei sakit hei. Sakitnya. Dia itu ada bar stamina-nya tuh. Kalau stamina-nya dia habis, yang kuning tuh, dia ini diam. Astaga, sakit banget. Ah, aku mati nih. Mati aku. Lagi dulu. Nice. Akhirnya down. Whew. Let's go. Okay. Whew. Kita cuy, gua ambil dulu ini ya. Oh ya, aku give dulu ya. Oke, 1 belum kebuka ya, 1 sama 4. Mungkin 4 atau 1. Ini dulu deh, kebuka dulu. Yang normal dulu. Nah. 4. Oh, ini salah. Kita ambil yang 1 deh. Oke, nice. Ini udah kebuka 60 ya kan. Besok kita bisa dapat ini. Ini udah habis. Tinggal ini. Apa namanya? Apa sih? Quest. Astaga. Unlock completing Omnius Descent. Ini. Hard. Oke, baiklah kalau gitu ya kan. Kita balik lagi cuy. Kayaknya udah mulai tuh. Kita balik lagi ya. Kita keluar dulu. Oke. Kita balik lagi ke sini. Okay.
Players inside and then
Let's
only
go.
one from behind. 2 players getting taken out and he has to wait for his teammates. Alone fills with the flank, able to take out the first player, but Monyet finds one of his own from the front. 2 on 2, and they are both holding these angles. Monyet gets the first one, the last guard. That's one way to do it. All of a sudden they get a quick double, but then the Spectres come out. Oh, I love this guy. But then Kadoom from the bottom of middle as well. Shiro working together with Monyet now, and it gives them the advantage that they need to push up front. They can get the spike defused at this point. Doesn't matter where Alone Fills is, there's not much that he can do off angles, deep positions, and it gives Monyet the first frag. He hears them from above as well. Good flick, 2. Oh my god, what? No, it's out! Elmimore comes back in from behind, coming in with a big flank through the middle. Shiro holding the fort. All they need to do is to take down this last player. Wanna fly.
Here, the heals already coming through towards Bleed as well, but he lines up 2 of them, and it swings back into the favor for Bleed. A crossfire not needed. Famous going nuclear here.
Dangerous territory, the toxicity inside the cave, but Darion, he's doing it again. Could it be the ace?
Masih nunggu lagi cuy.
It's denied, but Retla.
Position of that pit.
Belum mulai ternyata.
This one overlooking Blaze King, and they know where Retla was coming from at the moment. At that half ball, distracted by the dart, and it's going to be Blaze King.
You mentioned you can't lose this first pick right now, and Maxi, he's not traded, he's overextended just a little bit. Now flips it up.
He's been silent. Darion is down. Retla though is still pushing, is still pressing the issue. Famous maybe for 2, it's not.
The catch and Blaze King, he's going to take it. It's going to be brutal.
No,
absolutely not.
No.
There is no way. You are joking, my friend. You are absolutely leaving it up for the pick. Holding short, but how far do they go? Famous again. There's 2 looking for more. The showstopper into heaven. weapon doesn't quite go deep enough, but Flipstunner at least has got one in the process.
Everybody here for Boom, but it's the shots for Darion that go a little bit awkward, and the push through from Berserks. Rattler, the opener once more, and a second as well. The Seekers are going to reveal so much information. It's to Bottle to get the damage. It's Lenny for the trade, and everything is coming up for Bleed right now. Floor Maxi, the gravity well, but it's not even needed. It's Pith. No tailwind activated, that he's going to be super vulnerable. There's the first shot, an opportunity. The shorty, the Dinks, it's not here. Rattler, 16 HP, another shot with the shorty, a chance. Rattler.
Utility getting a little bit overwhelmed with it right now as Berserks does respond, but Blaze King rather, he's there and Berserk's doing it again. With one, he's still alive somehow. Flipstunner needs to get this frag. He's doing it all somehow. But that's the spike drops. They need that one to light the fuse for Boom to try and close this, but it could be in the form of Bottle.
Welcome back to the VCT APAC LCQ 2022. I'm Tash Money. Alongside my panelists, we have Crema as well as Quack. This is my first time having Quack with me on air. I'm really excited. I mean me as host, not as me as analyst. But anyways, coming back to what we saw in the highlights, that was some of the most impressive plays we've seen yesterday. But earlier today, we've seen some of the most entertaining matches against ONIC and Team Secret, where we bid goodbye to the Filipino team. And the Indonesian team will be going next, and this time against the Malaysia-Singapore representatives. We have Bleed.
They don't give them much of a break, have they? It's gone from a hard team to an even harder team to have to take on Bleed.
Big boss coming through.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I mean, for Quack, it's a team that you have been following for a long time. But how do you think they'll fare against ONIC?
I mean, it's kind of what we've been used to seeing, at least APAC Stage 2. But coming down to it, it's not going to be an easy fight, now is it? Bleed, they seem like, honestly, I think throughout this entire tournament,
Ayo.
one of the more
ONIC
complete
ulangkan Blitz karena telah memulangkan AE.
I mean, we were talking about this before as well when we were in
Ayolah.
So there is that chance, and we could see an all-Indonesian final.
Yeah, I mean, I did kind of like went over that and I kind of hoping for it. But Kramer, you have high expectations for Bleed. So what do you think, or what do you expect to see from them? And do you think that Bleed will be able to overcome that mental block they tend to have?
Yeah, it's like they hit 12 rounds and suddenly they go, oh, what now? And everything just turns off. For me, I really want to see them keep their momentum. I think that Boom, ONIC, Secret, something they all do so well is their timeout utilization is just perfect. My worry is that Bleed aren't quite there yet. They're not quite as good as dictating momentum as those three aforementioned teams. So I think if Darion can stay consistent, if they can use their timeouts effectively, they could very well have a chance here. But we've just seen ONIC play very damn well.
I mean, sorry, you were saying.
ONIC, I mean, they against Team Secret, it just seemed like they had different ways to approach the game, and they knew how to read some situations. They knew how to switch up the pace, and that's something that really caught Team Secret off guard. Against Bleed, though, that could be an entirely different story.
Speaking of Bleed, their lineup today, as we mentioned for this whole tournament, Lexi out, Redla in, and I think that with the addition of Redla, we have seen a whole different layer of aggression from them. What do you think about it?
Honestly, I quite like it. I think Redla has molded very nicely with the rest of the team. He's really been able to perform. The only thing that, for me, raised a bit of a question mark is that his Sky can be very hit and miss.
I'm inclined to agree, honestly. I mean, we saw it on Breeze, like in the replays right now. It's something that we also saw a little bit of from Lexi. But the thing that I do like about Redla is the fact that him coming into the team, whether as a Sky or a Sentinel, it frees up Pith and Maxi to do some other things, some other plays, and we start to see that come in a lot more handy, I think. The team gets freed up to try out different comps, different strategies, and when we see Darion on things like Chamber, Pith,
saatnya kita memulangkan Malaysia
it allows for
Singapura.
the team to come into a completely new form.
Let's go,
and
pulangkan Malaysia Singapura.
Is a whole other thing. ONIC, we just seen them.
Tim Indonesia harus maju satu di champion,
or not, but again, it's another Indonesian team, and Indonesians seem to be able to take Bleed down somehow. Whether it's through strategy, whether it's through plays, they have what it takes, and I think ONIC, quite frankly, based on what we've seen so far, they just seem like the perfect counterparts to Bleed. I mean, we can put up some hit-to-hits, we can talk about some counterplays. I mean, like, Shiro versus Lenny is one of those examples.
On the topic of some of the players from ONIC, for me, the combo between Severin and Elmimor was just magical for a lot of that game. And I think something that ONIC do a little bit better than Bleed is they're very good at splitting out into these kind of two-man hit squads and either faking, opening up sites, and just being an general nuisance to their opponents.
It's very different, sorry, to what Bleed does, because Bleed, they love to bunch up together.
Yeah, they do.
So it's, you know, it's kind of like what Dugan was saying. ONIC, they like to compress and make the map smaller. Bleed, on the other hand, I think they kind of thrive on that. So
Absolutely.
it's going to be interesting.
I mean, when you talk about it like that, it's going to be really interesting. I mean, we didn't mention Redla coming into team, and Redla has been very, very aggressive. And it's always been like a struggle between the Darion show and the Redla show. But on the other hand, if you look at ONIC, it's always been Monyet. But I really want to see how Redla fares toward Monyet, because it's always been Darion. So in terms of how Redla goes forward, what do you think that he does best to thrive? Do you think that him being on Sentinel stops him from being a great shot?
Not necessarily, because his Sky is very aggressive, which is why it can be a little bit inconsistent. In comparison, his Killjoy, a lot more defensive. It's a lot more of a setup Killjoy rather than one that directly fights with his opposition. We only really see that Killjoy take fights in afterplants or in retakes. Because of that, I think Redla does get his chance in gunplay when it comes particularly to clutches. But in terms of taking a kind of pseudo-duelist role,
Potongannya Monyet anjir.
A little bit shaky. Hit or miss, right? Like you mentioned, with the Killjoy setups, it's a lot more comfortable for him. Because it's those controlled environments where he really starts to thrive, starts to show that, hey, I know someone's coming towards me. It's easy for me to prepare for it to take them down. As a Sky, on the other hand, he has to go for a little bit more proactive role, more utility usage, like throwing out those pop flashes, using the Guiding Light, maybe Trailblazer for recon. I think he's not so used to that, not yet anyway.
Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to agree with it. Bearing in mind, right, Bleed have a very good support network. They've got analysts, they've got coaches, and
everything.
More importantly as well, they've been boot camping together for a very long time. They live together, and I think that if we were to see a drastic change in roles, it would be a lot quicker for Bleed to adapt it than a lot of other teams. So they actually have the option now going into this game against ONIC to have learned from the game against Bleed and implemented some changes over the course of the last 24 hours.
Changing comps. I think that's one of those key things. Bleed, they have shown that that's really something that they are capable of.
Jadi kalau aku ngelihat
on
ke arah yang
Breeze,
terang agak kelihatan agak hijau-hijau gitu.
I mean, that was
crazy.
I'm still lost.
Right? Like he's gonna be
Kemudian
able
kena
to
green
do so
screen
much more
jadi
of that,
tembus
and
pandang.
it really opens up the team to more
Kayak contohnya
possibilities.
gini nih.
But then that said, I think the map selection is also going to be something that we have to keep an eye out for, because who knows how
ngasih contoh
try to
tadi
approach
nggak
this.
bisa.
Yeah, speaking of map selection,
Ah,
I really want to ask you guys. This is coming from a team that just finished a very, very hard match against Team Secret.
All 13-11.
13-11, 13-11, 13-11, all three maps, and now they're going straight into a map with Bleed. So do you guys predict
Team Secret
that ONIC
udah
will be
terbaik
able
lah
to
dia.
bring this home right off that momentum from the last
Ini
game?
harinya
Or do you
ONIC
think they'll fatigue
dapat
out?
ini.
I'm gonna level with Yatash. I'm for Bleed. I think yesterday they were very shaky, apart from Darion, who did quite well. I think that sort of inconsistency on 4 players only really happens once, particularly on such an established team.
We've got the Bleed mate. Kremer is the Bleed guy. I love it. Good sir. I like that. I really do think that Bleed
Dia
is
mau
such a
nge-pick apa
complete
nih?
team. It's just sometimes
Ayolah
they get
ONIC
to their
pulangkan
head.
Malaysia,
That
Singapura
makes
ya kan.
me need a
Biar ada satu
psychologist
tim
this
Indonesia
side. Right?
di
They
champion.
already have
Itu
so
aja
much
udah.
Yeah,
Karena di APAC kan
maybe.
udah ada
So,
tim
I mean,
Malaysia
just to
Singapura, nggak perlu
oppose
lagi,
Kremer,
ya
I'm
kan?
gonna go with ONIC because we've been seeing them. We've been seeing Monyet. We've been seeing Shiro,
They did
Elmimor.
play well earlier.
I like that, and I think
Even when they've gone a whole 3 maps earlier, you think they'll still be able to keep going without fatigue?
Why not?
I could actually interject there, right? Which is teams when they organise practice, a little bit of inside info for you. When you organise practice, you do it in batches of 2. So a 6-map span with a small break in the middle is something that I imagine they're very much used to.
that's very interesting to see. I mean, personally, for me, I'm gonna go for Bleed just because of that fatigue going on. I believe that last night Darian actually tweeted out how disappointed he was with the performance. So I think there's a lot that he learned from that. But for now, let's have a look at the map picks, because for now, Bind gonna be immediately, you know, I'm not surprised. Bleed excels on this map, and if you notice, if they get a
Fracture-nya dibuang.
and Fracture out of
Fracture-nya.
I don't blame them as well, because ONIC is just so aggressive.
Oh, Asen.
I wouldn't mind seeing a breeze.
Nice sign, Asen.
Maybe not as a second map, potentially as a third. It's a map that both teams play.
Asen,
it's one that Bleed have had quite a bit of success on, and
Icebox.
it's one they've also seen ONIC play just now.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had a chance to potentially study up on how they played it. So I think Icebox for Bleed
Heaven
really
ini
makes sense
kayaknya.
because they've had
Decidernya
quite a bit of
Heaven.
They have so much potential, so much to offer
Heaven.
on it. That honestly
Enggak, Breeze gak mungkin di pick soalnya.
But I guess we're going to hate it. I mean,
Heaven
that's another one
anjir.
of Bleed's stronger maps.
It's also one, once again, they've just seen ONIC play a full game of regulation on it, and there's a lot to anti-strat. Secret, is unfortunate that they're eliminated, but one of their main, something that very favors the rest of the teams here, is Secret draw out your strategies very well.
Oh, they certainly do. I mean, we saw some of those plays, some absolutely inane, like, weird things. You talked about it. I mean, you were casting that series. Garage control, and then ONIC just decides to push through B to wrap around on it.
Yeah, it's all Munyet kind of hero pushes. It's for Bleed, actually, I think that may dismantle them.
Yeah,
if they're not expecting it.
They will. If you think about it, W Gaming, both Monyet and Darion, I think are a better match compared to Redla. But at the same time, when you think about map control, I think that ONIC has a little bit more in the bag. Regardless though, the question now is which team will be taking home this first match? Which team will be going on to the grand finals? We'll find out later after this break. Don't go anywhere. It's Bleed versus ONIC.
Let's go. Oh, 3 menit anjir, lama banget nunggu. Oke, kita balikan ke Indonesia.
Kemarin Blade lawan Boom tuh 13-11 di 2 map pertama kan. Pas di map ketiga 13-7.
Nah, itu dia.
Dihajar habis itu.
Tapi apakah ini skema 13-11 masih berlanjut? Gue ngerasanya
skema 13-11.
Pasti alot lah. Bahkan bisa lebih alot daripada match yang pertama. Karena udah last banget, last yang kapital, huruf kapital semua lastnya.
Lastnya dari last cuy.
Ya, bener-bener last banget.
Last chance qualifier.
Untuk
last
Indonesia,
series,
untuk ONIC maksud gua.
Last. Apalagi nanti kalau misalkan udah map decider, udah last map. Terus udah itu. Skornya 12-11 last round. Kayak tadi tuh. Beneran deg-degannya sampai ke ubun-ubun, sampai ujung kaki.
Sampai DNA tuh udah getar tuh DNA.
Sel darah merah gua udah
Darah putihnya ikutan. Biasanya kan darah putih nggak backup darah merah, darah putih ikutan getar.
Bos, kejur tubuh tadi udah deg-degan banget, dan ya ini krusial banget. Lower bracket final akan menjadi hal yang sangat krusial dari sebuah bracket turnamen ya.
Iya.
Karena itu biasanya menentukan perjuangan dari sang lower bracket slayer ya. Mereka di case kali ini adalah ONIC. Kalau mereka bisa naik lagi ke babak grand final, itu akan menjadi storyline yang luar biasa, khususnya untuk kita tentu saja warga Indonesia. Dan watch party besok akan menjadi sangat seru.
Nih kita
Iya, Boom lawan ONIC soalnya. Besok.
Bleed yang menang nih misalkan ya kan. Ketemu Boom di grand final. Itu kan berarti akan jadi Indonesia. Warga Indonesia tuh kayak Indo Pride. Tapi kalau Boom lawan ONIC, itu baru filter fanbase. Fansnya Boom lawan fansnya ONIC. Meskipun sama-sama Indo, itu lebih seru lagi sih menurut gua sih. Tapi kita udah performa ONIC, kita udah lihat.
Aku nggak ngefans ke siapa-siapa cuy. Aku suka gameplay yang bagus. Tapi kalau tim Indonesia yang main, aku bahas milih tim Indonesia lah.
Siapa yang akan mendapatkan series lower bracket final dan ketemu Boom?
Kalau menurut ONIC.
Cepet sekali.
ONIC. ONIC langsung aja.
Jadi saya juga ONIC, saya juga ONIC.
Om Wawa.
Kalau dari aku ngeliat dari perform Bleed sendiri sih. Ini Darion bener-bener tajam banget. Dia pemain yang harus bisa diperhitungkan bahkan untuk dimatikan pergerakannya. Karena untuk kill per round-nya dia sampai dengan average-nya ini cukup tinggi, hampir di angka 1. Jadi itu adalah pemain yang berbahaya banget. Dan seharusnya bisa ditutup sih oleh ONIC selama mereka nggak terlalu kelepasan untuk main maju, karena selalu juga ada satu pemain yang bertahan di belakang dari Bleed Esports. Jadi kalau dari Om pribadi ya ONIC, tetap dari ONIC.
Lagi-lagi 3 ONIC. Let's go. Let's go.
Bisa lah.
ONIC
Ini doable banget karena ya.
Doable, setuju.
Sebelum
Oh
kita
ya,
melihat
balik
Bleed,
lagi. Udah start nih. Let's go.
I'm Lenny, and I play initiator for Bleed Esports. Darren and I played well at our previous team, so we both got invited to play for Bleed Esports at the start of the year. Because we've been teammates for over a year, I consider us close friends inside and outside the game right now. For us, we value team performance over individuals' performance, and being a member at Bleed Esports, it gives me the opportunity to play with amazing people, and also our amazing support staff like our coach and analysts. During our group stage run, I think we performed pretty well when we beat Secret and followed on to beat Fancy, which we then qualified for the playoffs. I think at that point we felt pretty good. Having kept the core of the team the same throughout the year, I feel like our chemistry and experiences together will help elevate us as a team for the LCQ this year. The goal of LCQ is hopefully to qualify for Istanbul, which is the Champions event, and the dream of us is to attend like more major events in the future. I had a highlight against Griffini Sports where I clutched up a 1v3 on a eco, so that was a pretty nice round.
Did he get it? No time! No way! He gets the kill! Oh my god! Lenny! Welcome back everyone to the VCT APAC LCQ with Bleed versus ONIC in our lower bracket finals. We are your casters. I'm Key and D. Gon give it to you.
Yeah, we gon' give it to you. Together we are Keegon, not to be confused with
Keegon.
You know, it's a little different here.
Yeah,
as we are heading into our lower bracket finals, where one team's going to need to use the Force to get them through and face off against Boom Esports, who's already sitting in the grand finals. And as the deaths already broke down, these two squads have had different journeys here. ONIC, obviously, we just saw them 30 minutes ago, have to have a slugfest every single round possible in regulation to take down Team Secret, whereas Bleed lost to Boom and were shut down by Boom.
Exactly, and it almost went to overtime, but all the matches were very, very close. Just didn't make it to overtime, but it's the closest that you can get. 11-13 map score for each map. It was a slugfest, and ONIC are going to be pretty fatigued coming into this game because they are potentially looking at 6 maps in a row. They've had a 30-minute break, but ONIC had a bit of a warm-up. Was a slugfest against Secret, like you mentioned. Bleed, they've been waiting, they've been watching, they've been preparing for this series.
I know, and with Ascent as our first map, it's the fourth different map that ONIC have had to play today. But that's part of the advantage of not going down to the lower bracket, getting yourself to the winners bracket finals that Bleed did. And a team like this that has the infrastructure, that has the preparation, you can only imagine what kind of advantage it gives them knowing that they've got 3 more maps of footage on ONIC.
Yeah, we're looking at something really different from Bleed here. We saw them on Ascent run a double controller lineup. They've actually changed it up. Just looking at the agent picks, we're seeing something different here. Redla's going to be on that Sage, which we don't really see that often on Ascent anymore. And
let's go ONIC.
Comfort, it's going to be that Omen. It's going to be Pith that's on the KO. So instead of the Viper Astra that they were running the other day, it looks to be a different lineup this time around. They've tweaked something. They're trying something out here against ONIC, and I think that it's back to their comfort picks.
Last time we saw Retla on Sage, Icebox, where he got that ace, a 1v4 victory against Team Secret. Obviously different map, but we'll see if it brings the same type of gameplay for him as we kick things off with Elmi Moore and Pith. This is going to be a battle that we'll be watching throughout. Pith, this time playing the roaming position. Normally Maxi, the smokes, as the jump gets him before the rendezvous. and Pith gets the first kill in this series.
If you shoot it fast enough, you can kill him before he teleports.
Oh,
Maxi
no.
finds a kill as well with the space Darion created with that cloud burst into the dash. And now the spike is going to go down. Bleed are starting off very fast on this map.
And expect to see a lot of that throughout this match. Darion creating the space, going on in on the Jet this time. Other times we'll see him on Raze to allow the rest of the team to frag on out. Now 3v5 situation. In goes Monyet on his own Jet. Now sitting wide open as the cloud burst goes away. Severine gets a couple. Now a 1v2 situation, 44 HP. Will he be able to pick up the kills with the Frenzy? Only 7 left alive. Darion still up close. Headshots could do it here. They're both lining up. No one is hitting their shots, and Severine has the opportunity here on the spike. Gets the tap, trying to get the clear out. The Frenzy has just enough bullets. He's ran out. Has to switch on over to the Classic, and Darion gets the answer. A hectic,
close banget anjir.
goes
Tapi
away,
nggak
Bleed.
udah Severin udah tahu kalau nggak ada waktu, makanya dikejar aja
What
udah.
I am seeing here is that even though ONIC were on the back foot, they almost mounted
Yang
that
penting dapat
retake. They
duit,
almost
nge-kill.
succeeded in it. And I think that's something that we're going to see this consistently in this series. These two teams are very close. We saw ONIC go against Boom. They were also very close. In fact, it went to so many overtimes between the two teams. And I think that ONIC are near that level. Near Boom's level, in fact. And I think that they're going to give Bleed a run for their money, even though Bleed have won that first round.
If we're doing a lot of this transitive property calculating, Bleed, remember, dispatched Team Secret pretty easily, pretty dominantly. So you'd imagine Bleed would have a little bit of an edge going into this based on the opponents that they played. But remember, Bleed is coming from that last loss. It's the first loss the team has had since they missed out on qualifying to Masters, as they lost to both Paper Rex first, then Xerxia in heartbreaking fashion. And so Bleed, how will they respond to adversity? Will they get that first win? And now Darion responding with a bullet to the face to Severine, making this a 5v4.
That's a lot of shorties on ONIC's side. We are seeing 3 on their side, and I'm not sure if they can catch anyone here because Bleed look like they're going through mid, where the shorties are not at.
Yeah, I like that call.
Elmi Moore!
He doesn't have a shorty, doesn't need one. The Headhunter lives up to its name. And we know shorties can be pretty good on Ascent, especially if your name is Alone Fills. Unfortunately, Alone Fills not in this match.
Yeah, it's some crazy stuff there from the shorties. It looks like they're trying to move forward to these shorties, though. They're trying to take the shorties to their faces instead of just waiting in the corner. They've also picked up a Vandal, which could make it very dangerous for Bleed, because that could make it, at the very least, costly. At the very worst, a round win for ONIC. There's the boost coming in from Redla.
Yeah, Redla making sure the site is clear, and then we'll be watching from behind.
Okay.
NC Slasher. He was the MVP of the last map. Again, that scrappy final map over in the series with Team Secret as Redla. There's the answer. Very difficult for Elmi Moore to be prepared for that. NC Slasher might just be saving this Vandal here for a round number 3 and trying to get exit frags. Not a bad idea.
Vandal soalnya.
That's a pretty good pickup. If you keep the Vandal to go across, I think that's pretty good for the economy. They clearly are not trying to execute anything for this retake. They're just trying to look for the picks. NC Slasher misses the shot, though. On the side of Bleed, they do have the rifles in their hands as well, so that's going to be a good carryover to the next round, as the last remaining members, not named NC Slasher, have died for ONIC.
Yeah, it could have been a lot of damage to the economy, right? Because you had to buy up after the round win for Bleed, and they didn't skimp out too much. The Vandal there, so they bought 2 Vandals, 2 Bulldogs, and 1 Guardian. Or 1 Bulldog, 1 Guardian, 1 Spectre. And that could have been very, very dramatic. Even with a round win, you take down 2, you take down 3 there, and your money's looking pretty good if you're ONIC. Either way, they'll full buy up. Shiro with the Odin to kick things off.
Good gun to use. A lot of Sova mains typically use this gun. And I think with the Haunt, it's still pretty effective, especially playing on B. So this Odin is can still provide value as a Fade. It's not just Sova that can see through the walls.
All right, and control over Courtyard. Yet again, another priority for both these squads. This time, it's a catwalk play as Redla looking right on through. And they get through undeterred. No one watching tree. And so you've got 3 members ready to attack mid. You got 2 people going long A, and now Monyet knows the play has been executed. This is done pretty early for Bleed, as now NC Slasher's head is shown. Darion can't land the shots. Good good slowdown here in defense by ONIC.
Pith found a trade kill, but it's still a 2-for-1 bleed. They get the site, but they're gonna have to take this outnumbered 3 versus 4 right now. But Redla even things out with that Spectre, is able to pick up a Vandal to upgrade as well. ONIC now to fight this 3v3. They still have the Odin. They have Vandals. This is a buy round for them. This is a crucial round for them to win.
Yep, Pith watching the crossfire. Shiro knows he has to wait. Maxi wins 1, Maxi wins 2, and now it's a 1v3, and Shiro gonna save right off of that one again. Remember, Shiro spent all the way down to 150 credits for the Odin, and Maxi, he didn't win that duel in the pistol round earlier. He was holding the door on Garage, lost it, and that's why so many people died for Bleed in the first round win. But this time, wins the solo hold on the site, wins the 1v2, and Bleed will take a 3-0 lead, and only 2 members die in that bye round.
And Maxi had a relatively rough series against Boom, when normally he would really be showing up as the lurker. He's been shut down quite a bit. He's showing up very early on this map, and winning this round for Bleed, I think, is a very, very good start. They won their bonus round. They were able to upgrade into Vandals. They're able to roll over the economy. We've seen this from Bleed.
Dia mau ini
that like to do this, or the other teams that like
Wallbang nih,
are Cerberus and Fancy. The Vietnamese teams, they like buying those rifles in that second round to bring it over to the third round and really go for that high risk and very high reward play.
Yeah, well, only 3 rounds because we will have a bit of a tech pause here, but you could start to see how Bleed wanted to play this one out, and you start to wonder, ONIC, they're a streaky team, and they were able to pull a lot of rounds in a row against Team Secret. That's how those guys did it. But those final couple of rounds, they were just straight up scrappy. I feel like it was brain off, let's click better than the other team. And you wonder now, endurance. It has to be. It has to be an issue because no other team in all of this tournament have had to deal with that. No one's played back-to-back games.
Yes, it is the only back-to-back series, and of course, this is the nature of being in the lower bracket, and Bleed are taking advantage of that. They're playing fast. They're already executing. They're setting a tempo because they feel at ONIC, they're still recovering from the fatigue from those games. They're still trying to realize that, hey, this is a new series.
Here we go. You love to see it. It's one of the fun things to do when defending on Ascent and you're covering B. You take the Odin, you grip it, and you rip it right on through the wall. Unfortunately, doesn't land, and now Maxi cheeky and gets knocked down and almost knocked off the whole world there as Monyet forced to go around the corner.
Sekarang kan ini bisa tembus line apa? Line side. Jadi ini
they won't be able to take the gun from Maxi. That's irrecoverable for the side of ONIC, but they do have the headhunter, so they can still make it expensive. But as I say that, Lenny takes the kill onto Elmi Moore. He does not find the headshot that he did that 2 rounds ago on Darion. And Bleed are playing this very patiently. They don't want to give anything up at all. They're just waiting for the peaks. They're just playing this default, and they're finding all the kills.
And this has to be some research that Bleed have done. In defense, ONIC were consistently making the map smaller against Team Secret. Usually had someone pushing up mid, and once they took a gamble, got a little bit of information, they started pushing someone else from another side. This time, 2 solo deaths as NC Slasher tries to get a couple, does get a couple with the collat. But
collateral headshot anjir.
Right on out, and now they head on over to the site. 2v1, Shiro with the Odin. He did some gripping and ripping over on B. Now he's got to do it here on A.
It's still pretty doable for Shiro. He's pretty low though, so unless he finds his first kill cleanly, I don't think it's possible for him. Shoots through the floor. Corner's a little bit thick. Has to use a utility to find a little bit more information, but immediately gets suppressed. It's gonna get taken down by Darion as Bleed clean up this round. That double kill collateral from NT Slasher, a bit expensive, a bit unexpected, but you can tell, like you mentioned, Bleed were ready for the push-outs. They were actually looking at that corner. It's just unfortunate that the timing at which NT Slasher peaked and got a double kill. They knew that ONIC would do this.
Hey, nothing flashy about this from Bleed, right? No big plays here. The flashy play was right here, actually, with the lineup by NC Slasher. But you have to be able to congratulate when squads are willing to do what they're supposed to do and get themselves 4 rounds in a row now. This is a major, you're 2 rounds from winning the half, and it's just been on the back of consistent play and punishing mistakes that ONIC have made, as now Darion quickly gets onto the site, very close. Shiro holding a tight corner as Elmi Moore able to answer one. The revive comes on through by Retla. Now Shiro using Prowler to get onto the site. No information given, and so Bleed will slowly walk on in, and all 5 members inside of the site.
It's something different that Bleed are doing. They are not planting under duress. They're making sure that they can safely plant and hold against ONIC. That's something Bleed are doing differently against ONIC that Secret did not do. So that's why Bleed are looking good right now.
Bleed with that 5-man hold. And now we're trading off no commands. As now Severine gets taken down. Monyet trying to work his way on through, but can't see anything through the nebula and forced it back on off. Shiro getting shot through the wall. And now Pith trying to get space, seeing if he can do damage to the economy. No, he won't. Decision time, which way will they exit? They will exit towards defender spawn. They realize they're safe, and it's another round win by Bleed. 5 in a row here, as ONIC don't have an answer.
Berat sih buat
It's
ONIC
Lenny
cuy.
this time around with the
Bleed
Odin.
mainnya bagus
Look at
banget
the post
sumpah.
plant by Bleed. They were all on the site. They did not give any space at all for ONIC to pick anyone off. And the most difficult part about how ONIC are playing is that they've been forced to
Coach
save
Iwok, berikan
every single
petuahmu.
round except the previous one. And because you're forced to save, you keep rolling into a broken buy. It's not a full buy for the whole team typically. And because of that, Bleed are just taking advantage of that. They're finding these weak buys. They're finding these weaker agents and just getting into the site. They're also controlling the tempo. They're just dashing in, sometimes it's slow, sometimes fast, but it's all on Bleed's terms.
Yeah, and early in the tournament, maybe you'll find a lot more eco rounds, but when you're playing against a team like Bleed with guns that have set plays that are more disciplined than other squads, so much harder to punish on an eco round because Bleed, as the favorites, playing like a favorites in this one, are not being susceptible to being punished, right? They are the ones with the guns. They're the one doing the punishing.
They're definitely punishing because, man, this scoreline 5-0, the frags are going to ONIC's side sometimes. Well, if you take a look at the scoreboard, it's not that far. No one's really popping off crazily for Bleed. But it's a team effort, it's a team execution. It's just very, very clinical rounds that they're winning.
Yeah, I think more impressive than the kills is most deaths 3, everyone else just sitting at 2, right? No one has died 5 times in all 5 rounds. You don't even have anyone at 4. It's just been, hey, Lenny, you need to go first for us. Okay, cool. Everyone else is in the site. We'll clean up afterwards as round 6 begins, and they'll have a tie at least if they win this round. Darren goes on in. Blind is Shiro. Dead is Shiro. And the site, yet again, almost in control as Elmi Moore has something to say about it, looking for something, and the tour de force lives up to a name, but Retla answers back, but here comes NC Slasher working his way on through to the site into a 2v2. Slasher low and runs right into Pith. Bad timing as Severine gets taken down as well. It's at least a tie for the half, and ONIC have no answer.
They have not found anything off of that timeout either. I think that's the most alarming part. They bought up on all 5 of them, thinking that they could get something done. But Bleed just did the exact same thing they did the previous round, dashing to the side, this time in the back of the Nightfall with the flash, just clearing all ONIC players out off the site.
Berat cuy
And they
buat
held
ONIC,
that.
sumpah dah.
They just held that site.
Bleed mainnya bagus
There were
banget
some
dan
trades, it was down
performanya
to
apa?
2v1.
Mereka lagi
But Bleed are still
panas-panasnya.
getting the rounds.
ONIC
That's the
lagi
most important part
capek-capeknya.
here. Darion
Habis
looking
match
to use that
Secret kan
Blaze
aku udah
even on
bilang
this
tadi.
anti-eco.
So 6-0. Monyet trying to find something here using the Blade Storm, but it's only been raining on ONIC's side right now. Nothing but blue skies here for Bleed. The Singaporean squad as now they move on in. Darien on top of Generator. No one there to answer. And Retla
timing
is
lagi.
catching Monyet, who uses the ult and can't find anything, doesn't even get to shoot. And the spike will be planted onto A. Shiro, NC Slasher, Elmi Moore, and Severine trying to work their way on through, and Odin's bullets are raining on down by Lenny. And there just is not an easy way on in with the type of weaponry that ONIC have. Here comes Severine. He gets shot down before he can see anything. Elmi Moore, the next one on the menu, as Prowler does find something. They're blind, and Lenny gets one through the ground, but an answer back by NC Slasher onto Pith. Slasher goes down. It's just Shiro, and he gets taken down by Darien. In style, the updraft leads them all the way up to 7-0.
Bleed are just not letting ONIC breathe at all. They were all waiting on those rafters, they were just waiting to go down. But look at all the utility used by Bleed, the Fragment, the Suppression Blade. They're all just waiting. They even used the Prowler just to get more information. They will not give up a single inch at all. They're playing as if they're against a buy round. And they're just putting everything on the table and saying, hey, ONIC, you're not going to get any free kills. No thrifties for you this time around.
Man, look at that loadout on the side of Bleed, plus the credits in the bank account right now. So nice here for Bleed. I think if they win one more, they should be able to buy out for the rest of the half no matter what, as ONIC still searching for answers. But Bleed, they're the test makers. They've got them all right now. Severine, they might have one. It might be a drink of wine here is the way to go as NC Slasher goes on in. And behind them is Severine. I don't think they know quite yet. There's only one more. It's Pith. Pith is blind in the corner, but now Severine is blind. Pith gets the answer, but on the opposite side, everyone goes down. It's
nice, Monyet. Let's go. Udah. Severine make a play.
Answer, or the multi-choice question, you'll get one of them right as ONIC are on the board.
It's ARV, 50-50. They finally guessed right, and they finally set it up right as well. Severine in that corner really sprung out the trap, found one, sandwiched them, isolated the KO, just broke down Bleed, and that's what we saw Boom doing consistently yesterday. ONIC has not been doing that, but once you interrupt their flow, once you stop that full push from Bleed, it just falls apart.
Right, it was Darian still having a big game, but it was also Darian dying early on that stopped Bleed from getting into sights against Boom, as well as Redla not having as big of a day yesterday as we were used to him having in the first two matches of the LCQ. And so ONIC hoping to replicate that type of performance. We know that it's a full buy here by Bleed. Maxi picks up the operator for the first time and still has more than enough money for a buy next round as we go slow here towards B. The gamble was correct early on by ONIC, but now on the mini-map, you can see Shiro hedging his bets. Maybe they came mid. Maybe I got to go back towards A. But it's actually, you know, fool me once, we'll go to the other side, and here we go. Prowler has been spotted. Monyet trying to win the fight. Tailwind backwards and wins the Battle of Jets against Darian, but then gets finished off by Lenny. And the rotate is on through by the rest of the team. They're going a little slow. Elmi Moore is slow and does get finished off the revive.
Oh no, itu udah ketangkap siege loh.
Back to a 4v3.
Sayang banget anjir.
Forced back to defender spawn.
They're getting the space that they need. They use the Cosmic Divide, but Bleed, they have quite a bit of time, and they also have the From the Shadows. They actually don't have the spike, though, so Maxi's going to use that. Operator finds a headshot, but NC Slasher lurking at mid. Finds two. That spike is going to be trapped, and they're going to have to try and kill the last two members of ONIC to win this, because there is no time to
nice.
for that. And plan
Let's go.
NC Slasher finds a third, and Maxi uses it from the shadows for naught.
There we go. Utility usage coming in huge. As you said, I thought the same thing. Maybe too much time when you dropped the divide, but maybe not. Maxi very low. He's got
nice.
He guesses correctly. I'm the master of the wine cellar, he says. And it's 2-7.
Woo! Gak ada save bagimu, Maxi.
Still a buy here for Bleed, but it's 2 in a row. You're getting a little something going.
Let's go, ONIC.
It's 2 in a row. It's streaky.
Don't want to get too excited.
That's ONIC for you, right? Yeah. Streaky teams, yeah, but let's not get too excited for them yet. But they're going to find those kills. They're going to find it. They're feeling it. And I think that's the biggest thing right now for ONIC. They needed that confidence boost. But Bleed, they're going to have to try and see what else they have in the playbook, because those set plays that they've had, the first 7 rounds have been figured out.
Nice, Lene.
Finds that first kill on
Darren.
Again, the opening pick, this is what has made Boom successful against Bleed. Finding the opening pick on Darren, the space maker for Bleed has already been taken out.
Yeah, and that wasn't happening in the earlier rounds. And so ONIC now in the position of power, this time on defense, now has an idea, saw at least one, now maybe 2, as Retla will get an early wall on up. Monyet trying to work his way on through, still healing from the decay as Maxi trades
miss.
Retla trades it on.
Nice.
Severine gets the answer, and so the hold looking good. 4v2 as Lenny has Monyet run into his bullets. Shiro trying to land the shots, and he's not able to. And a nice rotate by Lenny.
Masih bisa lari. Anjir, Lene sialan.
And now has to rotate himself on around, and maybe we'll get a plant here as well.
The movement from Lenny allowing him to escape and get on this B site. If he can isolate the duels, if he gets the timing on this on the defender spawn, he just might be able to pull off this round. He's tucking himself into logs though. Very curious choice, but it's a choice you have to make when you're playing a 1v2 clutch. Choose where you can hide, where you can potentially get a 2 1v1s instead of a 1v2, and this is exactly the spot that he chose.
All right, 0 Point doesn't give any information either, and so the hope here is
nice, Severin.
And it was close. He had the opportunity to do it, but Severin, he punishes the missed couple of shots. I like the thought there.
But it's a haunt from Shiro. It's the utility usage from these initiators. We've seen him and Lenny. These two initiators are one of the two of the best in APAC that I've seen in terms of their utility usage. He gets pinged at logs. He thought he was going to be safe, but the usage of that haunt, there was just, it saw almost the whole site. Wherever Lenny could have hid, he would have gotten pinged. And just with one use of utility, that round became like a 30-70 into a 100% win.
I like this here. You know, if you're ONIC, you're saying, hey, maybe we don't have the economy for guns in those first couple of rounds, but we have the economy for utility. And it's been 3 utility rounds in a row. And Elmi Moore with another opening pick on the Darian. And Key, you set up the playbook here. Get that opening pick, slow down the initiator, and you will win rounds. And Elmi Moore still in the corner, still has the rendezvous as well, but doesn't need to do it, as it's a date for death here for Bleed. Finally, they get Shiro, but Elmi Moore still into the corner with the operator and lining it up. There's the
nice.
Monyet comes on in and wipes him up. You got blood on your face here, Bleed. It's 4 in a row for ONIC.
Anjir, utility-nya NC Slash asem. Gravity well-nya.
And it's really about finding Darian. Once they found Darian, the site does not get sliced. He doesn't get to dash in and disrupt the defense of ONIC. And I think that's the biggest difference here. It's Elmi Moore. He's the one that's always hunting for Darian. He found him at mid, he found him at B this time around. Whenever they find him, Bleed just considerably slows down because there's no disruption into their defenses, their fortress, in fact. ONIC have held so strong whenever they found Darian first.
Interestingly enough, Pause used the round before halftime. Again, you could carry him over if you want and had 2 pauses for the second half. You already know that, hey, our economy isn't going to be great. We're not going to be able to get a full buy here. Darian still doesn't have ult points for Bladestorm. And so, interesting. Bleed saying, hey, there's enough value to use our pause here when we're going to be in a deficit for 1 round. Exactly. A lot of the time you use it early to plan out, okay, if we win this round or lose this round, then we'll do these set of things with our economy the next couple.
Let's go, boys.
The case here, it's just we want to win 8-4.
Exactly. They want that lead. I think they know what stakes are on the line. They know that each round counts here. We saw that in the previous years as well. Between ONIC and Secret, every round mattered. I think any round that swung could have easily been a Secret series. But likewise, Bleed want to avoid that. They want to make sure that they get every single round they can.
Well, for the side of ONIC, thank goodness Elmi Moore has woken up and been able to outduel the duelist. Using Chamber, and look at this, pushed all the way up mid. There's no punishment.
Nice!
From distance and gets on out just in case someone was lurking up the up catwalk. And here we go, Darian gets onto the site. This is what we saw early on. He knows that on the opposite side is Elmi Moore, but you got to go fast. Are they able to get on? Yes, they are. So control of the site on in, but Elmi Moore and Severin answer back.
Let's go.
7-5 on to ONIC. 5 rounds in a row.
Bleed tried to force that, but ONIC said, no, we're not even going to let you get on the side. They just chased after them. That was the fastest chase and denial, cleanest denial that I've seen off and execute that ever.
Key, it was rolling away, running away, hedgehogging away from ONIC G. 7-0. We're like, oh dear, this is the effects of fatigue. This is the effects of getting pushed to your limit. Instead, ONIC G are still finding ways to another gear.
They found the right gear, and I think Bleed, what they haven't figured out in those 5 rounds was to find that first contact. They've lost those opening duels, and because of that, their lineup has just been disrupted so much. They didn't get to punish Elmi Moore for being aggressive, for pushing out. He got Darian twice. He got Redla on that 3rd time, on that last round, and it's all just free.
Part of me is wondering, hey, all of these opening picks came off the back of an operator or a tour de force. Where's your utility? Where's your smokes? Preventing those types of angles lining up. Yes, part of it is, okay, cool. Now he's mid, now he's A, he's shifting around where that operator is lurking, but they've mostly been free shots on in. There are ways to slow down an operator play. There are ways to do it, and I felt like Bleed stopped using their utility when we saw ONIC start using their utility.
Yes, it just felt like Bleed wanted to go for the same playbook strats, but ONIC had a different idea. Off of that timeout, I think what they figured out was Bleed are not really putting priority on mid, and because of that, they're able to get away with getting information at mid. It started off with NC Slasher pushing out mid, clamping them down when they tried to go for that push. LME more pushing out mid,
5 round berturut-turut dan meyakinkan.
Mid control.
Rapi juga.
They typically like to play either 4-1 or all 5 on one side. Mid just cuts off any option for them.
Love that. Coach Key with the keys to the game here, and so far the keys to the first half were initially handed on over to Bleed, and ONIC G ripped him back, and now 7-5, important pistol round. As we've seen all day today, each round matters as LB Moore
ketek-tek doang anjir, kagak ada yang mengerti.
People jumping out into courtyard, what was that?
He tagged 3 of them though. He landed 3 bullets, no headshots, they're all moving. Darren gets topped up by Redla, but it's enough damage, and I think for the side of ONIC, they know what was up. They know that A is open. They know that they could at least go onto the site. Now, Bleed, they're very close. They can still try to hold this or disrupt this.
Oh, Darian almost saw the top of Severin's head. Spike has been planted here. What is coming next for ONIC as they are in that post-plant defense? Darian waiting to peek. Now goes. The Haunt comes out and sees Pith, and Severin gets one with the
nice
through the nebula. Monyet sees a couple. Reloads, has all 13 bullets and lands
nice.
a couple. It sprays through. One more to go.
Nice, Monyet!
We've been waiting for Monyet. There he is, and an all-important pistol round goes to ONIC.
He's been the absolute monster that's been on a tear. The past few series that they won, he's been putting ONIC on his back. And we're seeing that again. Everyone on ONIC is showing up though. And what looked like a very one-sided map, starting off 7-0, is almost tied. We're 6-7 right now. And ONIC G, they're the ones with the advantage. They're the ones with the guns. Bleed, they're not even going to buy this round.
And for Bleed, you gotta wonder, what was that defensive push out of A? 3 people running out of tree onto catwalk, sees nothing, and tries to go back unpunished towards mid. And they just basically start the round very low as Lenny gets the early push on. And yeah, another gamble by Bleed doesn't pay off. And now you gotta pay the dealer in the form of ONIC as they're gonna get the spike down with all 5 members close to the site.
You think it's a 50-50 heads or tails, maybe after 2 gambles you get it, but no, unfortunately they're just not finding the luck. And now ONIC are the ones in control with LME Moore on the lurk yet again. He might be able to cut down. He finds that kill.
Oh no!
Darian though, with a classic.
Darian masih dapat
anjir.
anjir.
Might be dangerous.
2 different lurking battles happening at the same time while those on the site were still holding, and Maxi gets 2, drops down. You hear the squishy squish. Slasher knows that it's a fake as it's only him left.
Oh no, man.
This one on its head.
Maxi loh.
See who was gonna buck the trend, and so
tadi Severin ngapain anjir? Bengong dia.
Supposed to be 7 when it's there by, but Bleed stopped that one there and pushes 8-6.
It just looks like ONIC had complete control over that round, and Bleed just found kills that they weren't supposed to. The classic kill from Darion first. This is crazy. Lenny with a classic as well. It's so accurate from that range. Just tapping. It's the rhythmic tapping, getting a double headshot. Darion picking up the Spectre, and Maxi with the share, finding those 2 frags. Such a scrappy round from Bleed, but they made it work. They're able to upgrade their guns, they're able to buy Vandals up, and now ONIC are the ones on the back foot.
Ugh, such a bad feeling when you're the one with the gun on the buy and you just keep getting like, it feels like just slapped in the face with the classic distance headshot. It messes up your aim. You start panicking and mess up your rhythm, and you're able to get the round in the form of Bleed as they held their water just a little bit longer. Woo! And LB Moore catches Lenny's head. It clips the wall.
Gila,
but does enough
kepalanya
damage.
kon. Kena Elmimor sih. Cuma ubun-ubunnya doang yang kelihatan.
Darian tried to get a little bit there on Monyet as the battle of the Jets. We'll have to wait for another day. Retla closing the door to market, but now getting pushed on through, and that Headhunter is doing a ton of work right now. 0 points suppressing the healing, and there goes Retla. He eventually dies. NC Slasher getting one as well. And so either team doesn't want to win on their bye here.
Is it going to be a counter thrifty for the side of ONIC? That Headhunter on Elmimor has just proven to be so lethal. That's information found by Monyet. NC Slasher with
NC Slasher
Pith finds him. 2v3 right now, and the big guns are still on Bleed's side, so if they play this perfectly, they can...
Nice, Zero!
But the headshot from Shiro finds Maxi. It's all down to Pith. 1v3 with this Vandal. He's up against 3 pistols, but can he do it? He's running out of time. He's forced to take action right now.
Now trying to hold them here, possibly to punish any sort of economy. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. Maybe he wants to save his. Going to check this far side. Yeah, no way to get the defuse here, and will depart first. Still hanging tight, making sure no one can get through. The spike will explode no matter what. He does get one. It does not get the other. Elmimor lives, does not live with a Vandal though. A big round heading on over to the side of
sayang banget.
That didn't feel like it was
Tapi
worth
menang
it
sih.
for him to stay there because he still had the Vandal. It was 1v2. He knew he wasn't going for the defuse anyway. Taking them out was not very high value either, but he lost the Vandal instead, and I think that Bleed are starting to feel nervous here.
Again, that's the first time we've had teams swap wins without a streak.
And both thrifties.
Both thrifties, that's correct.
On thrifties, which is absolutely ridiculous because they're finding ways to win these rounds that they shouldn't be winning.
All right, well, here we go. Darian pushing out, and this is something that is different for them. This time he does get the punish. And so for the first time in a long time, we're seeing a 5v4 go the way of Bleed.
Yeah, they're the ones finding the first pick. They felt like they had nothing to lose, went for that double peek because they know that they don't have guns on everyone. They need to get an advantage early, and they did so.
Left-hand fragment. I love this one. Because if you throw it right hand and you're standing here between tree trying to get it on a catwalk, there's no way you do it. But because it's left-handed, it looks like it makes way more sense, right? You see that?
All right.
Right-handed, you would bounce off and you feel
that.
dumb, you look dumb. But here, the left hand, you kind of curve it that way.
Breacher's utilities are also on one in each hand. Like the hand cannon and the flash, all on separate hands.
I love that. I love that. A 0 point, doesn't catch anyone. As Pith continues to jiggle right here. Monyet going to have a quick opportunity to get something and might be able to push through the fragment. But we just continue to wait here. It's going to come to a head. You see that bar? It's going down very quickly. There's the Nebula. Fragment does come down, but Monyet's able to walk around it and get onto the site. NC Slasher clears out Darian at Heaven. And so A-Site completely in control of ONIC.
Oke, Lene apa Elmimor kok Lene lagi anjir. Elmimor jadi luka.
This is still pretty doable for Bleed because they have the right.
Nice.
They need to find Elmimor though. He's been lurking, but who lurks the lurker? Maxi tried, but Elmimor is just so sharp right now. They have to flush him out first before they can even think about going to the site. But look at Elmimor, he's just buying so much time. He does not find a kill though. Lenny finally takes him out, but the clock is ticking. It's a 3v3. The door is still closed. They still use the Cosmic Divide as well. Where are ONIC going to be? That's the biggest question mark for Bleed right now.
Yeah, and they got to worry. You know, there's a ton of fights over at Wine early on as the defuse starts. You can hear it. Nice cover by Pith, but it does not get to half, so they got to go fast.
Nice, Severin.
Severin, who is standing right next to the same spot where they got the kill earlier. No one would have checked that box as well. You assume that it's 2 under Hal, and instead it's 1 on the board for ONIC. That leads us to 8-8. Bang even as we go into round 17.
Let's go! ONIC looking good, man.
That Cosmic Divide properly.
Bleed
like
udah habis
sometimes it
timeoutnya.
creates a 50-50 instead of an advantage for the team. But I think that Cosmic Divide was just 100% perfection because everyone on ONIC knew where the angles were supposed to be, but no one on Bleed knew where anyone was behind that curtain.
And look at this score right here on both sides. I feel like we keep yelling out Elmimor's name, and he's 4th in terms of kills. It's been Severin, it's been Monyet, and see Slasher with a couple of holds. Sometimes on rounds that they ended up losing anyways, but Elmimor has been getting some crucial kills that mattered.
It's not about the number of kills for Elmimor, it's the quality of kills.
I see.
High impact frags. This is why we keep saying his name because he keeps finding those first kills, and that's the most important part. That's the one that's disrupting Bleed, and they have to call a timeout now because after a hot 7-0 start, they now have 0 rounds difference between the two teams.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe if you like poker, you like Bleed score with 13-12, 11-10-9, a nice little straight here, but other than that, you want someone to step up. Maxi, again, he's been trying to lurk the lurker in the form of Elmi Moore. That's been fun. Darian and Moniette, that's been fun. Oh man, these matchups are so good, and we're only in the lower bracket finals again. Boom, awaiting the winner for that coveted spot to champions. Representing APAC, and Darian with one tap right there. Picks up the kill, Moniette goes down, so it's an opening kill for the first time for Bleed in a bit, and now the Null Command shutting down the Blade Storm and will buy very precious time.
And this is where the KO shines, really shutting it down, but that's Nightfall going to be committed. Gonna try to go for this retake Bleed, but they need to wait it out. They need to wait for the decay to stop.
There it is, a counter Null Command coming in. Bleed getting another, but time is of the essence. One in hell, one still waiting over at Wine. Pith has started the defuse. I don't know if Severin can hear the defuse.
Nice, masih dapat Severin.
So now it wasn't at half. Shiro trying to get through the smoke. Time still of the essence. Yes, they will be able to get
ada smoke-nya cuy. Jadi nggak bisa di-hound.
But they win it 3-0 with 3 members alive, 9-8.
The timeout worked out for them. It wasn't a great buy. They had to use a Blade Storm. They had some Bulldogs. It was pretty scuffed from Bleed, but they've actually found a way to retake it. They've actually found a way to stop ONIC, and I think that for Bleed, you don't receive ONIC head on. You have to wait for them, and that's exactly what he did. Darian finding a first kill. He's considered one of the best players in APAC. He's top 10, I believe top 5 in terms of ACS and even impact score.
Boy. And that was a lot of ult usage as well. Think about it, right? I think you had Shiro popping his. You obviously had Severin dropping the Null Command on the opposite side. Darian using Blade Storm, and the competing Null Command from Pith. As we now have ourselves the first time an eco round on this half. Doesn't feel great here if you're ONIC, especially knowing that you got the plant down. Yes, you were down a member, but you felt like you had a good setup, and it was chaotic enough that maybe you would have snuck the round away. Not the case. And so Bleed now feeling comfortable, sitting back, playing default. No one peeking here, which has allowed NC Slasher all the way up to Pizza.
But he's not getting much more room because the rest of his teammates are actually going to A. You don't really go from Pizza to A unless you want to slice through defender spawn, but he's just not doing that. I think Bleed are just sticking together. They're just playing it safe because they know that ONIC can win Thrifties.
Oh, Pith moving on over early. Oh, sorry, Maxi moving on over early. Pith getting taken down.
Nice.
Almost gets 2.
Oh no, masih
Maxi
dihidupin.
gets revived. Darian still alive. Hiding a little bit longer. Oh, the cloud burst. Will he be able to find Darian? He guesses
nice.
to the other side, and one jet meets another jet. Jet brains don't try to dissect them because they understand each other. And now it's Elmi Moore holding the corner. Will he be able to get it?
Oh, Elmi Moore.
Lenny with the Odin answers. Maxi gets another one. He now knows both of them are in hell. Here comes the Nightfall. Will he be able to do enough damage? Lenny shooting on through, sprays on the ground.
No.
Oh, it's a 2v4 retake by Bleed.
No, sayang banget anjir. Udah bagus itu tadi.
They found a way to win that 2v4. The kill onto Elmi Moore was so important. Lenny with that Odin finding a double headshot. The utility usage from Lenny as well.
Yang bikin susah tadi soalnya Maxi nggak turun 100% ke bawah dia. Nah dia naik lagi. Nah nih itu merubah segalanya anjir.
Amazing.
Oh boy. That's what we've been waiting
Maxi naik lagi dia. Jadi susah ditargetin lagi. Nunggu temannya datang, open Nightfall.
Again by Redla back against Team Secret where he gets the 1v4 ace, and that really stamped the game for that one. Bleed in this one, they had 7 rounds where we had to applaud their execution and punishing ONIC's mistakes. But this time it was Bleed pulling something out of nothing, and those are the moments that you can build upon.
Oh, Darren found something. The smoke dissipates, but does not find the shot. I thought it was gonna go for that elbow.
Yeah. You know, sometimes the funny bone just randomly like pops up and it creates a little bit of space there. And Elmi Moore, thank goodness he skipped arms over at the gym the other day because his triceps weren't big enough to get shot
Chambers
off.
pretty...
He's a slender man.
He's slender, yeah, for sure. And Elmi Moore definitely feels like Slenderman with what he did to Bleed on that defensive side. But right now, it's Bleed that's finding their momentum, that's finding their stride. They know that they can win the retakes. You know, we can't play defense, we'll play retakes. That's like attack on defense.
All right, Lenny almost getting some Odin shots through the wall. Monyet finds a space on in because most members aren't on the site. Monyet gets taken down. 5v4 here for ONIC, but Lenny pushes on through. Oh, it's Pith pushing on through. Gets one, and Lenny on the site gets two with the Odin. Long distance, it's Odin versus Odin. Whose God will be answered? And Shiro says, all right, no more Odin. Let's go back to the Vandal. Unfortunately, his doesn't light up right now. See if it comes back here as Maxi just peeking around. Shiro will be able to pick up the spike. Oh,
nice!
Lenny on the timing and now takes the site. Maxi and Shiro in the 1v1. Will Maxi be able to win this one? We see him be able to
dikit lagi coy.
It's so close. Every round is so close. It could have gone either way, but Bleed are just edging out ONIC on these fights. They're just edging out ONIC on the retakes, the executions, the small duels. And now ONIC are forced to use their last time
Dikit
out.
lagi asam.
Rightfully so. Again, they played that one slow. You figured, wow, we got our opening pick. We're on the site. Everything should be good. But then Pith slides on through Maxi's dark cover near spawn, and
look at the hand.
Yeah, one more time.
The hand came out.
The hand came out, and then you see, Chamber right there. See, come on.
Yeah, Chambers.
Oh my gosh, he was changing gun, I think?
Yeah, he was changing gun. Just like the animation just really changed there. I didn't even go through the space between his elbow and his body. I'm not sure, but man, that's hitbox. That's really some good hitbox.
Wah, 13-11 lagi kah? Atau gimana nih?
I disagree. Chamber no longer skips arm day. It's more like he always does core. Everyone, pay your tax. Captain Flowers says, do the tax before you get into the gym. So that's like knocking out 500 sit-ups before you do anything else. That's what Chamber does. So then you can look like that. Holy moly, that is quite the hitbox and quite the timing. Again, almost the timing for Shiro there. As it was Retla just peeking the wrong way at the wrong time. Or Lenny peeking the wrong way at the wrong time.
Shiro finding Lenny there, I thought it was possible for him, but again, Maxi being able to find the kill, it's going to be a fast play. Elmi Moore again with the Headhunter finding Darion yet again, but Maxi is going to be there for the trade. Lenny with the Odin finds one. Elmi Moore with the Headhunter yet again, another kill, but Lenny is going to be spraying with that Odin as Pith finds a headshot onto Monyet. And what just happened in this round? They just pushed forward and it's a massacre on B lobby.
Yeah, and I think if you're Bleed and ONIC, you now know if ONIC call a timeout, be ready for a change of pace. They've done this almost every time here, as Severine has a little bit of a view of the Odin. I don't think Lenny knows. And again, Lenny is one shot away from dying and does get it, but it was costly, down to 49 HP as Pith and Retla will be here for the retake. Retla still has to rotate all the way on over from A. Oh, Pith decides to try and take it early here.
Going for the flash, trying to go for these kills, but with the Spectre, can't really find anything at range. He's going to want to take this on his own terms. He's going to want to take this close. He still has another flash and a fragment. Use the flash. Is able to find one. The fragment.
Go, Severine, let's go. Woo!
With the Spectre as well.
Captain.
Against the Vandal, against the Odin, and against the odds. ONIC does it again. They take the pause. They rush you. And even though it blows up in his face, it creates enough chaos. I don't know how you can defense for Bleed, but sometimes you just need those hero plays.
It's the hero plays that are keeping them in the game. And Bleed, they thought they were going to match point. They thought they had that in the bag. They knew he was low. They wanted to rush him. They wanted to go for that 2v1. But the flash into the fragment left them with no options because it was so perfectly read and played by Severine.
Yeah, and this time, look at ONIC. They decide to sit on back, and they expect something aggressive out of Bleed, but they expected it from A. Instead, you got a couple of peeks at B. They didn't see anything, so now the numbers are on A. You have one peeking short by Tree, one up close to A main, and then the rest sitting on site as Elmi Moore taking up a little bit of space. Prowler not going to find anything from the side of Bleed. But here we go. It did give a bit of a tip-off to Elmi Moore. Maxi peeking as well. That's like the third time he's done it, and no one's been there yet. And now the execute, having to come soon. 50 seconds left on the clock. Not a lot of time to rotate, so if you're going to do it, you do it now.
Do it now, and if they do it, it's going to be a 5v1 if they're all going to be, because it's just down to one man. It's just Lenny that's going to hold this B lobby. Right now, these 4 members of Bleed on A, they're not going to find anyone, so this is yet another gamble that they just might lose.
A huge gamble, and there comes the ult. It's easy for Maxi. There goes one. There goes two. Guarding the mid. Rotated now, Lenny. Oh, no, Lenny!
But Maxi, he finds
Oh!
far. He's just shooting
Dear
them
Maxi.
all headshots. Can he find Elmi Moore as well? That could be his ace. But Red takes the kill, but Bleed win the thrifty round.
Oh my goodness. You might be upset with Retla, but you might also just give him a big hug to close that round on out again. The chaos that ONIC has been creating has been so fun to watch, but this time their gamble does not pay off, and Maxi was there ready to go, picks up 4 at 5 HP. I think it's important that he held on to the gun. Sure. Great job, Red Love, for picking that one up, but you took away the ace. That would have been another emphatic play here for Bleed as they're up 12-9 on match point, and it is an expensive one here for ONIC. They have to try and scrap together whatever they can. Nice ult coming on in as Elmi Moore takes the site. You have a couple ideas. Yeah, he knows 2 are inside Boathouse right now, waiting for the rest of the team. Elmi Moore picks up 1, and Retla trades out 2. So the value's there, but it leads us to a 2v2 with map point on the line.
They have the guns on the side of Bleed. They have the positions as well. If they can fight Severine, he gets...
Nice!
Oh, no! Maxi looks away! He checked the corner, but he actually looked away. It's going to be down to Pith. 1v2 for him. He knows where one of them is. He knows the other one is on site. He's isolated this 1v2. He's going to have to find the first kill first, though, and he's not finding it. They're dancing around. The haunt gets used.
Nice, Severine!
Oh my gosh. Maxi taking the quote, wait till you see the white of their eyes. Well, you know what? There's no eyes on KO, so we waited a little bit. Are those white? Oh, I'm dead. That's basically what happened by Maxi. I was there. That's what I'm assuming the conversation was like. Let's see it one more time. The rush catching Darian out. And that one, oh my god.
He actually looked at him. He stared him down. I think those small mistakes could cost you. Bleed, we've seen them struggle in closing rounds, especially when they get on match point, and it looks like it's getting pretty dicey, 12-10.
To be fair, they struggle with getting to match point, but then you have to applaud the fact that they're getting to match point so many different times. They've had the lead. They've been the better team. But now it's that clutch factor as we head on into round 23. It's a weird buy. Everyone has a gun except Lenny, and they will have money for next round regardless. And obviously ONIC need to get the win. Elmi Moore uses the tour de force up mid. It does tap Lenny. Feels bad as did not get the kill, and Darian goes unseen up mid.
Yeah, unseen, he's up close. Most of Bleed are getting the right call. They know it's going to be an A play, so they've already positioned. I think this might be a pretty good round for them if they can find opening picks.
Perfect fragment there, and great job observers catching that one, but fragments don't help when bullets land.
Wah,
Bleed just
gila.
wiped the floor with ONIC. Maxi, Retla, and Pith joining forces to get round 13. What are you talking about? We have trouble closing it on out. They do it in half a second as Bleed reascent and go up 1-0 in the lower bracket finals against ONIC.
Blink and it's all over, and they just got deleted. It looked like it was going to be an execute. They were creeping up slowly and they all just disappeared. That was a magic trick, and Bleed take the series 1-0.
Oh boy, what a game we've had so far. Again, hats off to ONIC, their 4th map that they've had to play today, 4th different map that they've had to play today, and it looked like it was getting away from them, but they called timeouts, changed their strategies, they buckled down, but it was not enough as the clutch moments hang on the side of Bleed. We'll have the desk break down this map, set us up for map number 2 of our lower bracket finals after this short break.
Anjir, GG. GG lah. Wah, udah 150% anjir itu Severin mainnya. Dikit lagi cuy. Oke. Wah, sial. Udah bagus banget tuh. Severin masih nggak bisa cuy ngangkat timnya. Blade juga mainnya bagus banget.
Bleed is winning and ONIC is hemorrhaging. Welcome back to the VCT APAC LCQ 2022. This was a particularly scary round where all ONIC saw was pain, grenades, and more pain.
Yeah, said beautifully. Honestly, and you're probably about to say, Quack, the momentum was a little bit weird to that map. I feel like Bleed, they really pace themselves straight.
Berat.
And they do well for like 9 rounds, and then they have to like cool down again. They go, oh, okay, all right. Then like the nitrous charges up again, and then they're good for another couple of rounds.
Exactly. It's kind of like. Oh, a lot of casters say this, you know, you stem the bleeding, and that's what basically happened. Bleed 7 rounds in a row at the start of the first half, and then all it took was 1 round from ONIC, and all of a sudden they couldn't win anymore for the rest of the half.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about that, I mean, one thing that we know is that both teams are momentum heavy teams. And I want to talk a little bit about their lineups. I think both teams had very different lineups, especially from Bleed, because they brought in a Sage.
Yeah, bringing the Sage definitely turned things on its head. But actually, the players I want to highlight is Pith's KO and Lenny's Fade. both of them were so damn good. Particularly Pith, who even when he wasn't killing, he was setting up kills. He played so well, especially when it came to those retakes where he was holding onto flash drives, but we never really saw initial aggression from Bleed. Instead, they were saving a lot of their utility for after plants. They were sort of baiting ONIC in for a lot of that map.
Yeah, I mean, Degon was kind of talking about it for like 1 or 2 rounds when you could see he's just setting up for it. He's waiting for the perfect opportune moment, and I think that's part of the reason why Bleed were able to win
Maxi
that many
tadi sih
rounds in
yang
the first half.
lagi
Of course,
on
when it
point
comes
cuy
down to
posisinya.
it, I think
Nah,
we
kan
see a lot
MVP-nya
of these
Maxi.
MVPs
Maxi
maxing
tadi
out on
anjir
top,
4 kill
and
tadi
it's
yang di
partly
mid.
due, in fact, to some of the support
ngerubah
plays coming
gamenya.
from, like you mentioned, Lenny and
Andaikan
Pith.
itu
There was that
nggak
one
dapat
round,
kill
I think,
gitu,
round
wah.
21. The whole time they were just waiting. Lenny
Mungkin
perfect
dapat lah
nightfall,
ONIC
the best
11-nya.
read in the world,
11-nya
and then
dapat,
Maxi just
nggak mungkin
capitalized on
sampai
it,
ke
pushing out on
13.
the catwalk, getting that 4K.
Overtime.
I think one of the craziest things that we can see from Maxi is just how accurate those shots were.
I know.
And he is not only he is also very aggressive. Of course, ONIC wasn't gonna let this
Dan
go
dia pakai
without a fight.
Guardian
But I
asem.
think if
Itu yang
I
bikin
could highlight one
pusing
player from
kepala
ONIC,
tuh
it
tadi
has to
aku.
be NC Slasher.
Waduh, Guardian loh.
Even on this
Ngepick
map
4
as well
orang
before,
anjir
he is
Guardian.
still riding off that
Yang pertama
heat.
sih memang
However,
nggak
it
ngeliat
wasn't
ya, yang
enough, and I think
2
one of the
orang.
biggest things to highlight in this particular match is Bleed overcoming that mental
2 orang terakhir, 3 orang terakhir tuh ngelihat semua anjir, nge-challenge dia tapi
There was
nggak
still
dapat
very clearly
kill.
a moment where they were doing well and everything just stopped. And for me, that's definitely something to watch out for going into the rest of this series. For ONIC, you had Elmimore and Severine, of course. The Wombo combo in the game against Secret. The fact that they're still performing, despite having played so many maps in a row now, makes me think that there is very much a world where this goes to Game 3. There's very much a world where we see overtimes in this series.
Yeah, it's quite likely. I mean, Tash, you were talking about it. NC Slasher, there was that one round with the Cosmic Divide and the 3 players hiding on the other side.
Yep.
So overwhelming. And Bleed, they really just tried to go in for it. It's kind of 50-50. And only one player, I guess, that was coming out from ONIC who stood at the end. Severin might have been one of those players. But at the same time, I mean, like, real talk, right? We all get insecure. We all get those feelings sometimes. But Bleed, when they start to feel it again, like one of those 2 rounds where Darren just suddenly snaps onto one head, a perfect one-tap with the Blade Storm, you can see they start to get going again. So I agree. This could go all 3 maps, but I also think that Bleed really do have the potential to just completely steamroll the entire competition for, you know, even in grand finals.
I mean, now that we've done with Ascent, we're gonna go over to Icebox. And we all know that Bleed also has a preference for this particular map. And this is actually their pick. But ONIC has been performing before. So let's talk a little bit about ONIC first. What do you think and how do you think they'll perform on this map and what can they do about it?
I think so long as Elmimore and Severin are continuing this sort of this duo of death, it means that Munya gets a lot more space to play with. And particularly on Icebox, where you see a lot of operators get revealed, you also see momentum take a huge effect on the playstyle of both teams. I think for ONIC, they get the first 5 rounds, they do so convincingly, they're going to be very, very hard to stop.
That's your prediction.
No, it was a prediction.
And mine too.
Yeah, I think actually, my prediction is I think we see a 3rd map. I think Bleed win the series, but I think we're seeing a 3rd map.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of similar to how they played against Smith, against Team Secret before. They'll definitely go for that very careful, methodical kind of approach to the game. I think we can expect to see Severine back on Viper, and Shiro probably on the Sova as well. And you know what that means. A lot of those lineups are going to come in.
I'm curious as to why you don't think it'll be Elmimore on the Viper.
Ooh, that's a good question. I think he's going to stick to Chamber, though.
Yeah,
because,
he's done quite well on the Chamber at the moment.
Oh, might as well. But that is the question I do want to ask the casters here. Do you think that Bleed will be able to take this map off Onyx's hands, or will we go to a straight up to
man.
Tash, as much as I want to answer that, you know casters can't be biased while they go in. There's no bias here. We need to make sure we cast it straight up for our Singaporean fans, our Malaysian fans, and our Indonesian fans. Otherwise, we'll draw the ire of maybe some angry fans from someone.
But as well, you don't want to you don't want to curse.
May the
this
class
year.
be with you.
That too.
Please go on.
Really good.
Yeah, it's been great. It looked like it was very one-sided, and it looked like ONIC wanted to run it back, but then Bleed just found a way to win against ONIC, and it was still pretty close. 13-10, I think. Respectable effort from ONIC, but that was their map pick. And this time around, Icebox, this is Bleed's map pick, and we saw how they decimated Team Secret on this map.
Oh man, I'm still reeling from that last one, but we gotta go. If the players gotta go, we gotta go. Icebox, it is. As we've seen a lot of teams shut down B play, and I think with both ops working pretty well, it'll also be a lot of A. A lot of A. That's my prediction. That's the only prediction I'm gonna give. That doesn't tell who's gonna win. Doesn't curse anybody here. As Elmi Moore and Severine,
they swapped. Right. I mean, we've seen them swap roles before. I think it's whoever feels like they're getting the shots, and that's the beauty about being able to flex agents. Severine, of course, we saw his clutch on the KO. Was really able to pull off, but these teams really have a lot of players that can flex around. Bleed is the same thing. They can also flex quite a bit, and this time around it's actually going to be a double Sentinel lineup. Pith on the
udah live
5
jam deh, capek juga.
Yeah, Killjoy does get value using the lockdown to clear out one of the sites to at least get the plant down. But again, haven't seen a ton of Killjoy. More of the composition that we've seen from ONIC here for most squads as we kick things off. Bleed on match point. Again, a date with Boom Esports and the grand finals tomorrow for our victor. As it is an A play to kick things off, and it's a big gamble by ONIC. Look at this. 4 members up mid, and Pith has a pretty good idea as Severine has been chunked down and healed back on up by NC Slasher. But on to the site we go. There's the lineup by Maxi, and now they realize, oh, no one's here.
No one's on A at all, and like you mentioned, they love the A side, they love the executes on that. The shock dart is gonna hit Retla. He can pop himself up, but Severine gets a headshot. Darion is there for the trade with a headhunter. There's a flank coming in. Lenny is going to be there. Pith counters as well, finds the headshot onto NC Slasher. Monyet is forced to back out of this. There's still Darion on site, so ONIC, they're split up. They're not really pushing together, but they take Darion down, and this could be dangerous for Bleed because they don't have control over the spike. Monyet gets taken down. But the Snakebite and the Nano Swarms are stopping ONIC from doing anything at all as Maxi finds a kill onto Elmi Moore and Pit cleans things up. Bleed. Such a great post plant from them.
Yeah, it was a little nervy there as Maxi was on site. A lot of the time you'll see the Snakebite come from
kuat banget memang Bleed cuy.
Outside like spawn here,
around there.
Berat nih.
But not the case here as Maxi just doing it with a gun. That one works out, and Pith, that's the power of
ini hampir mati loh kalau dia nggak nge-heal. Nah, itu nge-heal.
Swarm slowing things down and making it difficult. A nice drop down attempt by ONIC, but the play does not pay off, and Bleed, as they did in the last several rounds, got themselves the pistol win.
And they're buying up rifles again. We've seen that happen in the previous map. Same thing here, buying 3 rifles to make it super dangerous on that 3rd round. They just want to play this cleanly. They want to escape with as many rifles as they can after winning this round.
Yeah, pretty interesting. A lot of the time you'll see a chamber just stick with the headhunter. That's good enough, but Darion's like, nah, I'll buy up the Vandal too. I trust myself, I trust my gun. They move on forward.
Udah tahu tuh posisinya.
Or excuse me, Maxi trying to gain some information on how the B setup was. He sees a Severine there who takes 1 shot, and then we'll walk back, and the A execute seems to be the play here with 52 seconds. Monyet next to it and loses the battle. Retla wins, gets the headshot, heals on up, and now the push is on. Elmi Moore forced to back on off. Shiro goes down as well. Elmi Moore left with 26
Tapi berat sih emang. Udah nggak ada apa gunnya ini cuy. Kalah gun juga.
On the side of ONIC. Bleed just want to avoid anyone dying as much as possible. Darion finds a kill, and it's going to be a clean, flawless round for Bleed. And this is what you want to set up for your
2-0 ini mah kayaknya.
Definitely, and this is where we've seen
soalnya di map ini si Icebox
that was a lot of rifle firepower there, and rarely do we see it come off flawlessly again in these earlier matches that we've had of the tournament. And I don't think it's a detractor to say maybe a little bit less of the skill set that Bleed has, and Bleed is showing it. We are the favorite. We will play like the favorite. When we have the lead, we will continue to hold the lead.
Yeah, you can see the confidence coming in from them. Lenny is buying up a Vandal as well, so they really want to win this bonus round. They're not treating it like a bonus. It's just another round for them. And I think that's a difference in philosophy for many teams coming into the 3rd round. Look at the buys on them. That's 4 rifles on it. It's not all Vandals for sure, but...
Woohoo! Zero! Nice! Woo, what a move, man!
3 quick kills for him as Bleed are just very, very disadvantaged now.
Oh, man. I gotta wonder, like... Darian heard the smoke and then started running. And then everyone started running. You had to follow the leader there. You had to follow the call. But Darian gave a lot of footsteps away for Shiro to line up. And he gets all three, knowing that, hey, there's a small area that I hear at least 2 pairs of footsteps. And he picks it up. And now the round's solidly in Onyx's favor. And oh, what a great arrow. Landing on Delaney, does get taken out. And now Elmi Moore knows there's multiple here. Gets the head. And now it's just Lenny left alive. That was the one that got spotted. And around the corner, it's a double peek. And
nice.
No one yet. Hero play by Shiro.
Bleed wanted more from that bonus round. Like I mentioned, they don't really treat it like a bonus. They wanted to win. But swinging from that smoke, I think just the timing of them swinging and not being able to find Shiro at the right time just absolutely destroyed him. Shiro held that shot down. He just got 3 in a row. They just lined up for him. Look at that. Let the bodies hit the floor because they're all just dead.
Oh my goodness.
Wah, itu nice banget
This
sih,
is what
bro.
we wanted to see. No runaways here. Again, it was 7 in a row
Nge-push kayak gitu,
for Bleed
anjir.
in the last map. And then, what, 6 in a row for ONIC. Here's just 2 in a row. Now we'll see what ONIC is able to build. But as you said, a quote-unquote bonus round for Bleed as they were able to hold on to the rifles with a flawless victory in round number 2. So we've got ourselves a second gun round now.
Whoa.
Again, almost gets away, but
Untung aja.
Redla has the answer back.
On.
Slash forced to back on off. And now be long in control of Bleed. What will they do with it here? As they eye yellow. Clear yellow in just a second. Yeah, they'll clear yellow and realize, okay, this is ours. A lot of respect being given by ONIC. But right now, Severine's still holding mid.
Oh, look at that. Shiro is sending out the shock darts. That's some lineups going on. The recon finds some... Okay, it's a shock dart for the plant, but Bleed know that that was going to happen. So once they put up the wall, they actually backed out. Now they still have the choice whether to go A, but the time is ticking. I think they just want to stick B.
Probably can make the rotate with about 30 seconds left, but no, they're forcing on, and Elmi Moore has an answer. Resurrection available, but they decide not to use it just yet, and Lenny has to win the gunfight. The wall has now broken down. 4v2 as Shiro is the last one left alive.
Darian.
Answers there. We've been waiting for that one to happen.
Mantap
This
doang
match, 3-1
anjas.
to Bleed.
Tajam banget.
Darren is the one to watch out for because he's been so sharp on that chamber. We saw that the last 2 kills were pretty much one-taps. They didn't even have a chance to shoot back at Darian.
Oh,
and I
man,
think we're gonna see
berat
more
banget.
of that because he is just a beast. Okay, it wasn't exactly one-tap. He finds the headshot, but when you're seeing from the other angle, oh, a pretty clean headshot from Darian. He's really finding the angles, really holding it down for the team. And great calculated play from Bleed. I think that's one thing I wanted to point out, that other teams were not doing very well in this tournament. They kept forcing the plant.
A good read there. Sorry, I was distracted by demon-sounding Sage. You will not kill my allies, as Severine has to use the rendezvous to back on up. And now on this weird eco here, Severine is going to need to have a huge impact this one yet. Not able to find
Ketek doang sekali.
anything just yet. Gets finished off, and now Bleed looking to collect the
Headshotnya sih
round they're
emang
supposed to
anjir
win.
Darian.
This is what has made
Lagi
Bleed more
tajam-tajamnya dia.
successful than any other APAC team in this tournament. It's winning the rounds they're supposed to win. They lose the gun rounds, but they'll win the rounds where it's gun versus eco.
Yeah, they've been very clean and disciplined. I think that's the biggest difference. Why they don't really lose thrifties that often. They've lost a few times, like the previous map, but Darian finds the first kill. Elmi Moore with the headshot. Shiro finds one on his own as well, and a tour de force. From
Nice, Severin.
Find 2 kills all down
1v2,
to right now.
winnable.
We said
Let's go.
They were supposed to be winning this round, but we just cursed them.
Yeah, good old caster curse. It's everyone's favorite. Lenny takes a couple shots so they know where he's at now.
30 seconds left.
Fakes the spike plant. And we'll start the full one now. Shiro still holding the corner, and down it goes. Oh, now they know where Shiro is. Lenny shoots a shock dart, gets a decent amount of damage from it. Lenny down to 32, looking the wrong way. Timing. He does have his back to the corner.
Nice.
Severine answers the call. It's 3 for Severine. And forget what your casters say. I don't know anything. The eco win, the thrifty win goes on over to ONIC.
He finds another
man.
triple. He's been the
Gamenya
hero so
close
far.
banget.
Now we see why he's the
Tuker-tukeran
one
ini
they put
round.
on a chamber. Elmi Moore is like, hey, you got this today. I'm giving you the chamber. Show us what you've got.
Oh, man. The gun barrel. Okay, I was like, how did he fully know? The gun barrel was there. He was ready to shoot out the wall as soon as it moved. Nice little pickup. But again, I love this here. Not a game of streaks here on Icebox. It's too cold to let someone get all the wins.
Oh, Severin mau pakai ini.
Keep all the warmth here.
Mau pakai OP
so
dia.
It's nice little battle back by ONIC. As now Bleed have a they're full of on. They're full on because their tour de force is underway.
Yeah, Darren's the one that's leading the charge this time. That Aldron is going to spot Severin, who has that operator. Been really good with the tour de force the previous round. Now he's on that sniper rifle yet again. He's trying to hold yellow. Bleed are still playing this very slow. I think they spotted the operator. They know that it's going to be Severin holding that. But how are they going to deal with him?
That is the big question. As
tuh ditungguin sama Darion pakai tour de force.
Many of the times, it's ONIC that's willing to pull the trigger.
Darion pakai tour de force tuh tadi. Nungguin angle ini doang. Angle sini doang.
Bleed.
Lihat tuh dia.
Sticking to their strategy. Again, the discipline, as you said, by this squad. They're the ones,
they're
the ones with the strats. They will play slower, see if they can punish ONIC, who like to make the map small. I love saying that because you'll see someone get aggressive, push up mid, push up one of the sites, and then not have to worry about clearing all these other angles or worried about rotates. But right now, ONIC have been pretty disciplined throughout this whole first half.
Yeah, they don't really over-rotate as well. Right now, they rotated the stage, but Darion finds the first kill onto Severin. That kill is huge.
Itu enaknya apa? Tour de force daripada OP itu. Dia lebih cepat.
If you can do it, I can do it too, Darion says.
All right, and so Darion really taking control of this one.
Udah nggak bisa, saving.
I think ONIC just immediate call. We're gonna save.
Yeah,
it's straightforward. Yeah. There's no question about it. I like the decisive nature of it. I think the person in me, the fan in me that wants to see fireworks are like, come on, try to fight for it. But ONIC have a long game to play here because they've had a long day today.
Capek anjir
ONIC.
ONIC.
Bleed, it's gonna be a
Aku aja live ini
journey.
udah hampir 6 jam. Berarti ONIC tuh main juga.
Like, okay.
Itu 6 jam juga.
We saw this on the first map though. ONIC were forced to save through multiple rounds, and it just looks like they're always just respecting Bleed too much. And I think that on the defensive side, what they're not doing is making aggressive rotations.
Right.
That's what they did on Ascent. They pushed mid, they got information. They're not doing it this time around on Icebox.
Darion sama Pit
playing so
biasanya tukang clutch-nya.
So very slowly, so calculated.
Maxi juga
coming
sih.
onto a site that ONIC
Tapi paling sering tuh Pit. Pit kalau pas pakai bridge.
They're not pushing out
Darion
mid.
ya ini.
They don't really
pas pakai dia pakai chamber.
They don't really have the recon information. They're just They're just waiting. And Bleed,
calling time out.
They're taking advantage of that.
And here we go. The
bisa beli atau enggak tuh tadi? Ekonominya gimana? 2 saving ya tadi, 2 orang.
How much do you want to wager that ONIC rushes on this one?
You're right. I can see that.
Right? I mean, you set it up perfectly again. The reverse caster curse. They're playing slow. Bleed's taking advantage of it. They keep inching forward and taking space, and then they get the opening pick. Well, the ONIC timeout is usually the tonic
map ketiganya apa sih?
Yeah.
Tetap aja ini map paling beratnya cuy. Icebox tuh
probably are going to rush mid.
Bagus banget nih Bleed tuh.
See.
Trail recordnya
ya. Mid, just trying to look for a kill.
Heaven ya.
Potentially that. We're seeing.
Heaven juga Raf juga.
Are they doing it?
Oh no. They're splitting back.
No.
I'm just watching the little icons, the portraits.
They're going around. It looked like they were thinking about it, in fact. But it looks like it's going to be a 3-1-1, so they're setting it up differently this time around, putting full trust in Severin to hold his B site. But he's been overrun these past few rounds. It just might happen again.
Yeah, 4 members here on B as Severin has a nice spot. Can't push too far to the left and get one shot and splits the difference between faces. Maxi's face was the one closest to getting shot off there by the headhunter. But it goes awry, and now Severin forced to back on off. Here goes the shock bolts from distance. Again, the lineups have been pretty cool to watch by Shiro, and it deals no damage, unfortunately, as the toxic screen comes up and creates some space for the rest of Bleed to work with as they take control of yellow. And there it is, the classic wall going up as well, and Retla will get the plant.
Udah planting.
Shotgun
Ini wall
shot
turun. Nah
line
ini
up for
dam.
that anti-plant. Darion finds the first kill onto Elmi Moore.
Sialan, Darion.
Only as a headhunter to his
Ini
name.
mati juga nih habis ini.
Trying to find Severine. The elbows are almost touching, just rubbing elbows, and there it is. No answer, and Darren shot from there before.
Nice. Rekornya itu bagus tadi.
And there's the crossfire from distance. The Hunter's Fury.
Berat buat Blitz.
Darren got spotted by
buat
the
ONIC.
recon bolt before the Cloudburst came out, so he got detected. That's how he dies.
Aku sih perasaanku sih ini 2-0 anjir.
Game right now. He's 12
Capek sebenarnya mereka, sumpah. Kalau andaikan mereka menang di map pertama itu masih dapat moral boost. Tapi map pertamanya udah kalah ini. Adanya apa tuh namanya? Ketegangan doang. Tegang ini sekarang. Ya bayangin aja nonton layar aja gini, aku nggak main aja capek kok. 5 jam setengah ini. Udah. Gimana mereka yang main?
It seems like they're trying something else.
Oh, early Hunter's Fury being shot out by Shiro. Finds one, and it's Redla that goes down. So a bit of a change here. NC Slasher. Lenny pushed right on through and gets up 2. So ONIC, the rush comes from after the pause round or after the timeout, but they get a couple and then get punished a bit there. So the numbers advantage goes awry.
The Hunter's Fury tagged Darion a bit as well though, but Bleed have chosen to go B again. Can they find Severine? They do take him low. He rendezvous out, but he's so low already, and they're not at any advantage on the side of ONIC. They're one man down. The Killjoy ultimate is out as well. Elmi Moore tries to make it competitive, but the Viper Spit is out. Elmi Moore trying to creep up, just dodges the lockdown. Tries to
Oh, dikit lagi tuh lane mati.
Anyway, has to go into this Viper Spit to find anyone.
Did a decent damage.
Reload
decent
Shiro.
amount of damage there to Lenny.
Shiro,
Lenny's
reload, Mas.
Shiro answers one as Lenny does go down, so the damage did play a
Oh,
part.
Lenny Moore ya
was
tadi.
able to dink on
Bukan
in,
Shiro
Turk
aja.
is taken on
Lenny Moore.
out, so has to hop out to heal up from the decay. Maxi and Pith, this is the Swedish duo. Now it's just 1v1.
Elmi Moore almost got that headshot, but he just can't find Maxi, who's been sneaky. He goes back into his...
Nice.
Oh my god, he finds a kill!
He pre-fired.
Oh, dapat kah?
Has enough time for the defuse, right? Yeah. It's a big round here for ONIC.
Oh,
and it's
dapat.
Man, Elmi Moore,
Oh.
who's had the most clutch rounds here for this squad, doing it yet again, and gets the operator away from Darion.
How does he find that kill through the smoke? It looked like it was Maxi's pit, but Elmi Moore owned it.
Oh man, it's about time that we had one of those rounds here
Viper
for
Spit tuh
ONIC,
fungsinya
who,
buat
again,
50-50.
given a lot of space up, and this is how I think they want to play this retake style. But look at the score.
Karena pandangan
We
kita
finally
juga
have a
terbatas kan kalau
one-standout
pakai
hero, and it's the man that we've been waiting
pakai
for all
Viper
tournament to
Spit.
do it here for Bleed. Darion.
Darion on that chamber, on the Jet, just such a stellar player, and the way they play on Icebox, they don't need the
Lihat tuh
Jet
monyet
dashing
nge-push tuh.
in. They
Monyet.
can just have Darion killing everyone at range, and he's so good at that. Bleed, they're retooling a little bit. It looks like they're trying something new this time around. They're finding another play in the playbook. It's not an A push or a
Oh,
B
no,
push
kitchennya
anymore.
kosong anjir.
They're going through
Wah, ini
kitchen.
mati
We haven't
nih.
seen them try that just
Wah,
yet, but they want
Severine
to
nih.
keep ONIC guessing.
Harus dapat kill Severine satu.
Severine is close though, and will be able to hear.
Oh, no, nggak
shots.
dapat Severine.
The wall goes up just in time,
Wah,
and Darion catches Slasher sleeping. You snooze,
Di
you
wall lagi.
lose, and Darion continuing.
Ini tergantung Shiro nih sekarang. Shiro nih. Soalnya dari lurker kan dia.
Elmi Moore gets one.
Nice, Shiro.
Takes down Darion. So ONIC finally getting fight backs here.
Nice,
and they have
ketahuan
a
juga.
3-2 advantage. Maxi trying to shoot through the boxes and able to has the spike.
Nice.
One yet on the flank.
Tinggal satu
and it's
orang doang.
Redla all alone and
Oh.
has a lot of work to do.
Man,
Gets
Redla.
one. Peeks left. Doesn't see him. There's Shiro trying to
Nice.
get to yellow, but Shiro says
Wah,
no.
hampir
It
aja
is
tuh.
2 rounds in a row here for ONIC.
They finally found their stride. They finally
Wah,
found a way
gak
to stop
nyampe
Bleed.
mau
Bleed
ngambil
tried to
operator, gak
try
nyampe
something new,
asem.
but it just didn't work out for them. Bleed though, their economy is great. They can still buy this round. They making a few mistakes as ONIC have shuffled their defenses. They're starting to figure out this attack from Bleed. And Bleed, you have to dig in for another play. Like they're gonna have to open up this bag. And
Oh,
find
Elmi Moore
out
mau pakai
what
Viper
play
Speed
they
di
want to
early nih.
execute next. And
Dia
this time
beli
around, it
just
looks like
tuh.
it's going to be that A push.
How similar to map number 1. It was a 7-5 lead for Bleed. But now at 4-5, ONIC are trying
dipakai
to
udah berapa
answer
speednya.
that one.
Dan dia pakai judge.
To get a shock bolt coming in, finds nothing. And Elmi Moore is just going to be so annoying. With the Viper's Pit taking up so much of the space here on A and Bleed, they can't commit anywhere.
Aku
They
belum
haven't
mandi
committed
juga, tai.
anywhere. But the map has
Gamenya
gotten
bakalan
smaller
panjang nih.
as it's Severine has pushed up B and holding up for any retake.
That's the Viper's Pit gone. Elmi Moore just
Yeah,
got taken
Elmi
out
Moore
by
mati
Redlaw.
tadi.
That should not have happened. They've committed. The last time they used the Viper's Pit, it was for naught because Bleed actually went to B. It was a very preemptive.
Ketahuan.
That's a good detection. They detect everyone on Bleed, but Bleed are just not going to stop. They're going in anyway. Red line pit.
Nice, Monyet dapat 2. Nice, collateral.
They line up for him. They make it a 2v2, and ONIC
2v2 winnable.
A little bit here. Bleed have been slowed down. Monyet dashes away to safety.
Yeah, will get off the site to give himself a better advantage. Probably was faking that Severine was going to be with him, but now we know we've got 2 1v1s. Lenny takes a zipper up top. And this is a difficult spot to be in.
Nice.
Severine, but he answers. And now it's just Lenny left alive, and he uses a double zipper. You love the double zipper. Monyet starts it, Cloudburst up. A little bit of panic by Lenny, does it again. Another Cloudburst. Dodges away from the recon bolt. Oh, does give away that he's there. And here it is, the start, but through the wall, 45 HP, panic. And Monyet, he's gonna use the zipper yet again!
Oh no!
Dies yet. The right clicks, and now we're playing a game of tag. It's out of time. Monyet gets
Wah, gak dapat cuy. Anjir, dia ngulur waktunya bagus banget, tai. Pakai recon, pindah tempat ya kan.
Go to 6.
The movement from Lenny allowing him to get away. Monyet could just not catch up to him. He could not find a kill. He thought he had it.
Wah, dia iko lagi cuy. ONIC
on that same spot.
Dengan keadaan gitu.
Lenny was ready for that. He just had the timing. All the gambles paid off for Lenny, and he just got away. Monyet, 5 HP left. He had it half, but he just could not get Lenny off his back.
And again, none of that would have been possible without Monyet getting the lineup. So he gets the 3K, but take the 3K. We'll take the round if you're Bleed. They will do no worse than tie the first half as Lenny starts things up towards B. And it is a budget buy here for ONIC.
NC Slasher.
Grab whatever you can and see what you can do. And he can
Wow, NC Slasher, nice. Dapat 2 kill.
as it has all tournament long. And it's a numbers advantage now for ONIC. But again, not many guns. There it is, Severine answers, but there goes the tour de force.
Nice.
Moore says, I don't need anything else other than the sheriff.
Nice.
Another one. A thrifty going this side of
Good game.
Why can't people with leads just hold on to it here, Key?
It's the shorty, the power of the shorty. The thing is,
Shorty. Itu tadi sih untung ya, Sova drone-nya itu nggak ngecek dia. Habis dari box naik ke kanan kan, dia ke kanan ngelihat ada yang di belakangnya itu nggak kecek dari yang di bawah.
And because of that, they just fell apart. And then the sheriff
NC Slasher dapat 2 tadi, pakai
headshots.
Gituan doang anjir. 150.
Bleed just got taken apart. We thought, well, we said they were pretty disciplined against 50 rounds, but ONIC found ways to make it work.
Ketahuan.
Severine, he wants to get on in. Barely misses the operator shot. That would have been a very expensive investment, but here comes the 100.
Wah, kena dia, mati. Mati.
And he will hop to death.
Mati dia.
Gets the answer back. Now Severine with the flick on up. And misses it. Darian answers back with the flick to the lip. There goes Severine. And the Battle of Chambers goes to the side. Lenny catches one off guard as Elmi Moore tries to get alert. Severine does get revived. That is the operator back online.
Tapi 385 cuy.
So close up
Susah
right
banget
now.
cuy.
This is going to be such a hard retake. As the lineup's already set up as
nggak dapat lagi.
Darian says once is good, I'll do it twice. He does get taken down by NC Slasher.
Wall
will come up to try and protect against any of the lineups. There's one down.
Mati. Kagak cuy.
Naxi on the flank. He's the big flanker. Slasher does not know.
Nice, NC Slasher. Whoa, let's go.
They were ready
Woo.
for the plans that Bleed had, and we get tied up here, 6-6.
Man, untung dia expect tuh. Soalnya kelihatan satu doang kan dari area belt. Kelihatan satu doang, satu ini di mana gitu. Dia expect nggak tuh? Ngelihat ke kanan untungnya NC Slasher. Kalau nggak gitu udah itu tadi selesai. Man, GG anjir. Bangsat, gamenya seru banget. ONIC sih stamina-nya bagus juga. Capek lu cuy. Aku aja live streaming gini udah berapa? 5 jam setengah tuh. 5 jam setengah bayangin. Mereka yang main gimana, Sem? Dan setiap round itu kan adrenalin terpacu terus kan. Itu mental sama fisiknya ini sih, kena. Makanya masih dinamain e-sport kan. Karena sportnya di sana memacu adrenalin itu. Dan tangan ini pasti capek juga. GG ya, Sam. 6-6. Kalau ini bisa dapet menang. Wah, mereka main full map. Anjir. Bisa lah ONIC. Kita bawa ke map ketiga lah paling enggak. Kalau kalian mungkin kalah ya kan. Bawa map ketiga. Walaupun aku berharap biar Indonesia tim ini ya menang dua-duanya. Maksudnya masuk ke grand final. Walaupun nanti cuma satu kan ke champion. Jadi ada tim satu itu dari aku berharapnya Indonesia di champion satu ya kan. Malaysia Singapura ada satu ya kan. PaperX kemudian Thailand.
1-9. Yep. All right, looking down a 1-10 half, he gets 5 there at the end.
He wasn't doing great. But he found a way to get back into the game and get those crucial round wins to tie it out, and I think that's the most important part. Right?
Wah, aku belum nyalain lampu lagi.
When you need to, and that he did.
Udah jam
For Bleed
ini
this
ya.
time around, they're going to be
Udah
the
jam
ones
setengah 6 Asam, aku belum nyalain lampu.
Lineup is actually very, very good for that. They have the two Sentinels, Pith and Redla.
Pistol rounds again. Not an end-all be-all, but such a good way to take the momentum in a series. And mostly it's been Bleed. I think they've had them 2-1. ONIC got one of them in our previous map. But now they're looking to get one on this map here on Icebox. And string some rounds together from that previous round, 2 in a row, and 2 big
narik ini doang, rotation doang, tapi nggak ada yang rotation.
Who, as the favorites, are really working on demons of finishing off a squad. A talented squad. Weren't able to do it last stage 2, missing out on Masters. Got to do it here against ONIC.
It really is a game of momentum. Neither team can find it on this map. The biggest streak that either team has had was, I think, 2 in a row. And for both teams, I think they're just looking to try and make that big lead.
Ketarik dulu, nice. Jadi mereka bisa masuk agak dalam. Nice.
Toxin screens all over the place as Monyet with the cloud burst creates space, and Lenny is
harusnya dilihat sih.
Not seen.
Wah, anjir, nggak ada yang lihat, cuma Monyet doang.
Just trying to buy time for the rest of the team, but then Slasher takes away that time. Pith onside. Darian with the jumping Maxi is able to, or jumping Slasher able to pick up the kill. And now it is Pith and Darian very low.
Darian mati dong.
Well,
satu peluru aja lah. High click. Nice. Nice, mati. Walaupun itu nggak di kill, kena shock dart udah mati itu tadi.
This is the first time we're seeing ONIC lead in this series.
Wah, ini 1 poin berpengaruh anjir.
This is Bleed map's pick, just to remind everyone. Bleed won the first map, that was ONIC's map pick. And this time around, ONIC are
Darian lagi tajam-tajamnya juga.
They want to stay in this game, they want to stay in this tournament, they want to go up against their brothers again in the grand finals. But Bleed, what do they have still here? Can they still find a way to claw back onto this icebox?
Again, I go back to NC Slasher on that one. Picks up 2 and then challenge, the big challenge against Darian. Jumping out of, I guess, nest there.
Kentek sekali nggak tuh Severin?
Didn't get it, but still, fun to watch the confidence revive a player like the way NC Slasher was. Again, was 1-8 and now finds himself, I think, 8-10 or 8-11, something like that. 7 kills in 3 rounds.
He's really finding a lot of these kills now. securing the rounds for ONIC, securing this lead for ONIC as Darion tries to look for a kill. Rendezvous out though on the side of Severin.
Battle of Chambers always fun.
Harusnya ini dicek sih. Nah, nice, dicek tuh. Dicek.
Darion's in a little trouble because
Nih, pelan-pelan monyet nih.
And he's got a bigger gun than what Darion does.
Bawah. Nice, nggak bisa teleport dia. Oh no.
And the gun
masih dapat impact yang gede tuh, anjir. Yang dibunuh ini lagi pakai gun.
Oh, a bulldog. Yeah, that's a big gun that they
Bulldog.
really
Nah,
could've
tuh
used
casternya
now.
juga ngomong tuh. Bulldognya lagi yang kena
only with
dapat.
the headhunter Elmore with the sheriff.
Nggak ada yang ngambil kan Bulldog? Ah, nice diambil akhirnya. Nah, ini sambil ngelihat ini nih.
And now catching the flanker, it is Maxi, the normal flanker. Now Redla will have himself access to a bulldog.
Wah, dapat Bulldog cuy. Itu jatuh, diambil tuh.
Ah,
Pit yang ngambil.
Waiting for it on the opposite side. NC Slasher and surprise.
Nice.
There's Shiro to help out his teammate.
Ya kan? Bulldognya keambil sih itu tadi.
Looking okay here for Bleed. Not quite done yet as Shiro and NC Slasher still alive. The defuse does get to half. Oh, and it's
nice.
It's a cleanup by NC Slasher.
Kagak ngambil Bulldognya, kagak diambil
the
Boom.
Sage player.
No.
I think they thought they had
Dua
that.
pakai ini
They thought
dong.
they could stick it,
Nggak
they thought
pakai
they could
Bulldog.
defend
Bulldognya
it,
nggak diambil
but they
aja.
lost all their players, and it is NC Slasher again that's stepping up. These past few rounds were all kills from NC Slasher. Darion finding a great first kill there.
BME kemarin cuy.
Very expensive for ONIC, and
Boom
NC
mainnya kemarin
Slasher
menang
is the one to
Boom.
bring it back
Ya ini
yet
yang
again.
lawan Boom kemarin. Bleed ini. Bleed turun ke bawah ya kan. Tadi ONIC itu ketemu tim secret dari Filipina disikat juga sama ini ONIC. Sekarang ini ketemu Bleed. Posisinya lagi 1-0 tapi sayangnya lagi 1-0. Lagi ketinggalan ONIC.
But then Pit answers back. Monyet and Slasher down. That is the hot player on ONIC. Finally getting slowed. Who else will step on?
Nice.
Severin says, I'll take my shot.
Finds the kill, 2v3. Elmi Moore is trying to connect to his teammate, but they don't have the spike.
Masalahnya di situ cuy
He has to go
spike-nya.
out. It's dangerous.
Spike-nya di situ itu loh yang jadi masalah.
Darren is already turning
Wah,
the
kan?
corner. Can he find Elmi Moore before Elmi
Mati
Moore
nih,
checks?
ya.
And he does. Gets the kill.
Nggak mungkin
Severin
bisa.
still has the Vandal. Gets spotted by the turret. They
Nggak
know
bisa
where
cuy.
he is. They know where the
Udah
spike is as
terlalu
well. So
banyak
Bleed
crossfire. Ini
are
pun
trying
dia
to play this
keluar
together. They use
dari
the
itu.
wall.
Sama aja
Wall off that
kayak
angle.
posisinya
There's
ini
no
lagi.
hole there.
Elmi Moore.
And Severin just might get sandwiched.
Iya, sandwich pasti itu. Itu udah kepastian yang hakiki.
Oh. Well, now he has a lot of corners.
Nah, ini dia nunggu ini sih. Wallnya turun, dapat 1 kill. Kemungkinan masih bisa. Tapi dia pasti main sama waktu. Temannya yang kiri. Nah. Ya kan?
The firing squad, they really position themselves to not be able to get taken out by one spray or make it
Bisa
as
cuy,
hard as
spike-nya
possible
jatuhnya
for
di
him
tempat yang
to get that
jelek.
spray transfer. And Bleed, they get the win. 3 of them alive.
Wah, mereka harus menang cuy.
ONIC, this is their buy round this time.
Ini kesempatan terakhirnya ONIC nih. Kalau ONIC menang, ngelawan Boom Esport nanti di Grand Final. Kalau ONIC ini kalah, rematch antara Bleed sama Boom. Rematch.
We take a look at the scoreboard one more time. Darion and Shiro leading the way. You're getting more of a support performance by NC Slasher. On the opposite side, it's Retlat. I think 10 and 10 or somewhere around 1 KDA. But someone else needs to step up here for Bleed. Specifically on this map again.
Lihat tuh posisinya Severin udah masuk sampai sejauh itu. Dia tinggal nge-clearin 1 orang doang. Kalau itu udah di-clearin 1 orang, udah calling teman-temannya buat rotation. Tapi nggak mungkin nge-pick sendirian, itu yang jadi masalah.
I think both teams have chosen to just get a feel of each other. ONIC playing a default. Bleed has not really been pushing out though, so that's the thing. They're not going to find anything here.
Tapi tetap aja cuy, berat buat ONIC.
Super disciplined, and it's going to be Maxi that's the one that's staying on this B side alone.
Udah hampir 6 jam loh. Bayangin main kayak ginian cuy. Dengan setiap roundnya itu adrenalin terpacu ya. 6 jam, capek pasti.
One lone little Maxi by himself.
Dan full map lagi. Tadi Secret kan tadi full map kan? Iya, 3 map anjir.
Look at Maxi, buys time, takes away the easy plants. The wall will not protect the second
spike. Anjir kagak mati lagi loh. Ketek sampai 12. Kanan? Walah lama.
12 HP finds an answer, but you still don't like the fact he's on 12 HP. Monyet takes down Lenny. 4v3.
Monyet. Nice.
2 on 12 HP.
Lari.
So
Nice.
not a bad hold by him, but the
Itu
team is
posisi
slow
awkward
to
banget.
rotate around.
Kalau nggak bisa lari, udah kelok di situ mati
there
pasti.
just yet. They need to reset the fight on the side of ONIC. And
Nice.
they've done so.
Attack.
They've changed
Ngedelay lagi.
both positions.
Nah ini nunggu utility.
At lineups, and I think for the side of Bleed, they're gonna have to find these kills fast. But that snakebite is just.
Kayaknya sih saving, nggak bisa mereka. Nah tuh lari kan, saving. Mereka udah tahu ada line up lagi, kemudian masih ada.
It's a save for Darian, looking for any lurkers, but decides to hold on to it. And the execution was flawless.
ONIC harus dapat ini satu, paling nggak dia harus 10 dulu nih. Biar ekonominya Bleed itu jadi jelek gitu loh. Kalau mereka kalah di sini, ekonominya Bleed tetap bisa beli dia. Nah, itu jelek banget sih. Maksudnya kalau round berikutnya nggak dapat uangnya Bleed tetap gitu, dia bisa beli senjata. Nah ya kan, time out dia buat ngomongin masalah itu. Buying round, kita harus dapat nih, ini round harus dapat nih. Kalau nggak gitu, next round kita bakalan Nico. Ini nih yang diomongin Bleed.
They're also running through Shiro. In fact, if you take a look at the frags, Bleed actually have more frags.
Yeah, and coming to that point, Monyet with a 3K on that last one. It happened so smoothly, I didn't see it. It was more keeping an eye on Maxi on 12 HP, getting value of that 12 HP. But Monyet, there's, again, just like we were saying about Bleed when they were in the lead on Ascent, when a team executes when they're in front, we got to shout that one out. So Monyet with the 3K, getting himself into a positive KD ratio. Boding well here for ONIC as they are leading the way here for Bleed. And I like where this one's going.
Yeah.
This one's going the distance on this round, and if we get blessed with more Valorant, another third map that we've seen more and more recently, I'm down for it, because we are trying to send the best team possible as the third seed from APAC to champions to Istanbul. We'll keep an eye on that one here as both these squads try to deem themselves worthy. An early Viper's pit trying to deter the team from hopping into A. It's a gamble for Bleed, and for now, it works.
Oh, itu kepalanya kelihatan tuh.
It works. It discourages the push from ONIC. ONIC still playing a little bit of a default.
Kepalanya Lene tadi kelihatan, ubun-ubunnya doang dikit.
Has been Darion.
Makanya Severin tadi crosshairnya diarahin ke sono. Tapi susah nembaknya, soalnya kelihatan cuma ubun-ubunnya doang, atasnya doang. Susah banget tuh.
On the side of Bleed, Lenny is stuck with the Marshall. His economy.
Wah, posisinya Darian ini juga off angle juga ini.
Vandals.
Ini posisi off angle yang bisa gini cuma chamber doang.
Darion finding the first kill
nah, kan?
would be great.
Wah, nggak dapat kill untungnya. Untung aja nggak dapat kill.
Monyet gets topped up. Still has a few off the blades off ready. Could still reset it if he finds a kill.
Darian just ready to go. He's ready to gamble this one.
Lihat tuh Darian, anjir, dia pemain yang agresif banget, maju sampai yellow nggak tuh.
And awkwardly here, ONIC are kind of stuck in B long. And now Lenny has very good information, reliable information. Up top is Monyet, had the opportunity to go for the slam dunk. Misses it, and Darian gets away, slows him down. Wall gets popped on up, and time is of the essence. Darian still buying more time. Elmi Moore creating space. Severin and Elmi Moore continue to just wipe up the floor. It's Pith in a 1v4. Gets two, peeks around the corner, still alive. You can hear the footsteps. And now NC Slasher has a lineup and doesn't see Pith. Oh my God, Pith is so lucky with the timing.
Severin, mati Severin. Gak jadi maju dia. Nice. Untung aja. Kalau Pith itu jadi ke yellow aja dia. Kelihatan Severin.
Nobody's watching.
No one's watching
anything. He actually slipped through NC Slasher. He went around yellow. But he didn't complete the turn.
Ini untungnya nggak dapat kill.
Found out. Darion, great hold from him, was able to rendezvous out of the way, but Severin
Wah, let's go. Akhirnya dapat juga roundnya. Nah, ya kan mereka Iko kan, Bleed sekarang Iko. Jadi ONIC sekarang bisa 11 gitu. Nah, semakin jauh, semakin bagus. Jadi round errornya itu masih ada buat ONIC. 1 round, 2 round.
Instead does not work out, and now it is a quick A push here by ONIC. They take a lot of control on this side, and now they've crossed the halfway point. Past the ultimate.
Oh, gak masuk dia.
Getting aggressive. Looking to pull out the shorty, switches back on over.
Oh no! Oh no, Darion! Anjir, orang satu ini tahi. Belum ngeplan soalnya. Nice. Oh no! Nice, monyet! Oh man!
Take it down, and that's a vandal that they can use. Yep, it's in the hands of Maxi.
Nice.
Has the answer for that. Redla not peeking at the same time, and
Let's go. Ini berat nih.
Who's gonna step up?
Udah 11-7. Nice. Ini yang harus didapetin emang. Kalau nggak gitu, posisinya susah banget. Kalau ini ONIC masih error di sini, masih ada round berikutnya. 1 round buat error doang. Jadi mereka masih bisa ngejar. Susah cuy.
They found a way to stop trying too hard, trying to panic, plant the spike, or not clear corners. They've just cleared everything. And Bleed, they're trying to look for those free kills. They're trying to find an opening, but ONIC have been playing so tight.
Right, that we've talked about ONIC being a team that overheats, a team that takes a step too far.
Posisinya.
You know, when you ask for the stake
medium,
I
Severin.
want it medium. That was a very good example of
Tapi
that.
bukan salahnya dia juga sih.
The battle of chambers. And now it's
mereka udah tahu tuh, mereka ke B soalnya apa? Chambernya pakai operator, biasanya yang pakai operator ini sendirian dia. Nah, ini di push pakai ini. Ping. Nah,
they're finding an opening pick. But there's the res coming in.
Res.
Don't forget, there's Sages on both sides.
Habis itu pakai util.
Darren has to do it again.
Balik lagi ke A.
Staring down B long. Looks like ONIC have not really decided where to go just yet. It looks like there might be a rematch for the duel between the 2 chambers if Severin decides to peek. He's thinking about it. Oh no, rendezvous.
Balik Severin. Udah.
Does it in style facing backwards. Now
wah, ini bagus banget cuy. Kalau ONIC bisa menang di sini udah. Oh, nice first kill. Siro dapat lagi 1 lagi. Nice. 2v1, 2v4. Oh no, di delay lagi. Ada harapan untuk ONIC nih kalau ONIC menang map ini. Walaupun ya di Heaven sih 50-50 ya di Heaven. Kalau main di Heaven. Kukira tadi di map ini bakalan kalah udah ONIC. Soalnya secara track record ya, Bleed itu di sini kuat banget anjir. Ngelawan Paper Rex juga.
They back on off and will do the quick maths.
Aku lama-lama jadi
we'll be able to buy a little bit if we hold on to these guns and play for 5 rounds.
Saya nggak ada teman sih yang ngajak kayaknya.
That's tough. Bleed are on the back foot since the 6-6 half.
Nah, mereka saving tahu nih, saving operator pasti. Ini dicariin lagi ya.
Find a way to stop ONIC. ONIC have done
ini komentator biasanya ngomong
playing on the attacking side, on the
saving,
really finding the openings, really finding those frags. A lot of them free. That's the biggest thing. Darren can get a free kill, but ONIC find a way to get a double, a triple, all for free. And because
habis itu aku mau nyalain lampu ONIC. Ayolah, kalian menang 1 round ini. Aku nyalain lampu dulu ya kan. Walaupun belum mandi ya.
Coming into it, we're like, okay, Bleed, they're playing like the leader. They're playing like the favorite. When they're ahead, they do what they need to. And I feel like I've said it like 2 or 3 times now, and set up Bleed to lose against ONIC here. ONIC have had eco round wins. Last map it didn't pay off with the map win, but now, this time,
no, NC Slasher.
Monyet.
That's a blunder from NC Slasher.
Iya, blunder dia.
The operator, he's playing far forward. This time around, he's not
ini
on
nih,
FB side.
aku selalu ngomong di setiap kalau nonton pasti aku selalu ngomong. Penyakitnya match point. Pasti ada aja penyakitnya match point tuh. Penyakitnya ini apa namanya? Match point selalu terburu-buru. Ya itu tadi, kayak gitu tadi.
Normally known as trouble closing out.
Jangan terburu-buru dah. Kalian udah
as the ones wearing
butuh
the favorite
untuk
cap
musuh itu
right
butuh
now.
5 poin lagi.
As no one
5
on
round
yellow,
lagi.
they'll have
Kalian
information on
jangan
that
ini
good
pelan-pelan
arrow by
aja.
Shiro.
Jangan bikin salah gitu loh
So
maksudnya.
full control
Nyantai
of the
aja.
plant will be there. There'll be a
Nice.
full plant try and
Nice.
retake by Maxi as the spike is planted.
Maxi was not able to hold that side at all. Wasn't able to even dish out some damage.
Wah, anjir monyet main close angle kah?
ONIC setting up for that post plant.
Darian got poked a bit there by Hunter's Fury, so maybe
Tapi Redla punya
not
ini,
so
resnya harus
good
dipakai
coordination
Redla
here
tuh.
by Bleed as they now start their retake.
Nah ini close angle banget tuh.
Right behind it. And it's an up close
Nggak dapet
and
tapi
personal
anjir.
operator shot by Darian. 1, 2, 3, 4 as we watch Elmi Moore trying to come around the
no
side.
man.
And it's Bleed.
Penyakit,
They've
penyakit.
got a long way to go. But it starts with one and they get
Penyakit.
Where
Nggak nunggu dulu gitu loh.
Where did they find
Elmi Moore
themselves?
tuh
Like,
udah
this is what
apa?
they've been
Itu
struggling
tadi
with.
siapa yang terakhir mati?
Holding on
Dia
to the
lagi
side, so they just
ini
decide,
lagi
okay,
nge-flank
we
kan,
go
tapi
for
teman-temannya
post plants instead.
open
That was a lot
fire
cleaner
semua
than
anjir.
the previous rounds because they just could not
Nunggu
find
dulu
anything at all. And I think
harusnya.
if they keep this up, it just might be good. I think
Sayang
Darren's the
banget.
only one who's been successful in holding a push
Ah,
because of
tai
the
lah.
rendezvous. The rest of them don't really
Bajigur
have the
emang.
tools to get out of dodge. ONIC, they still need one more round, but Bleed, they finally cracked the code. But can they do it again?
Yeah, again,
Wah.
Maxi went down first in that.
Wah,
And I
momen
still
lohi
like,
momen
if I'm
diulangi
ONIC,
lagi.
I like that execute. I like everything that
Ini
happened
nih yang
there.
nggak aku suka kalau
You
udah
want to
match
try
point
and
tuh.
challenge Darian with an operator shot right in front of his face. A lot of the times, once you miss that, you clean it on up, and oh no. Well, I guess
Kesalahan
every cloud
lagi
has a silver
diulangi
lining, every
lagi.
poison
Lihat tuh,
cloud
Pit
has a
udah
bullet
masuk
on the
sini juga
opposite
dapat kill nih.
side. And now Pith gets 2,
Ah.
Pith gets 3, and finally we see the former G2 man come alive.
Ini nih yang
And
gak
now make
aku
it
suka di.
a 5
Anjir
v2.
bener emang. Astaga, masih ada iklan anjir.
It's down up inside tube right now.
They can't do anything on the side of ONIC. They should probably just choose to save. They're just chilling, because right now that spike is in a spot where it's going to be irrecoverable. They did not take
bisa, mereka
control
harus
over it,
saving.
and they know that
Berikutnya soalnya nggak
Bleed
bisa
have
beli
complete
tuh.
control over it, and they've already
Satu
rotated
satu
some more
errornya udah
members to
kepake
defend that
soalnya.
spike.
Ya map
The
itu
other
tadi
members
yang
of Bleed
sebelumnya
are just
tadi.
standing strong to
Di
make
round
sure
20 itu
that there's
satu
gonna be
error
no
yang
flanks, no
diperbolehkan.
funny business,
Habis ini
no
nggak bisa error lagi,
switches
ini
in
nggak
terms
boleh
of
sih.
the side. Don't
Seharusnya.
let them get behind
Makanya
us.
mereka saving.
And again, ONIC are fine either way. They're fine with staying alive, fine with, hurting the economy here of Bleed. 'Cause they have, I think all of them have at least 4,000, maybe like 3,500, but they're good for the buy. As now you can see it, Bleed are hunting. This is very, very aggressive. Pith, he's going to show up here. Very difficult shot for Severine to figure out. Rendezvous has been removed. Severine.
Nice, kepanis. Nice.
Doing? Yes, they'll get the round. But they're
Oh,
economy. Okay,
kepanis
Rebel
juga
gets
anjir.
one. Thinks about going for the last one, and Darren holds on to the operator, but that was costly.
That was very costly, and yeah, you don't really want to lose damage economy. At least they still have
Time
enough.
out.
But even
Harus
though
time out,
you're going, your plan is to win
Gua
every single
dinginin
round.
kepala
The
dulu.
reason why they actually went for that was because they wanted to destroy ONIC's economy, so they make one round easier. They want to go against maybe one anti-eco or something. They knew that they had enough money to buy this round anyway, so that's why they went for that. But it was very costly.
All right. Well, with that, Bleed, they get the full buy here. Monyet has Blade Storm ready to go. And I think Severine is sitting on like 6,000-ish. But what a battle we've had here. We've expected no less from these two squads. Only one previous meeting between them in the past, a 2-1 victory by Bleed. But these have been two of the top teams in the whole region.
Yeah, they've not been facing each other. It's just sometimes you dodge other teams in the bracket just by sheer luck or maybe by sheer coincidence. And between these two teams,
Padahal udah bagus loh, 1,
they
2, 3,
really
4
want
dia
the
dapat
last grand final spot.
4.
They really want to go to champions. Neither of them have
Penyakit match point, penyakit match
stage,
point.
and they really want to be able to be there.
And both having those standout moments to do it, but also both executing standard plans as well, right? Out-executing the other team. And that, again, deserves to be celebrated, deserves to be praised.
Ini bener
Doesn't always
nih.
have to be the 1v4 save or the 4K. Sometimes it's all about saying, hey, we got the guns, we have position, and we lined up our shots better than yours. And so now ONIC, they've been able to get themselves onto the doorstep.
Severin
But now
lagi
they're the
asem.
ones
Severin lagi
struggling
tuh yang
to
ngeluh.
close this one out. As Bleed, they play straight up.
Jangan lewat mid lah
2
kalau
in A,
aku
1
bilang.
mid, 2 mid actually.
Soalnya ada
And
2 orang
ONIC
di
will
mid tuh.
play this one slow. So
Ngeliatin
the
mid tuh,
whole
Vipernya
ONIC
ngeliatin
always
mid.
rushes, changes the narrative
Oh
this
no,
time.
lewat mid beneran
as the
tai.
pause
Habis
has
ini
slowed them
dinaikin
down,
lagi smoke-nya.
but not stop them
Kemudian
yet, as
ditembak
Mid
lagi tuh sama ini.
continues to
Sama Pit.
play around mid. Pith,
lihat
he
tuh.
got 2 in that
Nah,
last
kan?
round in situations like this. Again, the poison cloud becomes so dangerous.
Bleed doesn't really like pushing out. That's why
Jadi coach saya dah, aku mah.
never find anything on their defaults. This time around, they're going through kitchen pith. It's
Tapi
not
ini
there
udah
to
ada
see
apa?
this time, so
Di situ ada
yeah,
turret.
triple kill the last
Nice.
time, but
Udah
that
ketahuan.
turret is going
Mereka
to spot
rotate.
them.
Ditutup
The wall is
pakai
gonna go up. They're going for this
ini.
execute
Ah,
Maxi.
Maxi
He's
nih
gonna
jadi
dodge
anchor
out.
sekarang. Maxi mati
Really
udah dapat
fast.
side-nya.
Oh,
I
just
don't know.
misses.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, the timing worked out for Pith as Pith popped out or through the underpass there. And now Shiro will get the plan.
Ah,
but Pith gets
penyakit
another
anjir,
one.
penyakit.
Coming alive now
Penyakitnya
for Bleed when they've needed
match
a hero.
point.
Elmi Moore, this has been the guy that you can rest your hat on if you're an ONIC fan. But it's a 2v5 situation. Maxi and Shiro, 2 ships.
Oh, udah
passing in the
dapet.
night. As
Elmi
now
Moore.
Rizla gets off one.
Nice,
Moore
Elmi
has his
Moore.
work cut out for him. And this was 2v4.
Oh.
Maxi's still alive. Elmi
Oh man.
Snake bite. Will it be enough? No, it won't. And so we will go to round 23.
Overpeak dia. Habis ngasih ini
They
apa?
made it so expensive. They found
Kalau aku
4
jadi
kills.
dia habis ngasih
And
itu
if
ya.
he just had his gun up
Apa namanya,
and had
snake
the
bite,
angle,
ku tinggalin
he
dulu
could've taken
aja.
Maxi out. There were some
Soalnya dia pasti
50-50s in
nunggu
that
juga,
round.
nggak
Maxi
bisa
could've
ini,
stuck
nggak
it as
bisa
well.
apa, nggak
And
bisa
they could've
defuse.
gotten the defuse. But after a strong start from Bleed, after a lot of kills from Pith and Maxi at the beginning, Elmi Moore found a way to almost bring it back, and that makes it very expensive for Bleed. And because of that, they have to buy some light shields here and there.
Wow.
Still a full buy from them.
Man.
But for ONIC, also still a full buy because their economy has been pretty good. But this is ONIC's last full buy. If Bleed take them out here, they have a chance to send it to overtime.
And here we go. It is Viper's Pit on A. Yet again, Maxi getting value. And how important was that last kill to get him the ulti point? And so 12 to 10. Bleed looking to reset the economy of ONIC. They themselves not feeling pretty great because those last couple of rounds were costly. It did take down multiple members, but you go back to that one round that you called out,
Tolong
hunting
pakai
after ONIC, trying to
drone-nya
reset
dipakai dong,
ONIC's
tolong.
economy. It did cost them.
Pakai
3 of their
drone-nya,
players'
drone-nya
lives.
pakai please.
But
Nice.
they might be the thing that gets
Nice, drone-nya dipakai.
Yeah, they just need to work for that. They were already 5 rounds down. They've closed it out. Now there's only 2 more remaining. If they just play this well, if they just play it like they've been playing the past 3 rounds, they can make this work. The flick misses. Darren does not get the first kill, but they do commit the lockdown. Now they're faced with a tough decision. Go B, try to fight the lockdown? No, they can't. Go A against the Viper's Pit? Is that where you go? Or do you go mid? But time is ticking. There's only 30 seconds left. Once they start making a decision here, the time is going to tick, and they have to play this perfectly.
And it's gonna be explosive. Here comes the Hunter.
Nice, Evering.
But Darian gets taken down early on. Lenny trading on back to Elmi Moore. The spike does get
Nice.
so
Looking
Viper's
good.
Pit just butt time.
Wah, ini mau di
Not a round win.
resurrect
That's
nih
what you
pasti.
need right now if you're Bleed. Retla thinking about getting the wall down, clears out yellow as much as he can, still has resurrection. Severine on top of one of the crates, buying a bit of time. Pith up against the wall, has a little bit of cover, but trades on out. That's what they were looking for. Monyet still
Nice.
alive. Shiro becoming the hero, and now it's just
Nice.
left alive.
Let's go.
26 HP. Smart
Let's
picking,
go.
and we're going to a map
Let's go, map 3 akhirnya.
They started to fumble
Oke,
the
bentar
bag,
deh ya.
but they close it on off. 13 to 10.
Both teams are stealing each other's map picks, sending us to a game number 3. Bleed, they started finding a way to win on these defensive rounds, but they just couldn't really send it to overtime. ONIC just needed one more round. They struggled, but they finally found it at the end.
And that last round, it speaks volumes to ONIC, who are showing the discipline necessary with a lockdown on B, with Viper's Pit on A. As you said, time running down, decisive call, and it's these types of moments that are showing the growth of ONIC. They're saying, hey, we're worthy of that final spot too. to break down this map. We'll send it back on over to the desk after we take a short break. You're watching VCT APAC Last Chance Qualifier.
Welcome back to the VCT APAC LCQ 2022. I'm Tash, but alongside my panelists, we have Krema and Quack once again here to break down the game from just now and from game 1 all the way to game 2. A tug of war between Bleed and ONIC. And I have to say, those hero sort of moments are happening from both teams.
Yeah, I was really impressed by both teams in their performance. The two players I want to highlight are kind of different ends of the spectrum. You've got Darion, who once again plays out of his mind and Bleed still lose. If I,
it's cursed.
It's cursed. If I'm Darion, I'm probably fairly close to a breakdown at this point. But the fact is, he has been consistent throughout this tournament, and that consistency has been consistently bloody good. The other player I want to talk about, of course, is NC Slasher, who, let's be honest, started the game pretty badly, going, I believe, 0-6, 0-7 at one point. There was, I think, a round with like a shorty where he just dives around a corner, 2 shots, 2 kills, and just something clicked, and he popped off the rest of the game. And once NC Slasher started doing well, the rest of ONIC started doing well. And with all of them starting to wake up, all of them started firing on all cylinders, Darion, who was alone, just couldn't beat it.
It's really that mental game that's being played. I mean, you start to feel confident in some of your plays after those highlight moments, and that's a perfect example. NC Slasher, after that round, they ended the first half 6-6, and once we went into the second half, that's where we started to see the entire team of ONIC chime in together. Shiro, Elmi Moore, I mean, yes, Shiro is the MVP, but they all work together to really nail down those post-plant scenarios. I mean, so many times we see them, once they get the spike down, they back off the site completely. Bleed, they just struggled so much with those retakes, man.
When you look at it again, the reason why Shiro has been popping off as well is because his recons have been phenomenal. Got that scan onto the whole team of Bleed, and you just start seeing Monyet just immediately do his job with all that info.
Yeah, and you look at the graph here, it sort of shows the how Bleed had this huge upward trajectory and they just stagnated, whereas ONIC, it was the same in their game against Team Secret, a little bit more consistent and then just peaks up at the end. Something else to highlight as well, actually, is Shiro actually finished that game actually with a positive KD, more of a positive KD than Darion, and it shows that Darion was sort of going in first. He was the spearhead of a lot of these attacks. Yes, he was killing, but he wasn't able to gain anything from these kills.
You're so right. I mean, we're looking at the stats right now. Darian, 8 first kills. That's insanely high, but also 2 first deaths. I mean, as a chamber, you kind of need a little bit more than that. He's already doing so much, though. That's the craziest thing. I mean, they started to mount a bit of a comeback towards the end, Bleed, but ONIC just, again, once they have that lead, they start to play around with it. They start to keep their enemies on their toes. You're going with so many different strategies. Bleed really struggled to, I think, adapt to that. I mean, that round where they started to push towards like middle, whether or not there's a Viper's Pit on A or what have you on the B site, they find different ways to work around the map. That's what ONIC does.
Speaking of working around a map, Haven is a map with 3 sites, and it's I would say it's a very tricky map to kind of go towards. Because of that 3 sites means that there's a lot of mind games in play, there's a lot of fakes gonna be happening, and of course for ONIC, a team that loves to play aggressive, same as Bleed, we're gonna see like a more, how do I say it, a more aggressive sort of angle held by ONIC, because that's what we saw in the first map today. Can we expect the same thing from them against Bleed?
Honestly, I think ONIC are probably gonna have a similar play style to their game against Secret. Bear in mind though, ONIC have a very experienced coach, they have some very experienced analysts, so I think we're probably going to see a few minor adaptations, but the main thing for me at least to watch out for is that same combo we saw in the game against Secret, which was Elmi Moore and Severin. They've just both worked so damn well together, and that sort of wombo combo meant that there was a lot of trust in them to hold sites. It meant you could rotate a little bit more freely, and it meant there's a lot more space for ONIC to work with.
It's a lot of lovely support like the wombo combo, but also I like to see that team of just courageous and daring plays. I mean,
apakah bakalan Monyet pakai ini lagi?
Again, that
Apa
one
namanya?
round where they were hiding inside
Pakai
garage,
neon
Team Secret
lagi.
trying to control it. Who cares? ONIC just push through B, wrap around the backside, and you get completely confused. This is going to be tough for Bleed, I'm not going to lie. But I think this is where they have to kind of conquer their demons if they want to qualify.
Haven is a map that Bleed play a lot.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Play with a pinch of salt.
It's really scary thinking about it. Thinking the fact that one of these teams will be going home and one will be going to the grand finals. Regardless, this is a do or die moment for ONIC and Bleed. So I'm going to invite our casters. We have Qui-Gon here. Guys, good luck, have fun, and I'm really nervous for you guys.
I like this. Qui-Gon is the new one, and you're right. These 2 teams have been top class in all of APAC.
Qui-Gon.
There it is. May the clutch be with you.
Okay. We're going with this, I see. Yeah, it's official now. May the clutch be with you. And between 2 teams, there were so many clutch rounds that is definitely going in the history books because both teams are stepping up.
Ini punya kesempatan menang nih. 50-50
to
sekarang.
really cement their position in the grand finals, but neither team are letting up.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a war in a galaxy right here where everyone has been able to watch and have a great time. And to be honest, if we're talking ONIC, if we're talking about how much travel they've done, right? They've played Breeze.
Severin ganti tuh.
Fracture.
Yeah.
They've played Ascent. They played Icebox last map. And Haven is the only map they've played back-to-back today. They've gone all around the world.
They have, and this is their 6th map as well. 5th unique map, but 6th map overall. They must be running on fumes, but can they actually use those fumes to carry and propel themselves to the grand finals? We'll have to see because Bleed,
let's go.
they want
ONIC
that
attacking
rematch
dulu ya.
against Boom as well.
Great strategy coming from ONIC in the last map on attack. They will start yet again on attack and see how they do on this triple-sided map. And I love, love, love it seeing them be so definitive when they decide to go. Now, the times where they get caught are in those like half in, half out. Okay, we're kind of stuck in a spot. However, they've done a lot after losing a player early, and that has been what has caught my eye the most.
Blitz sih
Very,
GG
very
tai.
impressive.
Lihat tuh,
Despite
ditaruh
the
di
fact
sini
that
tuh.
Darian was
Apa
having
namanya?
a field day
Botnya
on the
itu.
opposite
Kalau
side.
botnya
Pith
ke-trigger,
having moments of
kemudian
cropping
bridge-nya
back
tuh
up
langsung
and
ngeluarin ini.
getting some
Apa
kills
namanya?
back together,
Port line-nya
but
kemudian
still,
di-swing
the team
bareng-bareng.
buckled down.
Dan
They
buat
were
jaga
playing
sewernya
like
tuh
just
pakai
that
turret.
with the
Tapi
superstar
sayangnya mereka nggak
Elmore
kesono
with
cuy.
NC/Shiro leading the way.
Anjir, tapi
Now it's time for
idenya
Monier to
bagus
step
juga
up.
ya.
Now it's time for Severine to not just have clutch rounds.
For sure. And I'd like to point out the agent picks as well. It's very, very different. Different philosophies from both sides. Only 2 agents the same. It's a Sova and the Omen. But the rest, all different flavors. As
Oke, udah
ONIC
masuk nih. Dapat nih.
rush into
Retake
the
ini.
C site.
5-man
No one
retake.
defending Bleed are just waiting to regroup for this retake.
Yeah, Monier did not buy a fast lane here. And so, he's able to buy a frenzy and do this!
Oh,
Alright,
no,
he
nggak
tried to
dapet
set it
sama
up
sekali.
sometimes and it
Monyet.
doesn't work. Darian picks up the
No,
kill with
dia
the frenzy
weaving.
of his own. As the rest of the team now
Weaving
trying
banget
to
itu tadi.
hold the side 4v5. Blind is NC Slasher, but gets one. Pith trading it back on out. Now Severine holding an awkward angle for Bleed to think about. Turret has been popped on up. Oh, Defuse doesn't get to half.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, that does end up being a kill. Only
Nice.
one left alive. Elmi Moore on the big wraparound. And
Nice.
goes down as well. Getting to half is Redla. And barely stays alive. Oh no, he holds on for a little bit longer. But Bleed win yet another comprehensive round. ONIC, they did as much as they could have there.
Itu hampir menang tuh.
Looked a bit messy, but Bleed still in
Rico-nya
control
ketembak
over
sih.
that round. They found
Kalau
the
Rico-nya
frags,
nggak
they
ketembak,
found the
itu
kills,
beda
they
cerita
found
coy.
a corner
Soalnya
to
dikira...
just hide in and bunker down, and they were able to lock that round win in.
Bentar, siapa tadi yang pakai...
Yeah, I go back to that one with
Siapa yang
Monier.
pakai...
He did a great
Dikira
job of finding
Sovanya
the
lah.
space in there in the
Oleh
dark
Mimo.
cover.
Dikira Sovanya tuh
Didn't convert.
dia bakalan
I
ini
cast your curse. It was me.
muterin
It was-
itu
But I was just trying
boxnya.
to set him up for the slam dunk. Please, don't send them. Don't send any of the angry messages towards @Degon on Twitter. Please don't do that. You can hit me, follow me. I like that. Key cast as well. There's an S in there.
Yeah.
Q-U-I-S.
The S is
cast.
silent.
Yeah, yeah. the S
But
is silent.
what's not silent is Bleed, because
Nice.
they are making a lot of noise. They are wanting to make a statement here against ONIC.
Oh, did we get it? Did we get it?
Nggak dapet anjir. Dia tahu kalau di situ ada.
Just picking out the alarm bot in the smoke, it's still there.
And there's the turret catching up on yet. Retla. You know, that's actually a battle I'd rather be the Neon with, right? You got the Sheriff against the Spectre through the small hole in Garage. And now the hold at long. It's 3 people there. And Darian buying up the Phantom. And it pays off. 70 HP. Retla holding off mid as well. And now it's just Monier and Severine left to walk down a long. But a lot of rotation off of it by Bleed.
Good rotations from Bleed. They're just holding down. They know where they're coming from.
Wah,
They're
udah nggak
just
bisa.
locking this
Nggak
A
bisa
side
cuy.
down, and Monier probably has no chance to even get this spike down as he's already
Bawah.
tagged down. All of them are going to triple peek.
No.
And that's going to be a triple peek. And a shot through the smoke. as
susah,
Pith
cuy.
finds a quick headshot. Flawless rounds. Again, we've seen
Anjir.
Bleed so clean on these second
Early-nya,
rounds. And the
sumpah dah.
bonus rounds become so dangerous for the opposing side. They won the first one in the first map. In the second map, ONIC were able to bring it back. But Bleed are looking to lock them down again. They're looking to win this bonus.
Sure, but ONIC have always found a way to come back. Not only in this round, but when they're behind as well, and then started to stack up rounds themselves, stack up the economy themselves. And so this is where it gets fun, because we're used to seeing Bleed in the leader position to kick things off, and we're used to seeing ONIC in an eco position or their first full buy, fight back and string them together. I feel like this is the key round to keep an eye on here, as there's the fast lane, Monier able to slide on through. Paranoia landing onto Max. He does not realize right behind him is Monier. And the speed from the Neon proves to be too much, and the site at C gets taken.
That's exactly how they wanted that first round to look, that pistol round. It didn't work out that time, but this time around, Monyet was able to get there, and anti-slasher finds the kill onto Darion. This bonus round, this famed bonus round.
Lele lewat mid ketahuan nih sama ini.
Not panning any kills. They're not making it expensive at all for ONIC.
Yeah, other than the first round, where they strung together 7 rounds in a row.
7 in a row, yeah.
They've dropped these bonus rounds. So I guess they've had 3 of them so far, and it's ONIC that will be very happy with the way this one turned out.
Oh no, Siro nggak tahu cuy.
The gun still stepping forward. No Piff taking a peek.
1 HP on Severine.
Lenny, there's one. Oh, they're fooling around. Oh, the panic. Lenny gets a couple with the bulldog, but not enough fight to take down
itu diceramai itu.
On 1 HP.
Hey,
very
dikau.
lucky for them, but the economy here for ONIC will be okay as they get their first round win.
It'll be alright. It's not great, but it's alright. And I think that Bleed really wanted more from that. I think the kills that they expected from Pith didn't pan out. 1 HP left. The kills from Lenny probably wanted to finish off what Pith started. Couldn't find that third, unfortunately. But ONIC really able to just stop Bleed from taking that bonus.
And we got to see the value of Neon being selected here by Monyet, who's had good but not great performances, but that whole take was based off of the fast lane, but that was not value at all. Hopping around, getting taken down. Oh no, Lenny! Fumbling the bag on that one is Retla. Answers back, there's 2 in a row, and ONIC push
dia terburu-buru anjir.
Slasher bowing down to Bleed, and now Shiro.
Dia terburu-buru mau smoke asem.
Lead round from Bleed, they only lost Lenny. He got the first kill, the second one, it's sometimes those shrouded steps, especially if they move right away, kind of gets confusing. So he's able to dodge those bullets, but Redla was there to lock things down. As soon as he entered that site, he found 2 kills. He even found a third shortly after.
Harusnya dia tuh semuk dulu anjir sebelum dia pindah gitu. Soalnya posisinya dari sumur kan nggak kelihatan.
Showing its face here as it was Pith on Killjoy last map. This time Retla on it. No sage, obviously, that's fine. No healing here for Bleed. But their defense will be strong as Lenny kicks things off. Loses that one. Elmi Moore, we've seen that multiple times. Sheriff to the face, and it opens things up here for ONIC.
Just a clean headshot from that Sheriff. Doesn't even take damage. Allows a little bit of space for ONIC as another kill onto Darion. That's a quick headshot. That's the headhunter coming into play. And Bleed, they had the rifles. They supposedly had this round.
Ada satu di side ketahuan tuh.
And now the advantage is
Nih bingung jadi overthinking soalnya Shiro masih nge-lurk kan.
A miracle and then some for Bleed to be able to win this round, but right now ONIC have slowed things down.
And Shiro ready for the
dihilangkan, nice. Jadi nggak tahu deh.
You know there's someone.
Nice Shiro. Kalau tadi masih di situ rendezvous-nya, bakalan di expect angle-nya. Kelihatan tangannya. Nice.
And Maxi's chapter ends in a way that he does not like. Pith.
The spray down to Elmi Moore was not expecting that.
Mereka balik lagi ke A, nggak jadi rotate. Ini dipotong nih Shiro.
There's no way you can know this if you're Pith. You have no idea where they're at.
Nah ini,
Okay, there it is. It's a 4K
nice.
for Shiro. And
Shiro anjir lurkingnya tai lah.
As he did exactly what he's supposed to do. The team gets the opening picks, he hangs around and punishes the rest of Bleed.
He went from 0 kills this game to just finding a 4K. It was not those loud 4Ks where you just spray them down or ridiculously hit shots in the clutch. He's just holding and holding.
Untungnya diambil tuh. Kalau nggak diambil rendezvous-nya pasti dia nge-expect tuh angle-nya.
Each and every single one of them.
One would say he went from 0 to Shiro.
Oh, alright, that's pretty good. I was thinking that.
It was the only time we could do it. It's the only time we could do it.
Monyet masih kena dong.
Right now, Lenny with 100
Gila.
Shiro and Lenny, 2 of the best players for.
Padahal posisinya si Lene itu di A.
I think has a slight edge. Finding that first frag is important for Bleed.
Elmi Moore just barely missed the timing there on Lenny. Lenny thinks about peeking, and Elmi Moore is just constantly like, I know they're coming from A. They have to be coming from A. As Severine also gonna do battle with his opposite Omen, Maxi.
Lihat posisi jetnya, lihat tuh.
And it is a rotate to C now. So early bets by Bleed heading on over to C. the map getting smaller as Darien continues to push up A short, so they know it's not A. Here we go, trying to avoid the owl drone. Great job by, I think it's Lenny there. Now Lenny trades it on back and now realizes Elmi Moore is there. No one else is B, so we know it's going to be an A push. NC Slasher gets on the site. Maxi with the paranoia.
Nice. Yeah. Wanted to use the Rolling Thunder, doesn't get it out. Redla though.
Nice.
The flash out.
Udah kecil damage tuh. Nice. Satu lagi. Timing. Hampir aja. Wah, timing beneran aja.
He needs to play this 1v1, but from the shadows, takes Severin all the way to A. Darion has a gun, has the Blade Storm, has full health as well. Severin is the one with a disadvantage in health, but has the advantage in position.
What a huge, huge pick. Severin actually fumbled around a little bit. I think accidentally went into the dark cover, couldn't see where the enemy was, and it was a big pick off, and now allowing them to start things off. Here we go. It is 2 of these daggers. Each dagger does 50 damage. He's inside of it. Severin peeks. He doesn't see him. Does he see him? Yes, he does. There's the clear.
No.
And the hero play by Darien. And it'll be 4 rounds.
Wah, Darien sih tetap aja jadi masalah aja.
Good execute by ONIC, but Bleed
orang ini sih satu, orang
His
ini
Blade
sih
strike
ganggu
through,
banget.
he finds that last member. He brings the round back for Bleed. It looked very scary for them, but Darien was able to answer.
Severin udah bener itu cuy. Dia ngedelay kan.
Oh man. And there it was. That was the big play I was talking about. Look at this. He kind of hops on in, and Lenny gets picked off at the last second. And that was huge. That was huge as Darien able to make the play and close it out. 4-2. And this is what we've been talking about. We start with streaks, and now we're
Kenapa dia nggak ini ya?
right
Nggak mungkin juga sih ya. 100 step ke Heaven.
Bleed and ONIC. Again, this isn't even the grand finals. This is the lower bracket finals. Like, winner will face Boom. ONIC trying to be the
udah di-push nih, harusnya di-expect nih. Severin, dia nge-expect tapi kalah tembak aja.
Dodges away and buys time. NC Slasher gets taken down, and 3 members.
Anjir, di backup sama ini lane nih. Posisinya di backup sama lane nih. Tadi,
and he's so good at these opening duels. Even if there was no one there behind him, he took 2 down by himself. But Lenny was still able to find NC Slasher to trade Darien, and that became a 3-4-1, and Bleed are just now sitting pretty in their sights, waiting for ONIC to make a noise.
Pretty interesting. I feel like they're playing a little conservative here, our Bleed. You had an idea that there were multiple members, and the spike dropped over by ONIC. It through the wall! Lenny gets taken down.
Hampir aja.
And there you have it. The spike will be planted. A couple of extra credits heading towards the way of ONIC.
Dia masih ada tour de force kan?
Here comes a slow lurk forward by Elmi Moore. Pith ready to go on the corner. But Elmi Moore prepared.
Oh no.
Maxi from up top from the heavens will win the round.
Lagi cuy.
5 as ONIC again find ways to
ngelihat kemana itu tadi?
As they were up in
Maxi beneran kelihatan jelas tuh kalau mau lompat gitu tuh nembak susah anjir. Maksudnya mau keluar dari Heaven turun ke bawah gitu loh. Itu susah aja. Harus lompat dulu. Itu nggak siap berarti tadi si ini. Siro nggak siap tadi.
Have made this game so competitive, this series so competitive. But I think for this map, it just is falling short a little bit too much. Could it be the fatigue?
Tech pause tuh. Diem 3 orang ngapain tuh?
Not finding the answers just yet. We saw slow starts from them in the first 2 maps.
Tech pause.
It's the same thing.
Itu,
they
diem tuh.
start off very slow and then they suddenly figure something out from Bleed that makes them finally understand what Bleed are doing. But right now, it seems like they haven't cracked that code just yet.
And this is also one of the first times where we've had a major composition difference. Moniette, this time on the Neon, we got to see how impactful it was
50-50,
in round 2 and round 3, specifically round 3 where they get the round win. But getting onto the sites at C, but then hasn't had the same type of impact that we saw when he was on the Jet, making plays earlier. NC Slasher, this time on KO, had some moments, but right now, Lenny, Retla, and Darien have had their guns working. And Maxi has been playing defense okay, right? He's gotten caught out a couple times, Shiro, with the 4K. But think about it. With Shiro, 4 kills in 1 round, and that's all 4 that he's had.
Yes, all 4. That's the only 4.
Udah main full 6 game ya kan. Terus tag pause mereka yang ada masalah juga. Wah, pusing sih jadi ONIC sumpah posisinya lagi pusing.
Maybe we don't push. Maybe we just hold strong. We push it forward a little bit conservatively.
Mereka mainnya full map anjir, 3 map. Capek asam. Aku aja live udah 6 jam setengah tuh.
ONIC have kept trying A though.
Udah 6 jam setengah aku live juga.
Both times just failed.
Yeah.
Masih belum selesai gamenya.
Able to get on the site, just not able to hold or find any round wins. And we know how important these round wins have been. Remember, ONIC played earlier today. Every single map against Team Secret with the full 24
every
rounds.
single
So
map.
we cannot
Dia main.
understate how many rounds of Valorant ONIC have been playing. Again, just to play a best of 5 tomorrow in the grand finals against Boom.
Yeah, this is very tiring for ONIC. For Bleed, they're in a bit better shape, but ONIC
capek banget cuy jadi
every single round
jadi ONIC walaupun ONIC menang di sini pun mereka harus tetap mikirin stratnya buat ketemu Boom lagi.
The world as well, Team Secret. They haven't found their stride this year, but they're definitely a team to be respected. And I think that series could have gone either way. So ONIC definitely very tired. You can start seeing it in.
Bisa lah menang. Aku berharap sih menang sih. Biar Boom sama ONIC aja ketemu. Siapa yang menang udah lah. Yang penting perwakilan Indonesia ada satu di champion ya kan.
Rounds that they had against Team Secret and in the last map against Bleed, they're heart pounders. None of them are free rounds here. I feel like in the past, we saw teams in the lead get to breeze by, right? It's like, oh, okay, we're just outclassing them. No, here, every round, even in 5v2s, you got to close out because the economy is going to be important later on. You want to make sure that it works out. And this time, Monyet taking a decent amount of damage. The overdrive coming through. Monyet gets taken down. Retla answers to Shiro, and that was an investment of a pretty important ultimate here by Monyet, not working, as it is multiple members up C long, as Slasher on the flank does not guess exactly where Maxi is. Retla gets a final kill, Maxi closing it on out.
That side was locked down, and it's exactly what you recommended. Find those clean rounds, find those anti-ecos. So much commitment from the side of ONIC. Elmi Moore using the Hunter's Fury, Monyet using the overdrive. I believe Shiro also used the Tour de Force, and it just did not pan out at all. That's a lot of commitment for virtually nothing at all. They've only found 1 kill. NC Slasher was able to find 1, but Maxi and Retla just locked it down.
Maxi, very tough to flank the flanker. Sees a dark cover from behind. I wonder what's in here.
Surprise, it's Maxi.
Maxi. Darian picking up the early one here. Not a
anjir.
buy here.
Nih orang sih enak banget asal. Dapat momen terus dia.
Realizes, hey, let's use our superior utility.
Ya kan?
Hampir
lagi.
Sure, why not? Darian dying early. The Vandal does not get picked up quite yet, but the spike is down. Can it be expensive? No, it will not. Just Darian going down.
Wah, ini
and ONIC give another one up here to Bleed. As expected.
Berat cuy. 5
start turning things around.
5 round konsekutif.
Worst half score, and that was back on map number 1.
5 round mereka ketinggalannya. Terlalu jauh ketinggalannya.
It's looking difficult for them because nothing's been working on their attacking side. And Bleed, their defensive playbook is so deep. Their reads are so great. You take a look at this crossfire, the flash into Darian's peak. It did not pan out, but Lenny and Pith were still able to hold strong on that side. Lenny finding the first kill, Pith with a supportive utility, and Maxi coming out of window, finding the kills as they find all of ONIC
itu
players.
nggak bisa jadi alasan cuy. Capek itu nggak bisa jadi alasan. Kalau kita sih bisa, aku sih komentarnya memang bisa gitu. Tapi kalau alasan nggak bisa. Soalnya setiap lower bracket itu pasti gini game. Dimanapun lah, turnamen apapun di lower bracket. Pasti gini, konsekutif terus, continuous. Habis game 1, game 2, kayak gini. Di Dota juga sama, gini juga. Udah capek, pasti capek lah anjir. Nggak mungkin nggak capek. Aku aja capek nonton doang. 6 jam, apalagi yang main.
From this timeout, maybe we can see a difference. Like you mentioned, every ONIC timeout is more or less a change in pace.
7-2 anjir jauh ini. 5 poin tuh. Ini harus menang mereka. Paling nggak ke 8-4 deh. 8-4 mungkin atau 7-5 lebih bagus kalau bisa. Tapi mustahil anjir kalau ngelihat Bleed kayak gini mainnya. Nah kan?
So here we go.
Darion lagi
Full
loh.
buys on in for ONIC. 2 operator shots missing there.
Wow,
by
kan
Darion.
hampir aja
Fast
kepik
way to
lagi.
pops on up.
Ada
Lane
ininya pasti
trying to
ada.
Keep an eye on it. Here's some bunny hopping.
Ada apa itu namanya? Ada layer keduanya selalu di Blitz tuh. Ya kan, di stop lagi. Shiro.
It's another chapter in the same story.
The same thing happening over
Wah,
and over
udah
again.
ketahuan
They get
posisinya
into the
Shiro.
side, but it's
Udah
just not
blinding.
enough. Redla and Maxi, we've seen them so many
Udah
times
smoke.
show up on this defensive
Udah,
side. They're the ones
delay
who
lama
are
nih.
locking down these sites. They did it
Lama
on
ini
C.
smoke.
They're now doing it on
Smoke-nya
A. They have control over the spike.
Nggak bisa cuy,
And
kalah
Redla
ini. ONIC.
just racking up the frags. Got to triple this round.
Fuck.
He and Maxi are playing
Sayang
such a
banget.
good crossfire right now, and I don't think Shiro has any chance of winning this round.
Nice. Timing itu yang bikin dia menang.
I didn't want to counteract.
Nice.
This is what they needed. Finally, it's
Itu
not the way
timing,
that they
cuy.
wanted. They were able to get
Soalnya
on the side.
nggak dapat informasinya,
Shiro has that hero moment.
nggak ada
And
dapat
ONIC,
informasi.
this is what
Kemudian
they've done
kok nggak dipus
throughout the
nih
day. When
smoke-nya.
they look down
Jadi
and out,
makanya si
someone
siapa
on
tuh
ONIC
tadi
is able to
omennya
look deep within themselves and make a play happen.
omennya lawan tuh dikira muter dari mid masuk balik dari belakang, makanya dia turun ke sewer loh nih. Wah, untung banget itu. Itu hoki itu namanya. Tapi kalau Universe ngomongnya menang ya menang sih. Ya udahlah, udah diatur sih. Kalau menang ya menang, kalau kalah ya udah memang kalah berarti.
And because of that, Shiro was just able to take 2
Ngelihat mereka mainnya udah bagus banget. Ya mau gimana lagi?
Timing's everything. Again, the power of the ONIC pause keeps them alive. Again, 7-3. They're going to lose this half no matter what. But this Indonesian squad, with their proud fans behind them, still trying to rack up rounds and make it
posisinya
easier for
Darion
them
lagi tuh.
on defense.
Bajigur emang satu orang ini.
How tough would that have been?
Nah, untung dicek. Nice, dicek tuh. Udah tahu dia, nggak mungkin nyantai doang.
And now it's a 1v2 yet again.
The Hunter Sphere from Lenny, getting a little bit of information, but not really landing those Hunter Sphere. Very uncharacteristic because we've seen him almost 100% hit at least one.
Wah,
so this time around, expending that utility early, trying to look for information, checks right.
Wah, ketahuan.
Shiro is going to get spotted, but he gets away. And ONIC want to reset this. They want to go A again.
An early movement.
Tapi tetap aja Darion.
Nope,
Nah, ini balik aja di belakang. Smoke ya.
Gonna need some backup as Severin gets on in and catches Redla on the rotation.
Nice.
With the slide, picking
Nice.
and Shiro and Severin cleared things out. It's just one left alive and Maxi on the rotation.
Severin
finally gets out.
ininya cuy. Ultimate-nya GG banget. GG parah. Nggak di-expect angle-nya. Karena ada smoke sih ya. Karena smoke tadi. Karena ada smoke, dia nggak tahu musuhnya. Dia teleport di atasnya smoke tuh, smoke yang sini nih. Kan ada kotak tuh di atas dia. Teleport di sana dia. Nah ini nih kotak nih.
That means it's just not enough to hold.
From the shadow-nya ke sono dia. Bagus banget. Yuk, bisa ya. Satu lagi. Bikin ini 75. Nanti kalau apa? Di second half-nya mereka masih bisa ini. Masih bisa menangin pistol buat nyamain ininya. Nyamain posisinya jadi 7-7.
Early jostling for position by ONIC, but Bleed then back on off and we slow it down.
B-nya ditinggal lagi tuh.
Sit with our thoughts. Are we rotating? Are we staying? Are they rotating?
You don't know, but right now it seems like Bleed have a pretty good read, but as I say that they've
utility-nya tuh narik anjir. Gara-gara itu. Gara-gara smoke-nya Severin doang tuh. Ketarik semua. Smoke-nya buat nge-fake doang.
Leading the way as we follow along as the sixth man. Monyet already pushed on up, and A is wide open. I think Bleed are very afraid of a quick push towards
Udah dapat
B.
saatnya.
Here we go. We hear all the information
dapat
as we
saatnya.
see
Hampir aja kena Darion lagi tuh.
Gets Monyet onto the side, but this time Redla drops the lockdown. Will the lineup work? Trying to land the shock darts to knock it on out.
Nice.
Yes, it does.
Nice. Lockdownnya berhasil dihancurin.
So no lockdown to worry about. Monyet getting blasted away.
Nice! And si Slasher.
Slasher takes the space and picks up 3. Maxi now from Heaven. Trying to slow down Shiro. And it's able to do it with these. Has 3 more to take care of. But ONIC, after looking
Ini yang dibutuhkan cuy, 75. Nanti kalau di pistol round, ONIC bisa menang, udah 77. Nah, bisa balikin keadaan.
You mentioned it when it was down 7-2 for ONIC. They needed 3 in a row to match their worst score in the map thus far, and they did it. And they did it with repetition. They kept going A, and it worked every single time. For some reason, Bleed did not have the answers to that, where they actually had the answers at the beginning of the map. I'm not sure where this ONIC came from, but they found something off of that timeout. Something got revitalized with the team, able to get them these last 3 rounds to make it a competitive map.
To me, it literally has to be a great leadership structure for ONIC, because they're executing the same A retake over and over again because someone on the team is able to realize it's working. We're getting on the site. We're in there. We're just not landing our shots, and that's something we can fix with repetition. And they're able to do it. And again, we just keep playing here on A, but Shiro with the hero play. Oh my gosh. Lining them back on up, and then after that, Bleed on the back foot, starting to deal with their own lacerations as we got ourselves a 7-5 halftime.
Dengan stamina-nya mereka bisa sampai kayak gini nge-pushnya udah GG parah ONIC walaupun kalah mah.
Waiting in the wings, this hotbed of FPS talent trying to get their opportunity to showcase on the global stage.
Yeah, we haven't seen an Indonesian team go to the global stage, and right now, if ONIC win this, it means Indonesia secures a full team to champions.
Sure.
Wah, anjir. Bleed nih sekarang yang bermasalah. Diam semua pemainnya Bleed.
Singapore, Malaysian fans of Pith and Maxi, hoping for the opposite right now. Because you can imagine having been number 3, probably the clear number 3
for the longest time.
All year.
All year, might have been even last year. I think they've shown signs of really reaching that 3rd place spot. Just could not overcome the 2 staples in Paper X and Xerxia. But if it's between Bleed and ONIC right now, and if Bleed go to champions, that for Singaporean and Malaysian fans, that would be amazing, because that means there'll be 2 teams from the region. The only other team in APAC that's done that is Thailand, when we had X10 and Full Sense both go into Masters. And
anjir sampai Isya dong. Aku 7 jam lu live. Gila, aku belum mandi anjir. Bangke lah emang.
It would be a huge boon to the Singapore and Malaysian region, but what a treat for any fan of all of APAC. This is some aggressive Valorant. It is bucking the trend. And after having streaks, again, off of being in the lead and punishing those on ecos, we're now getting to the scrappy bits as we start our second half, 7-5, only 2 rounds between them, only a half left before we know who's going to the grand finals of the LCQ. As Shiro misses his first couple of shots, has to rendezvous back to safety. Slasher trying to hit with the right click of the Classic, but classically loses that fight. Now Elmi Moore picks up 2.
Nice. Elmi Moore sebelum mati dia masih bisa nge-pick lagi. Nice cuy. Tapi lihat tuh dari belakang 2 orang. Spike-nya ada di sono, itu yang jadi pusing.
He doesn't even know that both of them are there. That's why he's been checking the corners. He uses the dark cover coming out, but there's 2 of them waiting in the shadows. This is Maxi's playbook. Normally he's the one hiding in the dark shadows.
Equalize nih.
Whatever he was
seharusnya secara
surprised
SOP ini harusnya dapat mereka juga. Jadi 7-7. Udah habis itu kita main selevel lagi.
Retake. We normally play way off when ONIC take the site. This time we took the site and ONIC were sitting right on top of it. A change of pace here by ONIC.
6-4-5 tuh.
Man,
live streaming.
We've seen so many of those changes of paces. Usually after pauses. Halftime's like a pause.
Yeah, normally it is. They probably strategized, tried to figure out what they wanted to do. Bleed normally finding great entries, great starting rounds, great pistol rounds. ONIC actually not finding that as Elmi anymore with the lineups. Take Darian down. They knew
pakai Sogdak. Pokoknya Darian down udah nggak ada harapan kadang. Bleed ujung tombaknya Darian.
29 HP.
Sama Pit.
Goes down to many of the weapons.
Pit ini suka nge-clutch juga kalau pakai
that
bridge.
ONIC have in their possession now.
Dua orang itu dah.
ONIC as well doing the bleed again. Bleed normally buying up to rifles in round number 2. You got one bulldog, but still full armor here. And so far it's been perfect.
Nice.
There's
Dapat satu.
Severine hasn't been touched
Nice.
yet.
Mundur aja dulu.
But the spike
Nice. Severine dapat satu lagi. Nice. Dapat lagi.
Severine stays alive. Only one
Nice.
left up.
Dia harusnya tahu.
And it's
Udah
Maxi,
di belakang
the
dia.
man who
Di
got
mid.
destroyed by the shock bolts
Nice.
earlier.
Nah,
And
kan
there it is.
7-7.
The dark cover ends up being the good night from Maxi.
Harusnya aku kan
And we're
bilang
tied
tadi
7-7.
SOP-nya harusnya menang. Ya benar 7-7. Nah, sekarang even dah. Nah, ini baru diuji nih di sini lagi. Siapa yang bakalan unggulan menang roundnya dan siapa yang menjauh.
Wasn't 11-13 all the way, but man, we just keep
Kalau ini bisa
hitting
menang,
this high score every single time. Every
dapat
time we
2 poin
feel or think
si
that
ini.
ONIC are in the back foot, they find
Si
a way to fall back.
ONIC kalau
And
menang
Bleed are the ones looking
round
at
berikutnya,
themselves
round
right now,
berikutnya
like,
lagi
what
kemungkinan
happened?
menang.
What happened to our 7-2 lead that eroded? And now it's 7-7. ONIC have matched
Let's
them.
go ONIC.
Oh,
You can do this.
Boy.
Yolah.
It is a
Kalian udah berusaha
first to
keras cuy,
6,
menang
best
lah.
of-
Usaha
best
kalian
of 13,
pasti dijawab kok.
Best of 11?
Aku
Yeah, best of
doakan.
11. Basically between these two squads.
11.
Yeah,
You're right,
best of
yes.
11. As ONIC, they get aggressive. This is what they always do on defense. They like to make the map small, pushing up short. But Severine might get cut out. Monyet, again, not the jet, so
Udah
has to
balik.
sprint back.
Nggak bisa.
High gears in reverse.
Karena udah dicek
Will
sama
head back
drone
towards
kan.
A-Long
Tapi paling
to
enggak
safety.
drone-nya kepake. Jadi kalau pas masuk site dia nggak bisa ngecek lagi. Dia nggak tahu tuh di sewer ada siapa, di belakang itu ada siapa, di sewer sini tuh ada siapa, di sini ada siapa.
It makes their executes easier.
Itu bagusnya kepake di early-nya.
Paranoia use the relay bolt been used as well, at least one from Monyet.
Nah,
So
dia
right
cuma
now,
bisa pakai ini doang,
Bleed are the
Reconnya
ones
nih.
looking to execute on A.
Ini Reconnya kalau nggak
Two
dapat
members
informasi
of
udah
ONIC
selesai.
on that side rotations are already coming in, but Darion dashes into the side Digo, and they're trying to execute now.
Nice, Monyet.
Although he got busted by the aftershock, takes down one. Darian trades on back. Under hell is Darian, the angel of hell, and now Bleed starting to rain down.
Tapi Severin masih di sini nih.
Still
Masih bisa nih Severin.
looking to add
Paling
to
nggak
the
dapat
pincer
satu.
that
Ah,
she
nice,
has as
dapat
the
satu
Bulldog
beneran.
takes a bite out of Darian. 3v2.
Nah, ini masih
Letty
mikir
low
nih,
down
di
to
mana
20
nih
HP,
Severin.
But Redla has an eye on the corner where Severin is. Shiro starting to push
Oh, udah
on
tahu.
in. They're gonna sink
Redla
it
udah
to
tahu.
push, but
Ah.
Redla is ready.
Ah,
The
jelek
reload
banget,
not
cu.
gonna be enough as Maxi
Dia
is
nggak
watching
sabar,
his
anjir.
teammates back. And Bleed strike first in our best of 11.
That was the exact same spot that Shiro fought at 1v2 against Maxi and Redla. Almost found Redla yet again, but Maxi's like, not this time. Stops him in his tracks, able to get the win on this buy round.
Man, it just feels like a mentality reset by both these squads after each round.
Oh no.
It is
Ini
a
susah
rifle
jadinya.
buy-up here by
Kalau gini cuy,
Bleed,
susah
low, or
jadinya.
is it light armor here by Darian, and you get the full buy
Kejar-kejaran
here
lagi deh.
by everyone.
Nah, nggak ngerti
except
dah aku akhirnya
Severine.
gimana nih nanti
This
bakalan
is
siapa yang
an
menang nggak ngerti dah.
economically important round for ONIC. A buy is possible here for Bleed if they do lose this one because of that big round win
Aduh,
and how
sampai
many
azan
players stay
Isya
alive.
enggak tuh.
They can choose to do that.
Kedengeran ya
They can also
suaranya.
just
Ku
choose
mute
to-
dulu deh.
Well, what Bleed like doing, come out on a victory. Really not losing that many players as Monyet tries to hold on this A-long. Bleed are poking at A, not really fully committing just yet, but Darion is pushing forward as he always does, as he leads the charge for Bleed.
Darian is on the wraparound, waiting to see who else will be sitting up A. Because, again, it just feels like ONIC is on attack sometimes. They just are like constantly fighting for all the inches that Bleed normally give up on defense. As the 0 point going to give information on over. Darian suppressed for a little bit longer. Does not have Tailwind anymore. As Retla also peeking corners. Knows that that's the shorty spot. Shorty spot 1, shorty spot 2. Knows that NC Slash is a little bit further up, but Darian has struck through the smoke, able to get one, and someone catch that smoke and got Elmi Moore with trigger discipline, but misses the shots, and Darian cleans it on up. Oh, if you're Elmi Moore, he's had so many of those moments, but that is not one that he's gonna want to remember. And Severine in the impossible 1v5 situation, forced to back on off. Oh, geez, Key.
This is what we wanted from Bleed. This is what Bleed wanted to get from this round. They wanted to save as many guns as they can. It looks to be a flawless for them. They found 4 free kills. It's all down to Severine, and I'm not gonna go do this 1v1. There's no chance that I'm doing this. So he's just trying to save his Phantom, even sneaking away, walking away all the way to C. Bleed are going to be so happy with this round.
Again, I said the economy was okay on the side of Bleed, but no one dying means it's going to be fantastic on the opposite side. ONIC scraped together what they could for the buy, and now they're not going to be able to afford many guns here with Bleed now on 9 rounds, and Darian picking up 2, and Elmi Moore just wanted to line that one up. And he just took too long. Darian with the snap onto the head. Let's see that one more time through the smoke. No way. There's just no way you could see anything through that.
He knew someone was there. He just used, he was roughly there. I'll stop here and shoot. In fact, it was NC Slasher who couldn't see Darian. Darian had a very good idea of where he was.
Oh.
Looks to be a quick push. Monyet finds a kill onto Darian though, as Darian tried to hold that. Wanted to get more from that. It's going to be an eco for ONIC with a save from Severine, so they do have 1 Phantom. They're able to get a second one as well if they just creep up and pick up Darian's gun.
Yeah, well, there are many players watching that.
Lihat tuh Darian kan
that
di round sebelumnya.
The economy for ONIC is not great.
Kampret emang Darian.
So the flashbang into the peak. Monyet gonna try to do as much damage as he can to Pith. Oh, Pith almost gets caught there.
Severine
at that last second.
Severine bisa dapat kill
so
ini
Severine makes a little bit of noise, but here's the rotation. So the rest of the squad of ONIC are on the case. They rotate on over, and C will be a bloodbath in about 15 seconds.
They're just waiting. Paranoia coming out. Hits 2. A shrouded step from Maxi. He gets taken out by NC Slasher. There's a Hunter's Fury as well getting committed. It's going to be trades, but it's just Elmi Moore left because he was using that Hunter's Fury. Bleed. It's an expensive round for them, but they look to have it. Elmi Moore, 49 HP.
Dapat winnable.
He just needs to land
dapat
one
dia.
bullet. Body shot is fine as well.
No, dia nggak ngecek window.
So it looks like Lenny is the one that's sneaking around.
Cek dong. No! Let's go.
He misses the shots. He almost
itu.
drops off wrong.
Itu lepas tangan aku udah.
Shot through the wall. How
lepas tangan aku udah itu.
Who needs a recon dart when you got a recon brain? Elmi Moore with the clutch, as we've said,
Elmi Moore
over again.
Dapat momen anjir.
Up for the round before. Imagine, remember Elmi Moore, he had the trigger discipline to let everyone run by, misses the shots, feels terrible, but then comes back in this impossible situation. Lenny! Oh, redemption coming through for the Sova player, now tops the charts for his squad.
Lenny shot a few bullets,
Anjir.
didn't connect with it.
Itu momen banget cuy. Itu bakalan diingat nih kalau ONIC bisa menang tuh. Itu penting banget cuy. Karena dengan menang itu mereka bisa beli lagi itu. Lihat tuh. Dengan kemenangan itu mereka bisa beli ONIC.
They've gotten away with murder twice this time around. There's the Hunter's Fury getting committed by Lenny. Shiro finds a kill though. He does tag Shiro down, but Maxi gets taken down, and Bleed are trying to rush into the side. It's getting a little bit messy. Darren finds a 1-for-1, but they all get decimated.
Nice.
Just can't find anything, and we are back to a tie game.
ONIC is the team.
Kenapa aku ngomong tadi itu ngerubah segalanya cuy? Kalau tadi si Elmi Moore nggak dapat kill, mereka ikut cuy. Kalau mereka ikut itu dapat poin 11. Posisinya jadi 11-7.
Or who was it? Maxi stepped in front of Lenny and just took a ton of damage.
Itu tadi bakalan jadi cerita ya.
Able to answer back, and he trades the tour de force for the actual big boy that'll stay with him, the operator, now in the hands of Shiro. And all right, we were at best of 11. How do you like best of 7? That's where we're at now. First to 4 rounds wins, 9-9. Map score 1-1. on the 6th map that ONIC have played today as they vanquished Team Secret earlier. Oh, jeez. And then whoever wins still has to go to bed and come back and do it again against Boom in a best of 5 as Monyet.
Ingat, di situ ada Severin. Dia bisa pakai paranoia kalau ini ketahuan.
They're wiggling. I'm running out of words to say, and finally there it goes. And Darian gets 2, and the lineup is there. Severin closes them off.
Yeah, they find
Severin punya paranoia
Darren was able to get a
belum dipakai kan paranoia ya.
That's the value Darren brings to the team. Always finds these.
Dia move.
Thunder coming in.
Oh no, move-nya ke situ dia.
Redla is there to receive, and Nancy Slasher tries to stay in hell, but he gets sent there instead. As Shiro finds one, but it's a 3v1. Kenny clutches yet again. He has the operator, not the best gun to do this, and he said no.
Operator itu nggak bisa buat
I
retake.
immediately felt the same thing here for
Shiro.
Shiro. I was like, yeah, you got the operator, everyone died.
Dan semua temannya matinya di side, jadi nggak bisa ganti senjata.
Won a couple rounds in a row, but that is a
Udah
very
saving.
expensive gun.
Yeah, he got 1 kill. And he looks at the map and they're like, oh, there's 3 more? Yeah, nah.
Kukira itu tadi bakalan di ini, di paranoia kemudian di push gitu loh. Ternyata kagak cuy.
Nah.
Yeah. And it's done for the round because Bleed, they took over. Darian took over. Such great timing from him on the swing as well. Monyet was not expecting someone so close, but when you're fighting against Darren, where you're facing this duelist, this angel of death, he finds ways to take so many of you down by himself. He's been popping off non-stop this tournament, and we are seeing why he's really regarded as one of the best players in APAC.
Time
Yeah,
out.
thank you, ONIC. I needed a
Akhirnya
Need a breather here, as ONIC does as well. Just looking at the economy a little bit, it's not great for ONIC yet again because they won and stole that round with only one survivor.
line up tuh.
They really just lined up. Severin just really tried, just was not enough at all.
Yeah, ONIC doing their alter ego double peak
Line up, anjir,
cosplay.
anjir.
And
Oh yeah.
Ada aja momennya.
It's their brothers. It's ONIC G's brothers. Alter ego.
Dan tadi si Lemmy Moore kan lagi megang utility kan. Dia nggak siap tuh senjatanya. Dia lagi megang recon tadi, habis ngelempar recon.
They're all thinking to move at the
Langsung
exact
di swing.
same time, at the exact same angle, and then unfortunately for them, they're just too much in sync. A little bit too much in sync.
All right, take a look at that economy. Elmy Moore has no buy here. Monyet does have the overdrive. Severin does have from the shadows, and NC Slasher has no command. But what do they decide to do here? Monyet's gonna buy the gun anyways. Will he toss it down? No, I guess not.
I think Monyet should buy the gun for Elmy Moore and use the overdrive and at least have something. Darren, on the other hand, same thing. Will have the Bladestorm dropped his rifle to his teammates.
All right, well.
Oh, Guardian.
Okay, there it is. So Guardian buy up here for Elmy Moore, trying to find the head. Shiro getting shock darted early on out as he's been holding that C short spot or A short spot for quite some time. As we've got a garage defense by Monyet, but no one covering B to start things off. Redla. He's ready. On to the site we go. Darian into the cloud burst. As Monyet's still hanging by, and the B site take will be theirs, and Darian gets through unpunished, and now just playing a game of hide and seek. It's down. Play these games. Elmy Moore says, I don't need a full rifle. Give me the Guardian. That's good enough. Maxi trying from up top, tough angle.
Nice,
down,
Monyet.
not gonna get it.
Tinggal Redla doang.
Redla left alive. He knows that Severin is waiting in the shadows in heaven, but he's got to make a decision. He's going for it. The team is pinging the spike. They cannot see him, and Redla will lose this round. He will take down one, but he's going to lose his gun as well. He takes another.
Masih dapat satu dong.
But it's 10 to
Redla
10.
dengan blinded gitu.
Very sloppy from Bleed there. They took control over the B side. Pushed
Nggak
too
logis.
far forward. Darren was trapped. They tried to bail him out, but because of that, a lot of them died because Elmy Moore says, I'm the guardian of this lane, finds the kills, and they make it a 3-0 off of that.
And that looked like the playbook that Boom did to Bleed before. It was find ways to separate Darian. This time it was self-inflicted as Darian went too far, but they were able to do so there as Darian and the rest of the squad, they continue to push on. Redla does not have a gun to start, and Monyet on the flank able to pick up a couple and works his way on out to safety It is a 3v4. Maxi gets red.
Udah balik lagi.
And so from the
Udah dapat
shadows,
dua.
no value
Nice.
there. And ONIC, they have the opportunity to break the economy of Bleed here with a best of 5
nggak ada yang jaga
rounds
lagi, cuy.
left at 10 to 10.
Wah.
This really hurts, especially for Bleed.
Nice.
They've been trying to build up the
Nice,
lead,
dilihat.
but so many rounds were just stolen by ONIC. The 1v2 by Shiro. The 1v2
Nice,
by
Severin tuh,
Elmore.
lihat tuh.
And then
Nice, ada 3 orang.
Where they had the buy, they had the space.
Nice.
As Maxi tries to find information. Great paranoia though. He's able to stop them or at least discourage them from getting back onto the
Wah,
site.
Maxi
But
mau
still a
mutar nih
3v4.
dari B.
ONIC still have the advantage here.
Kurang ajar banget
Severin,
Maxi.
He got tagged in the head through the wall, stays
Maxi.
alive, and Maxi, here he is, a classic flanker's flank. A lot of the focus is on the site. Will Maxi get some value as the fighting begins? Lenny sees the barrel of the operator. It goes down. In the shadow is Severin, but there's Lenny with 1 left alive. Oh my God. Lenny does it in a 1v3 clutch. Lenny with the 3K.
Oke, udah bagus banget tai. Ku kira menang nih aku gitu.
Turn to lose rounds that they
Kalah,
shouldn't be losing. Lenny with a 1v3 stuck in the corner, back against the crate, able to find the kills. That dark cover
Ini
actually
nih infonya
helped
telat
him
nih ngasih
instead.
info.
I think they wanted to use that dark cover to shove him out, but instead he played it so well. Peeks out, hides back in. Somehow just shot through the smoke and found that kill.
Had to have heard the drop down. Had to have heard the drop down, or knew that he's coming from the dark.
Berat cuy, lihat tuh.
To be dropping from there either,
Ini ya, lihat tuh belinya
that's a
ONIC.
hero moment. If we've
Senjatanya.
seen one so far,
Judge
we've seen a
2
lot of them.
seri, 1
As
kelas.
now it's ONIC on a funky buy. They will be able to buy next round. But Severin on a Judge, NC Slasher on a Judge. We're just gonna hold these tight corners and help me more. He does it over and over
Tell me more,
again.
nice banget.
Pith gets taken
Walaupun itu
out
nggak
this
ngegaranti juga, nggak garanti kalau bisa menangin ini.
Please give me the call. It's time to adjudicate them.
Nice.
There's
Wow,
two.
nice.
And NC
Udah ini
Slasher
garanti
does
bisa
the
menang kalau
damage.
gini.
A 4v2 left up for Bleed as they were the ones on the buy.
Siapa yang pegang Judge
They
lagi?
had full
Severin ya?
rivals and they just get destroyed.
Tapi Severin ada
off of
DC.
that first kill
Sayangnya.
from the sheriff, the judge whittles their numbers down. And ONIC are yet to steal a round. They look like they're about to steal this again from Bleed.
Nice.
Oh no! Unless Bleed can do something.
Nice.
They just get
Let's go.
thrifted yet again.
Singapore, Malaysia, how you feeling? Indonesia, how you feeling? It is so good right now. 11 to 11.
Anjir, GG
One
parah.
map apiece in this best of 3 maps.
Seru gamenya cahaya, parah, tai lah.
Cannot let go. If you are a Bleed fan, you're like, please, Elmi Moore, stop doing this to us when you're not supposed to. If you're an ONIC fan, you're like, Darian, please stop bragging us out. Please stop bragging us out. But here we go.
Tapi memang Darian doang yang menurutku yang paling impactful. Lebih banyak sih impactfulnya Darian, Lenny, Pit. Sisanya tuh udah ngisi dong.
And yet again, Pith getting picked off by his own team's Hunter's Fury, but Lenny opens it on up onto Severin. There's Maxi getting one. There's Redlaw getting another.
No, down lagi. Ah.
And Redlaw does it right on back. He had himself one hell of a first half, and then comes up huge with the sheriff. He rounds him up and arrests round
Habis
number
menang kalah lagi
23.
tai. Wah ini jelek sih. Lihat tuh belinya.
You said it, the Indonesian fans, the ONIC fans.
Belinya
Please,
ONIC habis ini lihat tuh. Mereka bisa beli apa anjir?
He gets a triple. Oh baby, what a triple from Redlaw.
And Monyet, there's not much he can do there. He can't line him up.
Lihat tuh,
We take a look
ya
at the
kan?
buy.
Satu stinger,
It is
satu
ugly.
judge.
And the stinger is going to have to provide some value here by Shiro. He is 2 ulti
Mereka
points
nggak
away
mungkin
from
nge-strike
tour
itu.
de force. Again, this is the final round.
Severin
of
pakai
regulation.
ini sih, pakai
And so
vandal
NC
sih dia.
Slasher as well on a Judge. Got value out of it last time. Where is he holding this time? Holding Garage. But it is a full C play. And that has everyone bamboozled on the side of ONIC. Severin gets one, so it slows it down. NC Slasher, oh, he's getting shot through the dark cover.
Yeah, the judge not gonna adjudicate anyone this time around, and Bleed
Orang yang
have
pakai
found their
Vandal mati,
home,
anjir.
and that seaside this
Cuma
time,
Severin
that's
doang.
their haven.
Sama
This
monyet
is
nih.
their map. This is their series. They're trying to hold it together. They're trying to hold it still. 4v4.
Oh, here comes the fast lane, clearing out the covers. Monyet. NC Slasher gets no value out of
Nice.
the judge. Just one left
Nice,
alive.
nice, nice,
And it's
nice, nice,
Pith
nice.
has Elmi Moore.
Overtime. Oh no!
No! Monyet gets off the spike! Here comes Pith! He chose concussion! Will he be able to get it?
Nice!
It is the
Woo, overtime!
for ONIC, and we're going to overtime! Just like my voice is going out the window!
How does that happen? They had control over the side. Pith, he was almost able to rescue that. He thought about going for the stun. He gets stunned instead by the relay bolt. He finds the 2 kills here. Just
udah
gets a
panik
little
itu
bit
pemainnya
conservative.
ini.
Does not think about what
Pemainnya
he chose to use. He's
Onik itu tadi panik,
switches his
sumpah
guns,
panik,
does
panik
not shoot
sepanik-paniknya
at the
anjir.
right corner.
Lihat tuh posisinya ngeliatin crosshair-nya kemana-mana.
Against him. And now we're finally
Time out.
going to overtime. You mentioned it. How has there been no overtime today? Well, here you have it. Between Bleed and ONIC on Haven, this best of 3 series has been reduced to who wins the first 2 rounds. Best of 3 of 2 rounds.
My goodness. I am so happy. I would have it no other way. Sorry, fans at home. I'm sure you're having heart palpitations right now, but you can only imagine what it's like in the team rooms right now for both of these squads.
Ini udah sama-sama ini mentalnya pada kena nih kalau udah overtime gini.
Right here, right now. Win them back to back, and you move on. Lose them, and you wonder what could have been.
Both teams are so gassed. Like just taking a look at how they're playing, how all the structure that's coming from the first 2 maps, from both teams, have just fallen apart. And it just seems like they're just trying to find as many kills as they can, trying to find the duels, trying to win. Both sides just losing uncharacteristic rounds that they shouldn't be losing, and because of that,
overtime
to this
Yo.
overtime.
Stinger, Judge, half shields. What the heck, ONIC G? What a comeback yet again. You know, when we think comebacks, we think, all right, they're down like 12-5, they came back 12-12, forced it. This is like each round momentum comeback. On eco or half buys, force buys, as now there's nothing between these 2 squads each round, so economy is not an excuse. It's about how you play, and Monyet, yet again, getting onto the site, using the neon as NC Slasher and Monyet do the work, and Pith can't answer either.
Nice, let's go.
Smooth like butter, they're on the site. Lenny through the wall.
Nice.
He gets taken down. It's all up to Darian.
Untung bukan Darion yang diketemuin awal. Darion ini tukang clutch-nya tuh.
A ton of kills and takes away the abilities from Darian using the null command. They
Severin jagain ininya.
Exactly where he's at. He shot a couple of bullets, but it was during the voice line, so maybe they didn't hear.
Potentially could not have
Nice.
heard it. If there's
Main
anyone that can
main
pull
ini.
off 1v4 though, it's
Apa namanya?
Darion. If
Main
there's anyone
patient.
on Bleed
Lihat tuh.
that can pull off a
Semua
miracle, it's Darion. But he gets caught out.
Semua
The
pemainnya
smoke dissipates
apa itu?
just as he walks
ONIC
out.
tadi
The
lihat tuh
timing
semua
did not
jaga
favor
angle
him
aja.
at all.
Nggak ada
And
yang
ONIC have
nyoba
reversed
nyari
it. They're
ini
the
ya.
ones on match point this time.
Nggak ada yang nyariin ini ya.
Now Bleed are being put to the sword.
Siapa
for
itu
the
tadi?
first time.
Darion.
And now you gotta wonder what they're made of. What's your blood type? Is there championship in there? We find out right now, because ONIC, I think no one can take away what they've done. No one can take away how far they've come today. And again, remember how important it is to the whole country of Indonesia to get a team to the global stage. ONIC are a round away from doing that.
Bleed going for the A play this time around. This failed so many times for them. C was a successful one, but they decided to change gears yet again. And ONIC, they're ready to receive this. They have 3 members on A. They have a 4th rotating already. And if Bleed are not ready for this, can Darion find A lineup yet again? It's Shiro with the operator.
No way.
Not swinging just yet. There's the owl coming out. Oh, they see the knee. Shiro stands his ground. They don't know that the operator is here just yet. They just know that there's a Sova. Flash coming out. They're the ones going aggressive.
Nice! Woo! Win! Winnable! Nice! Udah. Bye-bye, Bleed. Let's go. Bye-bye.
and updraft 360 and then get shot in the back. And now it's Red Line a 1v4. He's the man that pushed
Udah
us
cuy,
into
gak ada
that match point
kesempatan
during
lagi
regulation.
udah 1
But
lawan
this
4
is
itu
a
udah
huge
mustahil
ask.
anjir.
Indonesia
Harusnya
on the cusp
mustahil ya,
of making
harusnya.
history in the form of ONIC. The head is shown. He's busy. He's trying to stay alive for a little bit longer. Fakes the plant and just throw bombs
Nice.
on it. There
ONIC
it
win.
is.
Let's go.
ONIC have done it. Your
Let's go.
winners in this
Bentar, kita pindah ke Indonesia. Indonesia belum selesai ini pasti.
Flashback, 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill. 2 kill menuju ke grand final. Lihat, 1 kill menuju ke grand final.
ONIC Red lah, mau nge-plan?
Ya nge-plan aja.
Apa yang bisa kamu lakukan Red lah?
Sayangnya caster Indonesia tuh di Indonesia tuh ada delaynya cuy. Makanya aku nggak nonton yang di Indonesia. Ya kan? Ngedelay masih belum selesai kan?
Hanya butuh 2 peluru. Miss the shot, di swing. 35, butuh 1 peluru phantom juga dibutuhkan oleh ONIC dan Jesse.
Let's go.
Tinggal laju langkah ONIC menuju ke grand final dan bertemu dengan Boom Esports.
Winning play there, Monyet. The 360 knowing he got us there. And
GG ONIC.
quintessential picture of a team play here as the
GG
flash drive comes on
Sumpah.
out. And all
Mereka
three
main
members
setiap match loh.
of
Dan
Bleed were
ini
caught
7 jam anjir. Aku live 7 jam berarti mereka main sekitar ya 7 jam. Aku nonton dari awal kan.
Making it through the gauntlet and setting up a date with Boom to see which
Ntar aku pengen tahu deh
Indonesian
ininya
team
dulu.
will be making it to Istanbul.
Habis itu kita close.
Marathon and they've successfully finished it.
Jadi ada tim Indonesia satu udah di champion. GG. Tim Indonesia pasti ada satu di champion. Nggak tahu ONIC, nggak tahu Boom dah. Nice.
Successful in their run is going to be yet again.
Comeback-nya ngeri anjir. Ya bener ngeri anjir. Sumpah. Mentalnya GG parah.
Well deserved. And on the opposite side, if you're a Bleed fan,
nih,
you've been the top dog.
Tinggal Boom Esports lawan
all year
ONIC
long.
nih besok
You've made
jam
this huge
2 ya.
investment
Besok
of
jam
a
2.
move to get the two European players to join. You did it the right way and had them play together for such a long time. And to lose after leading this whole time in overtime, heartbreaking.
Very heartbreaking. And just really don't know.
Bleed kalah lagi anjir di posisi 3 lagi Bleed. Bleed ini terkenal dengan posisi 3-nya. Kalau di ini pun Malaysia Singapura juga sama. Mereka selalu finish di posisi ketiga. Ini kan mereka finish ketiga berarti kan? Bleed
I am in shock and I know you guys are too.
posisi ketiga
Right
cuy.
now,
Bleed
we are
lagi-lagi.
going to be seeing, as I accidentally predicted this morning, we are going to be seeing an Indonesia versus Indonesia civil war going into the grand finals. They had an impressive marathon run
Nice,
today.
gila
3
parah.
matches this morning and
Gila
3
parah.
now showing just how much stamina and tenacity ONIC has.
Honestly, they
Yang
did
di
well.
round terakhir tuh mereka udah
Incredible
kebaca.
credit to
Biasanya
ONIC.
soalnya apa? Kalau
But
mereka habis
you've
kalah,
got to highlight Bleed
mereka mainnya gitu.
didn't do themselves
Stuck di
any
A,
favors.
masuk
They
berbarengan
really did
dengan
have some
Darion
very shameful
first pick-nya.
particularly in latter stage
Makanya
of that
tadi
second half.
semua langsung nge-stuck
I
juga
can't
kan
help
di
but think
A.
that for ONIC,
Udah
their
kepanis banyak.
quality came
Kena
in
flash.
punishing Bleed.
Udah, flashnya KO udah.
That's
Udah
what it
wassalam.
all boils down to. I can't take any more of this.
Sorry about
I need a hug. I need a hug.
I would join you, but I'm too far away. I'll do
Sucks.
social distancing hug.
Yeah,
though.
that's right. I'll do social
Like,
distancing.
I know I predicted ONIC and stuff, but you know, MYSG, this
Yes.
is what it's about, and we've seen their journey. How many times has this happened?
Oh, berarti ONIC punya cerita tersendiri anjir. Dia lower bracket player. Nice. Di lower bracket semua dihilangkan semua yang dari top bracketnya. Dari upper bracket disikat semua sama ONIC. Dan yang bisa hentikan ONIC kan kemarin cuma ini. Boom. Berarti mereka ketemu lagi sama Boom. Let's go. Seru sih ini besok.
1v3, the clutch from Shiro. They shouldn't have lost that. They really shouldn't have.
Okay, but let's look at the other side of the coin. Let's talk about ONIC performance
Besok cuy.
today.
Nggak tahu jam berapa ya? Jam 2 ya kalau di
because
di
of
ininya
these
jam 2.
hero
Ya
plays,
besok
they
kita
really
ketemu
managed
lagi.
to pull out a lot
Semoga
of
aku besok
clutches.
bisa nonton
Especially
lagi.
all of those 1 versus 2s, they really come out on top. So how are they
BTW aku
managing
belum mandi
that?
anjir.
What I think is quite interesting with ONIC is
Gara-gara
when you
nontonin
have
ONIC ini
when you
sama
have a
ini.
team that has someone who stands out, like on Bleed,
Sampai
like
jam
Darion
7 loh.
on Red Lab, particularly in that
Anjas.
second map, second and third map, you sort of assume, okay, it's a clutch, it's Darion, there's a chance. For ONIC, it's anyone.
Ya, jam
It
2
doesn't
siang
matter
besok.
who's the
Jam 2
last
siang
player.
besok.
There's a very good chance they would clutch it out. I mean, Munya,
Ini
he's
seru
a
nih,
prime
besok grand
example.
finalnya
He
ketemu
had a
Indonesia ketemu
beautiful
Indonesia.
start to this
Akhirnya
match.
satu tim Indonesia masuk ke champion cuy. Champion itu apa ya? Champion itu lebih tinggi dari master apa enggak ya? Seingatku sih lebih dari master. Karena master 1, master 2, kemudian champion di akhir tahun champion.
You have bad starts, you have bad halves, but you don't have a bad series from any of these players.
Walaupun tetap ya kalau nanti ke ini masuk champion salah satu tim Indonesia yang kudukung ya tim Indonesia sama PPX pastilah. Karena di PPX ada 2 pemain dari Indonesia kan. Tapi September ya champion. Nggak tahu deh aku bisa live streaming atau enggak. Soalnya nggak tahu dah aku dipanggil kerjaanku itu katanya pertengahan Agustus atau akhir Agustus. Jadi aku mungkin nggak bisa live. Tapi aku nonton pasti.
I think when it came down to overtime, that's when we really start to see, especially in this graph. Someone made the call, and they just
Lihat tuh mereka ini deh. Ya even anjir sama cuy. Ini nih. Close banget.
And I think that is just a testament as to how
Ini ekonominya, grafik ekonomi.
And even though Bleed did fall, they gave us a bloody good show.
Yeah. Savage brawl, but of course when it comes down to it, Bleed,
Elmi
they
more.
end up with the wounds, and ONIC are the ones who stand victorious. And look at this, Elmi Moore, the MVP.
Understandably so, frankly. Understandably so. What I love about Elmi Moore is
Elmi Moore sih
this series.
pakai serifnya tai juga ya. Di pick 1 dong.
His combo with Severin carried them through that opening game against Secret. You then hit that game against Bleed, and he is setting up anti-slasher. He's setting up money. He's setting up everyone, and this is all while simultaneously hitting some incredible Hunter's Furies.
Personally, I also think Elmi Moore has done more than just today. I think throughout this entire tournament, he has been consistent.
Yeah.
He has been the clutch master. He has really good setups. And on top of that, he has been the person that can really, really bandage or mend situations that they shouldn't have won. So I really just have to say it is well-deserved by him.
Well-deserved,
even though it was
well-deserved
Bleed
buat ONIC,
that was,
sumpah,
you know,
well-deserved.
top fragging. But
Kenapa
without
well
Elmi
deserved?
Moore,
Mereka
they probably
bayangin
wouldn't
loh.
come this far.
Mereka
So
main
regardless,
dari
though,
jam
let's have a look
12
at the
siang
brackets,
dan itu
because
3
our
gila.
journey from
3
beginning
game,
to
3
end,
game
this
anjir.
is how
Itu
it goes as we
dan
finally
bisa
see
menangin
Bleed
gamenya.
and ONIC go 2-1. One of the
Well
closest
deserved,
matches
Asam.
we've seen throughout this entire tournament. No overtimes, but the back-to-backs have been
Dan Bleed
interesting.
masih tetap
And now we're gonna see an
dengan
Indonesian civil war,
posisi
ONIC
crush
and
posisi
Boom as they
3
go
ya.
for round 2.
Di Malaysia Singapura dia kan posisi 3 setelah PPX Sersia baru mereka.
And what I think is great about this
Selalu
is that because we know how established these teams are, because we know how good the coaching staff is, it means that in this rematch we're about to see who can change and how much they can change and how quickly they can do
udah
it.
gigi juga Bleed
That's
anjir.
what it comes down to, isn't
Bawa
it?
sampai kayak gitu
Speed.
gini.
Those two teams have the potential to go for those chaotic plays, and they can do it really fast, or if need be, kind of slow as well. And that's what we're gonna have to see tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, they played in their own regions. I think ONIC came out on top then. Now it's Boom, and they're gonna have to fight for that one spot to go to Champions.
Oke deh, sampai sini dulu teman-teman ya. Thank you yang udah nonton, udah like, udah subscribe, apapun dukungan kalian, kita really appreciate it. So always, always do your best.
Secure themselves
See you
a
next stream.
place in
Bye-bye.
Champions. So tomorrow will be this do or die moment. Go big or go home between Boom